Good evening. At this time, I'd like to call to order the Planning Commission meeting of April 26th, 2021. For viewers watching at home, all commissioners and the public are participating via video conference or teleconference to assist the city in our social distancing efforts. Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Commissioner Lanson?
Present.
Commissioner Link?
Present.
Commissioner McMahon?
Present.
Commissioner Newman?
Present.
Chair Buss?
Present. Ms. Finley, are there any written comments, announcements, or continuances at this time?
Yes, good evening. There were several correspondence items that were received on agenda item 8A that were delivered to you in a supplemental package and posted on the website earlier this afternoon.
Thank you very much. All right, now is the time for public comment. This time, any person may address the commission regarding a city planning matter that is not on this evening's agenda. Should the commission wish to discuss an issue raised by a member of the public, the issue will be referred to staff for scheduling on a future agenda. Anyone who'd like to speak under public comments must complete a speaker card and file it with the recording secretary before the public comments portion of the agenda is called. Speaker's remarks should be addressed to the commission as a whole and not to an individual commissioner or staff member. Unless otherwise provided by the commission, speakers are limited to 5 minutes. The monitor in front of you will show you the remaining time you have. It is my understanding that I have 2 speakers this evening. First of whom is Rebecca Albaran.
Chair, Rebecca is not in the viewing room.
You got it. So I'll assume Rebecca does not need to speak with us. The second speaker is Dr. Karen Martin.
And Karen is is not in the room either.
All right, we're going to assume that they do not want to talk to us anymore. All right, let's move on to the consent calendar. Do we have the consent calendar with the minutes of April 12th, 2021? Do any of my fellow commissioners have any comments or a motion to approve the minutes?
We'll move to approve.
Thank you. Will the secretary please prepare us for a vote?
Commissioner Lanson?
Aye.
Commissioner Link?
Yes.
Commissioner McMahon?
Yes.
Commissioner Newman?
Aye.
Chair Buss?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, let's move on to department reports. Before we get started, I would just like to let everyone know that we have a lot of material to review and a significant number of speakers on this important agenda item this evening. As such, I want to remind everyone to raise your hand and wait until I call on you for your turn to speak. This allows all who want to speak an opportunity to state their comments without interruptions and will help the meeting run smoothly. Now let's dive into it. First department report is item 8A, General Plan Update, GPA 2019-70760, consideration of the preferred land use map. Planning Division Manager Finley, would you like to introduce the members of the team that will be presenting the report?
Yes, this evening we have 2 presenters. First of all, we'll be starting off with Mr. Town, who is on staff as an advisor, and then he'll pass it off to Mr. Matt Ramey, who is the city's consultant. So with that, Mr. Town.
Thank you, Ms. Finley. First of all, just good evening to the commission and to the community. It's great to be here tonight, to be involved in this project. I've been involved in various updates to elements of the general plan over the past 3 decades, but I've never, like anybody in the community, except those involved at the beginning, been involved in a comprehensive update of our general plans. It's very exciting for me. It's also, I think, a very positive thing for the community as well. Before I get going, though, I did want to share a few thoughts, and then Matt Ramey will continue. And so, the first thought, which is this image, is, and these are thoughts that are overarching that I think are relevant to our discussion tonight. First, to keep in mind is that land use plans are not static. They change over time, continually being refined to meet the constantly changing needs of our community. And in this case, on the right side of this image is our 1970 development plan. And on the bottom is our current general plan. And if you just look at these quickly, you can see some really obvious changes. A lot of land that was originally proposed for low density residential has been preserved as open space, much more than we thought would be possible 50 years ago, which I think is a great thing for the community. There's been other changes as well. The Pavilions Shopping Center in North Ranch was originally planned for low density residential. That obviously didn't happen. And there was even, if you look in the lower center of the original plan, you can see a big blue area. There were institutional uses planned for the Ridgeline area south of the 101-23 interchange, just to the southwest actually, but in that vicinity. And so land use designations have changed and land use categories have changed over the years. We used to have an institutional and industrial combination, and later that was discontinued, and now we have a commercial residential land use designation that was added for the downtown specific plan area and also for Civic Center specific plan up at Fireworks Hill. So plans change over time. Tonight we're going to be looking at other potential changes, other refinements to our land use plan. I wanted to emphasize right up front that the vast majority of the city is not being proposed for any changes. Over 90% is being preserved as it currently is, with a comparatively small amount proposed for potential change. And that's, of course, what we're going to be talking about. Next slide, please. What you're going to see tonight, what we're going to be discussing is the result, I think as everybody knows, of a year and a half of public input, going way back to community workshops and so forth, that is really beginning to coalesce into a preferred land use map. And on the right side of this image are three of the original community values that were defined by the community: the ability to live in the city regardless of income or stage in life, to have a community which has housing for everybody, a diverse and resilient economy is very important to residents, and to be a leader on the environmental front as well has shown to be an important community value. Next, please. I also wanted to emphasize that what we're talking about tonight is the draft preferred land use map. It's not the final. The commission's recommendation tonight, including any recommended changes or direction for areas or parcels, will be forwarded to City Council, and they'll be reviewing those on May 18th and May 25th. The final land use map will be adopted actually next year about this time, after preparation of the housing element, after preparation of all the other general plan elements, safety and circulation and so forth, and after an environmental impact report has been prepared for the general plan update, including alternatives. So there is still some steps to go through, important steps. Tonight is a milestone, but there are a number of other steps in this process before the final land use map is adopted. Next, please. And then just finally, I think everybody on this call, recognizes how fortunate we are to be, associated with the city, whether we live here or work here. It's a great city. And, at the end of this process, I think we all, agree that everybody is working together to try to create an even more desirable place to live, work, and play. We have a great city, like I said, a lot to be proud of, but there are areas that we can improve on, I think, and as one can in any city. And so that I just wanted to remind everybody is really the overarching goal of tonight's discussion. So with that, I am going to now turn it over to Mr. Ramey. He is our primary advisor on this project and has been with us for the last year and a half. So take it away, Matt.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mark, for the introduction and setting the stage. It's nice to see everyone again. It's been a month since we saw you last. Just want to go over briefly what we're hoping to do this evening. So we want to start off by summarizing the supplemental survey analysis that we did on the survey that we discussed at our last meeting in March. We want to provide a detailed explanation of the preferred land use map summarize the feedback that we heard from the General Plan Advisory Committee last week about the preferred map, and then discuss and receive direction on the preferred map from the Planning Commission. I want to start with an overview of the supplemental survey analysis, since we presented a preliminary analysis at the meeting last month. If you will remember, we presented that we received a total of 2,127 total responses. The majority of those were online surveys through the SurveyMonkey tool. There were about 25 hard copy surveys that were completed. The survey was open from February 2nd to March 15th, 2021. There were 33 questions. 6 of them were open-ended questions where respondents could write anything that they wanted. 16 were questions that were multiple choice, but if you selected none of the above, you got to write a comment. And then there were 5 demographic questions, so we understood who took the survey. And it's important to note that not every respondent answered every question of the survey. As I mentioned, last time there were 6,000 plus individual comments in the survey alone, plus another 6,000 comments that we received on the briefing book, the Conveo, which is a website that we use for comments on the briefing book that described the alternatives. What I'm going to talk about is tonight a little bit is the survey results from the 6,000 comments from the survey. There were 2 opportunities for the public to provide comments on the survey. The first was questions where respondents had a multiple choice option, and one of those options was none of the above, which meant that if they didn't like any of the alternatives or any of the ideas presented, they could select none of the above and then write their response. Generally, this corresponded with a specific geographic question. So a question about a specific area of the city. Overall, less than 19% of respondents selected none of the above, and most of the questions had less than 15 respondents. This means that the majority of respondents approved of one of the 3 alternatives or selected one of the 3 alternatives, and only 19 or less than 15% said that they had none of the above, that they didn't want any of the alternatives, and either were opposed to the alternatives or just had another idea or just wanted to write a comment. So of those, the 19% or less, overall, most of the comments that we received were something that was opposing, were comment opposing the alternative, opposing the idea. So that essentially accounts for a very small, while the comments are important, it accounts for a very small percentage of the overall comments received on the survey on those questions, because the majority supported one of the alternatives. The other was there were open-ended questions with just broadly, what other ideas do you have about this area? And these answers were more balanced between those who were supportive of the vision for the area and those who were not supportive and or had another idea. Most of the respondents skipped the open-ended questions. Only between 15 to 25% of respondents on almost every open-ended question actually provided an answer. And a lot of the answers that were provided were, I have no further comments. The only exception to this was question number 9, which was for the Rancho Conejo area, where 65% of survey respondents left a comment. This means that about 1,400 of the 2,100 respondents left a comment. Our full survey report is available on the project website. At the last meeting, there was also questions about whether anyone was gaming the system and whether one person could take the survey multiple times. As I had mentioned previously, we went back and looked at the instances where there were multiple IP addresses associated with one survey response. The survey was set up so that each person could take it once on their device, and the survey responses, the survey tool tracks IP addresses. So we could go back in and see if one person or if one IP address had multiple responses. And what we found was that there were 413 instances where there was more than one IP address associated with the survey response. So there were 152 IP addresses that each had 2 responses, 24 IP addresses that had 3 responses each, 3 IP addresses that had 4 responses each, and then 3 IP addresses that had a total of 25 responses. One had 6, one had 7, and one had 12. So we asked ourselves, how could this happen? It's very common for 2 people in a household to each have a separate device and for each of them to take the survey, and that would show up as the same IP address 2 times. But because we wanted to make sure that the data was accurate, and so we did a comparison between the 2127 surveys and the 1,714 surveys, which is the number that if we removed anything that had more than one IP address. And what we found is that the majority of the results were within a 1 to 2% difference. In other words, if you take out the IP addresses with more than one IP address, the results are overall very close and did not change at all the overall direction of the survey. I want to switch into the preferred land use alternative. The process of developing the preferred alternative was to look at all of the 3 alternatives that were presented and to take components of all of those alternatives. We presented this concept that this was going to be our approach in the alternatives development process in the briefing book. We presented the alternatives as a way of expressing the vision and the guiding principles in a map form, and testing as a way of testing different ideas for the community. And that's why we presented the alternatives, and that's why we asked the survey questions. We used primarily the survey in order to guide the direction for the preferred alternative, but that was not the only form of input. There was other input and other feedback from residents and businesses that helped guide the direction that is proposed in the preferred land use map. Overall, compared to the alternatives, compared to the 3 alternatives, the preferred land use map reduces the total amount of development capacity within the areas of change, which you see highlighted on the map above, to the right, and it reduces the maximum density in those areas of change compared to the 3 alternatives. And I'll explain that in a little bit more detail in just a second. As you'll remember, we had proposed land use designations. These next 2 slides show what those land use designations are. And if you'll remember, we had a land use designation called neighborhood high and another land use designation called mixed use high. The neighborhood high designation was between 30 and 45 dwelling units per acre, and the mixed use high was between 45 and 60 units an acre. Because of some feedback that we received during the process, we eliminated these 2 land use designations so that the maximum designation that we have for neighborhood medium high is, the maximum is neighborhood medium high, and then the maximum for mixed use is mixed use medium at up to 45 dwelling units per acre. We also have the commercial designations, which were unchanged, commercial, industrial, and institutional, which were unchanged from the preferred alternative. The characteristics of the preferred alternative are shown here, and they are built primarily off of the guiding principles that were created during the process. So the preferred land use map preserves parks and open space throughout the community. It maintains the residential neighborhoods. It focuses development on a very limited number of locations in the city. It maintains a strong job focus and expands employment. And it also takes steps to provide what we heard from the businesses are needed for employee retention. It allows for mixed use in strategic locations, and the citywide residential capacity remains unchanged per Measure E. I'm going to walk through each of the sub-areas and the proposed direction that we have in the land use map, the preferred land use map. Starting with the Rancho Conejo area, we heard from, through the survey that respondents wanted to see a balance between lower intensity and higher intensity industrial uses. So you'll see that here on the map where there's a balance between the light gray and the dark gray. Those are the two industrial land use designations, and there's a relative balance between the two of those. There were different ideas about whether to integrate mixed use development within or adjacent to the existing industrial areas north of the freeway. And as you can see here on the map with the light purple and the dark purple, we did a combination of the two and redesignated some industrial areas, some light industrial areas as mixed use, which would also allow those industrial uses to continue, but also identified some areas that are currently commercial as having the potential for mixed use. There was support through the survey for increased residential density of up to 45 dwelling units per acre as a method of enhancing infill. And you'll see that north of the 101 freeway with the dark purple. South of the 101, the preferred direction was to add mixed use development and have a variety of uses on the south side of the freeway. You'll see in the light purple that there is mixed use low. Around the freeway entrances, there's also the red color, which is the regional commercial or commercial regional. One question that received a large number of interest, as you all know, is the Alice property or the Borchard property, which is, you see there's an image in the lower left-hand corner, and you'll see the leader line going to that area. So of the responses, about 2/3 of the people responded who took the survey, 2/3 of the respondents who took the survey wrote something about this parcel, about this area, and the majority, about 80% of those were in support of mixed use and multifamily development on this site. However, because there was some concern about adjacency, the proposed direction for this area is to have residential low, neighborhood low, adjacent to the existing single family areas, and then mixed use low on the eastern portion of the site. The next area to discuss is Moore Park Road and West Thousand Oaks Boulevard. There was strong support in the survey, both for mixed use development, as well as preserving some of the commercial uses in the area. There was overwhelming support for having a strong commercial and retail focus along Moore Park Road. And you see that in the map here with the light red, which is commercial town, and then the lighter pink color, which is commercial neighborhood. And both of these designations support a variety of mix of uses. We also extended the commercial both east and west along the 101 freeway in order to provide a buffer. On the west side is the commercial regional, which allows hotels, and there are existing hotels in this area. And to the east, it's commercial town, which allows a variety of commercial and retail uses. There was strong support for 3 to 5 story mixed use development at the Oaks Mall and at Jan's Marketplace, and you see those highlighted here in the light purple. This was shown through the visual preference survey. There was also strong support for mixed use development in the area on the western edge of Thousand Oaks Boulevard, and then transitioning over into mixed use low towards State Route 23. So overall in this area, there were 70 to 78% of the respondents were supportive of 3 to 5 story mixed use and multifamily buildings within this area. The open-ended comment, question, which was question 14, there were 20% of the respondents who wrote a comment. A third of those said that they had no additional comments. A third were opposed to any change in this area, and a third supported mixed use or had suggestions. And again, that only represents 1/5 of the respondents of the survey. So 80% supported one of the 3 alternatives. For the downtown and Thousand Oaks Boulevard area that you see here, there was overall support for mixed use and residential development. In fact, 77% of the respondents supported either mixed-use development at up to 45 units an acre or mixed-use development at up to 60 units an acre, with the majority, and I believe about 45% supporting up to 60 units an acre. So as you can see, the proposed direction here along Thousand Oaks Boulevard is a combination of mixed use as well as commercial neighborhood. The dark purple in the downtown area represents mixed use medium at up to 45 dwelling units per acre. Just west of that is an area of mixed use low, transitioning over to commercial neighborhood at the intersection, at the off-ramp intersection Thousand Oaks Boulevard and Rancho Road. Moving east from Conejo School Road, there are some areas that are designated as mixed use in the specific plan, the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan, but they were they are proposed to be commercial neighborhood in this plan, either because the parcels are very small or because there's existing uses such as the Toyota dealership. And then you see it transitions as you go east into the mixed use low designation. We asked a question about whether standalone residential buildings would be accepted on Thousand Oaks Boulevard instead of requiring mixed use, requiring some amount of commercial. And there was overall significant support for having standalone residential buildings on Thousand Oaks Boulevard. Shifting to the Westlake and east end of the city, overall there was a strong desire to maintain a strong employment focus in this area. On the Townsgate Road area that you see here in the large patch of light gray, the direction was to preserve the industrial and job producing uses, but to have a diversity of intensities. However, when we went back, as staff went back and looked at this area, we felt like it was best to keep the same land use designation in this area as industrial low in order to provide opportunities for a diversity of industrial uses in the city and not necessarily encourage transition to higher densities. On the far east side of Thousand Oaks Boulevard, you see the dark gray area here. This is across from the high school. And there was strong support for expanding the amount and diversity of job producing uses in this area to keep this area as a job anchor. There was also support for having some amount of mixed use in this area, particularly around the intersection of Westlake Boulevard and Thousand Oaks Boulevard. So there were the two shopping centers here on the south side of Thousand Oaks Boulevard were identified for mixed use, as well as the former Kmart site and across the street from the former Kmart site. There was also strong support for keeping the Westlake shopping center, Westlake Plaza and Center as commercial and not converting it to mixed use. And so that's what you see here in the commercial neighborhood. For the village centers, the three options that were presented were to convert them all to mixed use low, to keep them all as commercial, or to have a mix of some mixed use and some commercial. And overall, 58% of respondents wanted to keep the village centers as commercial uses. Overall, with the preferred land use map, this shows the overall numbers. And as you can see, 48% of the total land area in the city is open space, parks, natural, and golf courses. And 35% is made up of single family areas at neighborhood rural, neighborhood very low, and neighborhood low. And that means that 83% of the entire land area of the city is designated as one of those two categories of uses. 5% of the city is neighborhood low, medium, or higher. The reason this was categorized together is because it allows for duplex, triplex, townhomes and small apartment buildings, so anything sort of above any kind of attached housing. And so there's only 5% of the city. The 4% of the city is institutional, 3% is industrial, 2% is commercial, and then overall only 1.3% is mixed use. This is only slightly higher than the current percentage of mixed use that's allowed in the city right now due to the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan. The question then is, where did we add mixed use? Because we know that it's a concern about adding mixed use development and adding higher intensity development. And so this map identifies the locations that did not that do not currently allow mixed use development that we are now proposing. And some of these areas, as you'll see further on, are even subject of discussion in our conversation based on feedback from the General Plan Advisory Committee. So moving east to west, you see the area at the intersection of Thousand Oaks Boulevard and Westlake. Then you see the Kmart site, and across the street from the Kmart site, as we know, the Kmart site is already moving forward. We have the Lakes Shopping Center parking lot, which currently does not allow mixed use, but we're moving that to allow mixed use. There is the area, a small parcel or a parcel on Thousand Oaks Boulevard, west of the 23 freeway. Then you have the area around, you have the Oaks Mall and Jan's Marketplace. And then you have the mixed use parcels in the Rancho Conejo area, both north and south of the freeway. And again, the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan essentially allowed mixed use development along the entirety of the Thousand Oaks corridor between Moore Park Road and then all the way east to the auto malls. So there's a very limited increase in the amount of mixed use. And in fact, we're proposing reducing mixed use in some areas along Thousand Oaks Boulevard that currently allow it for a variety of reasons, including the parcelization pattern as well as the proximity to the freeway. So overall, there is not a large net increase in the number of mixed use parcels. We met with the General Plan Advisory Committee last week. It was a joint General Plan Advisory Committee and public workshop. And we had a really great conversation, great open conversation with the group. There were a lot of great ideas that came through. And overall, we'd like to express what the direction was that we got from the GPAC and those members of the GPAC who did attend, and I believe there were 14, so about 2/3 of the GPAC members attended. Overall, there was, the majority opinion was that the preferred map is really going in the right direction, but minor modifications are needed. The majority supported the overall direction, the creation of walkable mixed-use centers, allowing growth in the areas of change, providing a diversity of housing, and allowing for redevelopment of the larger parcels. There were, however, some concerns that were raised about the pace of change. There was a recommendation that the period that we're looking at should only be the 8-year RHNA cycle. And then there were questions about the impacts that development would have on schools and the school-age population. Some of the ideas that came out of the process were and other ideas that were not specific to an area were the desire to create a long-term vision. And this reflects what Mark said at the beginning, which is the general plan is about creating a long-term vision for the city. There was a lot of support for biotech and tech businesses, again, both in preserving the amount of space for those uses, but also in providing for the type of environment that the businesses feel their employees need in order to attract employees, which is absolutely critical if you're going to attract a workforce. There was strong support that the general plan is about people and the quality of life in the community and not just about buildings and land uses. And that's an important point to keep in mind. And we have been front-loading the discussion about development. However, it is really about the people in the city and the quality of life in the city. There were comments about the need for both long-term flexibility in the especially in the retail areas, to allow change to happen over time, because we can't predict where that change is going to be, but also a request that we not make land use changes on parcels that we don't think will redevelop soon. And so in the comments from the GPAC, there was a tension between this, where there were some ideas for let's make a larger area mixed use or commercial or industrial so we can have flexibility, and then other comments that only certain parcels should be redesignated, or only the parcels should be redesignated if we think there's going to be change in the next 20 years on those parcels. I'm going to walk through the 6 main ideas that the 6 main pieces of feedback or areas that we heard from the GPAC, so that the Planning Commission can have this information as you begin your discussion and your deliberation. The first area to discuss is the village centers. The request was made from many members of the General Plan Advisory Committee to add mixed use back to some of the village centers. There was a lot of support for having mixed use in some of these areas, and this goes against, not goes against, but it's slightly different than the direction that we heard from the survey, where 58% of respondents said that, that they wanted to keep those areas commercial. We also heard that it's not just about the designation, but there's also policies that should be included in the plan relative to village centers, including ensuring the long-term preservation of retail in these areas, creating attractive environments for meeting and gathering, providing flexibility for future uses, enhancing walking and biking from adjacent areas, and also connecting the village centers to other activity centers in the community. There were a couple of areas that, that were mentioned as possible locations for converting or reverting to the mixed use designation. And those, apologies, I'm looking for my notes, are the Jans and Moore Park Village Center and the Arbalest and Herbs Village Center. And you can see those in number 4 and number 6 in the map on the screen. The next area that was brought up is the Thousand Oaks Boulevard area. And there were comments from the GPAC that the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan should remain mixed use overall. So as I had mentioned previously, we identified some locations that are currently commercial residential or mixed use in the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan, but we recommended in the preferred land use map that they be converted to commercial uses, which reflect the current uses on the ground. And you can see these areas identified in the dotted circles on the map. We did hear that there are some, we thought about some options and heard some options about how we could proceed from the General Plan Advisory Committee and from our own thinking as a team. So one is to keep the direction as we have it in the map. The other is to revert the commercial parcels that are circled to mixed use low so that they match what's in the existing specific plan. There are also, and I'll pause here for a second, there was also a question in the survey that asked whether respondents would be okay with allowing up to 45 dwelling units per acre if the building form essentially remained the same. And about 3/4 of respondents to the survey said that they would be amenable to that. They supported that as a concept. So there are 2 other options to consider. One is to redesignate the whole area as mixed use medium, which is 45 dwelling units per acre and up to 58 feet. Right now it's 30 dwelling units per acre and 50 feet. And then the other is to modify the mixed use designation to allow for 45 dwelling units per acre and approximately 50 feet of height. So the last bullet is, and it was about 70% who supported this in the survey, is to allow for increased density for affordable housing and project feasibility, but to do so within the generally the 50-foot height limit. So these are options for the Planning Commission to consider with no recommendation of direction. The third area is the mixed use at Westlake and Thousand Oaks Boulevard. As you can see, we identified mixed use on either side of Westlake Boulevard, south of Thousand Oaks Boulevard. And several members of the General Plan Advisory Committee recommended that we not include mixed use in these areas because the likelihood of these areas being converted to mixed use or residential being added is very, very low. And instead, we should place the mixed use just east of this area on the Baxter site. The fourth area is Jan's and Marketplace. There was near unanimous support from the GPAC for redeveloping these parcels. There was also calls to allow for greater flexibility over time and a recommendation to create a new land use designation or special land use policies to allow for flexibility in building form, including potentially higher height limits in certain areas. The mixed use low is 30 units an acre and 50 feet. And some of the GPAC members asked for 60 feet or even 75 feet in certain areas, not throughout the whole site, but in certain areas that don't impact the adjacent neighborhoods and the adjacent uses. There was a call for greater flexibility in the uses and an idea to cap the total number of units in the area so as not to overwhelm the site, but still allow for flexibility. So there could be policies in the plan to have a strong commercial focus, but also to allow for residential development in select locations. The fifth area is the Borchard or Alice property. There was, at the GPAC, there was general support for mixed use and flexibility in this area across the site, but there were also some different opinions about this. There were ideas to require that there be an open space buffer adjacent to the residential uses. And then there was also, as I mentioned previously, in question 9, 74% of respondents to that question wanted mixed use across the entirety of the site, and 13% were opposed to changes in land use or any development at all in this area. So we're looking for direction from the Planning Commission on the land use designation for this area. Some options are to keep it as is proposed in the preferred land use map, which is what you see on the screen, to allow all mixed use low or mixed use medium, or to write specific policies and provide direction on expectations about what the community wants to see in this area. The sixth area is Rancho Conejo, north of 101. There was generally support for mixed use overall, north of 101 in Rancho Conejo. However, there were some recommendations to remove some of the mixed use because of the lack of likelihood of anything being redeveloped in the time horizon of the general plan. You see on the map areas 1, 2, and 3. These are marked for further discussion with the general plan, with the Planning Commission, so you can provide us with direction in this area about whether you think these areas should remain as they are identified in the preferred land use map or whether they should be reverted to other uses. Mark, I'm going to turn it back to you now for the next steps.
Great. Thank you, Matt, for that overview. So as I mentioned at the outset, we are looking at a draft preferred land use map this evening on May 12th. Looking forward, there's a survey that's currently available online, and that survey will conclude. So we are continually looking for public input on this. All of that, including the commission's recommendations tonight, will be forwarded to City Council on May 18th in a presentation. And then a week later on the 25th, we anticipate that City Council will be providing direction on the preferred land use map. So those are two important dates coming up. They're also important not only in terms of the preferred land use map, but they set the stage for preparation of the draft housing element and review of the policy frameworks for other elements of the general plan, and then also CEQA for the California Environmental Quality Act. That map will provide the basis in part for that analysis in conjunction with the other elements and those related policies. In the latter part of this year, from September to December, we will be working on the housing element review, preparing the draft general plan and the CEQA document. And then early next year, we anticipate that the State Department of Housing and Community Development will, by that time, approve our element, and we will have that ready for adoption. And then the draft general plan and EIR will also be available for public review. And this entire project is anticipated then to wrap up in March, April of 2022 with the general plan and EIR adoption. So again, tonight is an opportunity to think big, to think large scale, 25 years down the road, and consider the vision that has been conveyed to us from the community, and refine it where appropriate, and then forward that information to our city council. Thank you.
All right, I will assume everybody's done. So I'm going to ask my fellow commissioners if they have any questions about that at this point. I don't see anybody nodding or waving at me, so you're all just looking. So I'm like to assume that you do not have, okay. Commissioner Lanson, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Boss. And thank you, Mr. Town. Nice to see you back in the process. And Mr. Ramey, thank you for your report. Just a few clarifying questions because of the sheer number of issues that go into this. My first kind of question was kind of to get an idea of kind of some of the reasons that we're looking at doing this as a have to, as opposed to want to. And my thought was, again, SB 330, which was the Emergency Housing Act. And again, something leading to having objective criteria to make sure that our rules are enforced. This map doesn't have any of those criteria. My understanding is that that will come later when the housing element and other things are done. Is that correct?
That is correct. So we are working on the objective standards, which are required under state law for actually your review and city council's adoption. So that will be coming later in the process. But at this time, what we want to focus on is the proposed land uses and intensities, and whether the commission thinks that they're appropriate going forward.
And because of the draft nature of the plan, so to speak, is that why we're not seeing traffic and utilities and all of the other EIR aspects that would go into it?
Correct. So the sequence is that we want to refine this preferred land use map. We want to identify where growth may occur, what it would look like. And then once we have that, then we will be doing a full environmental impact report, which will be analyzing in detail issues such as traffic, water supply, potential school impacts, park impacts. The whole range will be analyzed through that EIR. And an EIR per CEQA is required also to have its own alternatives. If there is a significant impact that can't be mitigated, then the alternatives provide an option for consideration by the commission and the council at the end of this entire process. So that detailed data analysis will happen, and it will happen after the vision is sort of finalized, so to speak, at this point.
And I know a lot of the materials in the supplement, a lot of people were concerned that this would be their only opportunity to provide comment on that issue. How many more actual public comment involvement opportunities would there be for people of the community?
Well, there will be the upcoming 2 city council meetings to begin with, obviously the online survey, but the upcoming council meetings, there will be public opportunity for comment on the scope of the EIR, the topics that it will be analyzing. There will be public input on the actual EIR itself. A draft EIR will be issued, and all comments will be encouraged on that and welcome, and we will respond to each and every one of those comments. And then at the end of all of that, the draft general plan will come back to you as the Planning Commission, and then you will provide another recommendation to city council for their final adoption. So there's still a number, what was that? I think 5 steps between here and the end where public input is encouraged and will continually serve to refine the plan.
It's important because I know a lot of people are concerned about the survey involvement. I want to make sure everybody knows that there's a lot of opportunities to get involved and here make sure your voices are heard. So thank you for kind of going through that. One thing about why also we're doing this, and again, I know it's not necessarily the topic, we're just looking at a map, but obviously we get into other things like the RHNA numbers. Based on our current general plan map, can we identify sufficient properties to satisfy the RHNA issue where we don't even have to do any of this?
Our current general plan map, I don't believe has the capacity to meet the current RHNA for the next cycle. And by that, I mean, the RHNA number, the Regional Housing Needs Assessment number, it's an overall number about 2,600 for the next cycle. But the state breaks it down into further income categories, and we need to identify appropriate densities as proxies for those income categories. So again, we begin to sort of get into the weeds there, but the existing general plan would have to be modified, I believe, to meet the current RHNA. And so folding that into this long-range vision for the city, I think is appropriate, because as I mentioned at the outset, we have never done a comprehensive update of our general plan. The state recommends that it's done about every 15 years. What we've done over the years, we've updated the individual elements, we've updated even land use, but only portions of the city, not looking at everything at the same time. And then we add in SB 330, which is one of the recent pieces of state legislation that encourages, to put it mildly, cities and counties to add housing. We thought that it was appropriate to work together on this comprehensive plan. So that's why we are where we are. It's a big undertaking, and staff and Matt's team recognize that. But the idea is to look broadly, solicit public input, which Matt summarized, and I think we have a good sense of. And again, going all the way back, not just the recent survey, but going all the way back to the community values and implementation strategies from almost a year and a half ago, a few of which I mentioned at the outset. Those are, I think, really important points: adding housing options for residents, adding jobs, continuing to protect our environment, reducing trips on our freeways, traffic, in terms of people commuting into Thousand Oaks to work. Those types of things are topics that we heard about from the community and are part of the background of the land use map that you see tonight.
Okay, I have a lot of other questions, but I know there's a ton of people online and other commissioner questions, so I will save them. Chair Buss, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Newman, I see your hand up. I see your actual hand up. That's cool.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mark. It's good to see you back. And thank you, Mr. Ramey, for your presentation. I have some questions about showing your work here about the math, but let's start with the top line number. Do I understand correctly from the alternative before us tonight that there are about 22,400 total units that would be added to the areas of change? Is that correct?
That's the total capacity of the areas of change. And so that's the number that is sort of the maximum in front of you now. And then that would be massaged going forward. So I anticipate it's not going to end up at that level going forward, but that is the capacity that is reflected in the preferred land use map.
Okay, so walk with me through the math here. Let's call that number X. I understand X might move up or down, but let's call it X for now. First of all, does that number get added to the existing 48,000? So the total we're looking at would be 48,000 plus X?
That number would be added to the 48. We have 48,000 dwelling units in the city today. So that's a potential addition to those 48,000 units.
Okay, so the total we'd be looking at then would be 48,000 plus X wherever that lands.
Mark, could I jump in? Sorry to interrupt, but right now there's a capacity in the city of 81,000 plus or minus units. That capacity is not changing from the preferred alternative, the preferred map, in the alternatives, and what is in the existing general plan. There is capacity in the existing right now in the existing residential neighborhoods, unbuilt capacity, and there's capacity in the areas of change. So there's 48,000 housing units in the city. There's a capacity of 81,000, and that means that there's overall in the city across the entire geographic area about 33,000 unbuilt units. The proposed alternative has 22,000 approximately housing units in those areas of change. However, there is existing capacity in the areas of change, and there's existing housing units in the areas of change. So it's not that it's transferring 22,000. It's actually a lower number than that into those areas of change.
That's a good segue to my next question, which is what number, I understand it may change, but what is the transfer number that we're looking at?
It's a little wiggly, and I'm going to have to go back. But Mark, do you remember that number off the top of your head, or Ian?
Which transfer number is this, Commissioner Newman?
In the preferred plan, there's a table, and I'll just call up the table. There's a table that breaks out the unit capacities in each areas of change. It's a 2-page table. It has a table for each area and then a total. The total is 22,460.
Right.
This table is titled residential unit capacity by geographic area.
Yeah, so I understand your question. And what I don't have is the existing, and if any staff has a number for this, is what the existing capacity is in these areas under the existing general plan. Because what we're talking about is the delta, right? The difference between what the existing capacity in these areas is now compared to what it is in the proposed.
Okay, so we don't actually know at this point how much.
I just don't have it off the top of my head. I can.
Okay, and then on this number that we don't know, is that inclusive or exclusive of the roughly 5,400 units that staff identified during the Measure E exercise in 2017 and 18?
We're looking overall at capacity of the city and capacity of these areas.
As you know, 4 years ago,
I understand. I know.
did this exercise, and they identified 5,400 units, give or take, that could be freed up. And what I'm asking is, does that 22,400, does it include that pool of 5,400, or is it in addition to?
It includes it.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
May I clarify though? Because that number is based on the existing general plan designations. So the excess capacity that we're going to be reallocating will be based on the delta between the new proposed density calculation, the new density categories, and what was there before. So that number actually may change.
Understood. And we'll come back to that designation question. I do have other questions about that. But it's not an addition. It's not a gross addition to the previous work. For either Mark or Matt, how would you say that this plan overall will improve housing affordability in Thousand Oaks?
I'll start. I think in a couple of ways, it would add some additional housing quantity and options for residents. That, additional units would probably have a beneficial impact on rents, for instance. But, density in and of itself does not directly equate with affordability. So, when we talk about affordability in the sense of state law and so forth, we will almost undoubtedly be discussing options to include affordable units within a market rate project going forward. And we will, need to talk about that. The council will most likely consider that because that is one way to ensure that there are affordable units in the city, in addition to the likely beneficial impact of additional quantity.
All right, thanks. This next question is for Mr. Ramey. In his presentation, I heard him say that the numbers were, quote, based primarily on survey results. And I think given the quantitative nature of the answers of the responses he was giving, he meant based on the multiple choice parts of the survey. Can you confirm that?
It is the answer to all of the questions. The majority of responses were, the majority of respondents responded to the one of the three alternatives.
Well, I'm asking about, there were 2,100, 2,200 survey responses that I think were to the multiple choice part. And then there were a much larger number, something like 6,000 that gave written responses, where there's 6,000 unique written responses. And what I'm asking is, I think I heard from your presentation that the bulk of the reporting or the decision making based on responses was from that multiple choice part. Is that correct?
Well, let me see if I can clarify what I said previously to make sure everyone understands. There were opportunities, many opportunities in the survey for people to write responses. The majority of those written responses came when someone selected an option, said that they didn't like one of the alternatives. So they were given the option to provide a comment. The majority of comments were for that. So if there's a question that had 80% of people select one of the three alternatives and 20% select none of the above, only the none of the above has the written comments. So that automatically is the minority opinion.
Okay, it's not necessarily an either or then?
What do you mean it's not necessarily an either or?
Well, I think if I understood what you just said, there were cases where there'd be a written comment that was sort of an addendum, if you will, to
instead of.
Yes.
But it was still the minority of respondents checked a box that allowed them to write a response.
Okay.
If you didn't check that box, you couldn't write a response.
But in listening to you go through your response, your report, Mr. Ramey, I heard things like saying 31% of respondents wanted this and 42% wanted that. That's based on the multiple choice part of the survey, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, you weren't counting written responses in that. You're
no, the written responses were part of, but it doesn't, the alternative A, B, or 1, 2, or 3. We gave a lot of times alternative 1, 2, or 3, or the option of none of the above. Together, they added up to 100%. Less than 15% selected none of the above in the majority of those. So 85% selected alternative 1, 2, or 3. So the majority of people selected 1, 2, or 3. And then of the 15%, those people wrote responses. And those responses added up across all of the questions, the none of the above, for the most part came up to that 6,000. So the majority of responses that we had in the survey were people who said none of the above, that they didn't like the alternatives. So that, therefore, it is actually, even though there's a large number of responses across the 33 questions of the survey, it represents a minority of respondents overall because the vast majority selected one of the three alternatives. They preferred one of the three alternatives over none of the above. And if they selected one of the three alternatives, they were not given the option of writing a comment.
Okay. I mean, really, the meta question here is what part of the analysis of the response was qualitative versus quantitative, and now I better understand how you did that.
Great.
This next question is either for Mr. Town or Mr. He/Her regarding Measure E. Do I understand correctly that Measure E does, in fact, allow a net increase in general plan designation, provided the voters approve it?
Correct. Measure E requires no net increase in the capacity of the general plan as it existed when Measure E was passed in 1996, and that's the 81,000. I think it's 81,124 figure that Matt mentioned. Anything above that requires a vote of the people.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. I also want to understand better the way that general plan designations and zoning align and don't align. And we had this discussion with staff in the past week on email, but I want to get this on the public record and be sure that I understand clearly how these two parts of how we divvy up land use are allocated. So I printed out a couple of graphics here. I apologize if they're not too clear. I don't know if you can see this, but here we have, and I'm making up numbers here. These are hypotheticals. They're not part of Mr. Ramey's plan. His is much more precisely calibrated. So take these numbers as completely bogus, because they are. But here's a general plan designation that ranges from 15 to 30 dwelling units per acre. And in hypothetical scenario number one, there is a zoning, there's an area that's zoned, a parcel that's zoned for only 10 dwelling units per acre. An applicant comes along and says, hey, I want to build 20 units per acre. And by objective standards, every other measure, the application is in spec. And I think staff said, and I would agree, that applicant must come up to the 20, must be within the range that's given in the general plan designation. Is there any disagreement about that so far? Are we all on the same page there?
Well, the zoning needs to be consistent with the general plan. So if the zoning is 10,
it would need to come up to 20 to be consistent, correct?
Well, you'd have to go through a zone change before an application could be submitted for a 20 dwelling unit per acre project. So,
but the zoning, my question here is, this zoning at 10, because it's below 15, would be considered inconsistent.
Correct.
And would be rezoned to be within the range given in the general plan designation.
Correct.
Okay. So now let's go to a different example where there's a little more ambiguity. Again, these are bogus numbers, but we're talking about ranges here. Again, we have the same hypothetical range of 15 to 30 units in the general plan designation. And this time the zoning is within the range of 20 dwelling units per acre. But an applicant says, hey, the range says 30. And if I understand staff's response last week, if the application is otherwise meets all the objective standards, then the applicant would be granted 30, not 20, even though it's within range, but 30 because that's what the applicant is entitled to. So my first question is, am I accurately describing staff's response to this question?
Under either of the scenarios that under either of the scenarios that you're showing us, a developer could request, and we would have to allow them to build at the highest allowed density, and that's per SB 330.
All right. So my first question about this is, what purpose do ranges serve if staff is going to max out an application in that scenario? What's the point of having a range at all?
Actually, the range is a practice that has occurred over years. It is a very common practice that's happened. However, what's happened is new state legislature that says that there needs to be vertical alignment between the zoning and the land use. So that ability to pick a zoning that falls within the range goes away, because AB 3194 basically states that actually an applicant come in and says, I want to build at 30 DUs to the acre, regardless of what the zoning says. They get to do that without even rezoning. That's what the state law currently says. So that is something that's new. So yes, you can point to probably many general plans that still have that range, but especially since we are in the lower range categories, it's really hard. But you know, it's basically government code. So this is not staff's interpretation.
I'll come back to that. But my question here is, I'm not asking about 1985. I'm asking about today. What's the point of having a range if the answer is automatically going to be the top of the range?
Well, there's two. Sorry, Matt, you keep jump in, Matt.
There are many ranges in Mr. Ramey's plan.
Yeah,
and I'm asking, what's the point of having those ranges if staff feels for legal reasons that they're just going to go to the top of those every time?
Well, it's a distinction between what the city allows and what a developer wants. So the purpose of having the ranges now is that we are required now to not only specify a maximum density, but in many cases we are required to specify a minimum density. In order for us to get credit under RENA for our low and very low categories, we not only have to allow a maximum density of at least 30 units an acre, we are required to allow a minimum density of 20 units an acre. So if a developer comes in and wants to build below 20 units an acre, in that case, we can say, no, you are not meeting the minimum. If they want to build anywhere between 20 and 30 units an acre, they have the ability to do that. They can't go over 30 units an acre unless they're implementing a density bonus or something like that. But if the zoning that's on the ground is somewhere in between that 20 and 30 units an acre, they can still request to build, and we have to allow them to build the 30 units an acre, which is why it's important to have the zoning and the general plan consistent. So the purpose of the range is to provide the minimum and the maximum. We always go to the maximum because that's for the purpose of calculating the capacity of the city. Under Measure E, we have to calculate the overall maximum capacity. So we have to always use the maximum number, because if we picked another number lower in the range, then we wouldn't be calculating the maximum capacity. We'd be calculating some other number.
Are you familiar with this? This came in the supplemental packet and I printed it out. This is the decision matrix for the Housing Accountability Act in 2018. This is something published by the state. Yeah. I'm sure as planners, you work with this table all the time. In the lower right of the matrix, there's the final set of questions is, does the project meet general plan standards, but zoning is inconsistent with the general plan? And if the answer is yes, it meets general plan standards, but it's inconsistent with the general plan. If the answer is yes, the project, according to this matrix, is found to be consistent with zoning. And if it's no, there needs to be written documentation of the inconsistency. So I'm having a hard time reconciling what this matrix says and the response that you just gave. One says that as long as the zoning is consistent with the general plan designation, it's okay. And the other more recent interpretation is that no, it's always got to go up to the top of the range, no matter what the range given in the designation is. Both things can't be true. So which one is the correct answer?
Well, like many documents produced by the state, that's a lot of things are not always clear, and you need a lot of planners and attorneys to figure out what it says. What that document is saying is that even though on paper it may be inconsistent with the zoning, we are compelled to find it consistent with the zoning. So what that flow chart is saying is, as long as it's consistent with the general plan, the city must consider it consistent with the zoning and not force the applicant to go through a rezone process. So it's not, this isn't, I know there's the comment letter that came with talks a lot about the definition of consistent and inconsistent and how staff has interpreted that. And I'll tell you that this is how it is being interpreted at the state level by attorneys and by HCD. And I fear we're getting a little bit off into the weeds on a topic that's not necessarily relevant to the conversation, because Measure E in no way mentions zoning, discusses zoning, has anything at all to do with zoning. It's strictly
Mr.
based on the
Ford,
general
my next
plan
set of
that
questions is going to make this very relevant to this discussion. But we need to clear up where we are in terms of how we view ranges versus zoning.
Do we think we've established that, Commissioner Newman?
I do. I do want to
Okay.
ask one more question about this matrix, though. Is this still in effect, or is this superseded by any current law? Is this still a tool that staff uses?
I haven't looked at that one close enough to see if there's a revision date or anything like that on it. So I couldn't tell you, I couldn't speak authoritatively as to whether that is the most recent document.
This is CDA's September 2020 update of the Housing Accountability Act.
Vice Chair Newman, I'm not aware of any change at this time, except that the document that you showed up had an error on there on the right side panel. That's not on the matrix that I've seen from the September 2020 version matrix. But what I will say,
I think the document was modified by the person who submitted it.
Right.
That's correct. That's correct. I printed this out. Mr. Forbes is correct. I printed this out from a letter in the supplemental packet.
Sure. I think it's also important, Mr. Newman, to just go back, as I think Mr. Buss was mentioning, that what we're doing today is a general plan amendment. We're not talking about the zoning at this point. And in fact, once we go through this process, through the general plan, we are going to have to revisit all these other factors, including our zoning, to ensure that the zoning remains consistent with our general plan. So as Mr. Town mentioned and Mr. Ramey mentioned, of course, we have to have the general plan, and everything, that's the top land regulation document, and then everything else has to be consistent with that. So if there is inconsistencies after we adopt the general plan, then we make those zoning changes to reflect, to ensure that they are consistent. And then over time,
go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, just at times over time, period of time, this is an example of the general plan where sometimes things are not built to the capacity that is allowed in the general plan. And that's one of the functions that we're doing now, is we're doing this analysis to ensure that our new general plan is showing what is there now and then what we want in the future.
Okay, so let's tie this to the proposed changes to the general plan. In the neighborhood low category, right now, that has a range of 2 RU to 6 RU, and that's an increase from the existing low designation, which tops out at 4.5. The new range goes up to 6, but I understand there will be subdivisions of that. They aren't given on the map. The plan doesn't show the work for that. But if it's going to be at 6, and the sales pitch for this whole thing said, and I'm quoting here, the city will, quote, protect single-family neighborhoods and, quote, reduce development capacity in single-family neighborhoods by transferring this capacity to other areas of the city. Without showing the work and giving designations that are higher, not the same or lower, and given that you've just explained in great detail how staff will max out to the top of a general plan designation, how is this consistent with the sales pitch that development capacity in residential neighborhoods would be reduced? 6 is greater than 4.5.
Sure. So I'll let other staff members jump in on that in a minute, but I do want to, comment that this is, this whole process that we've been doing over the last 18 months is, when you say sales pitch, I'm a little bit wary of using that term just because we have had a lot of people respond to the surveys, a lot of people being invested in doing the work and commenting and giving their time to give us information so we could use this and come up to the point that we are today. So when you say a sales pitch, this is partly based on what we've received. As we said from the very beginning, we know that the RHNA number and we know the Measure E total. And so what we said, and it's in the staff report, and it's been said multiple times, we know that we can't exceed the 81,000 under Measure E. And this plan does not do that. In fact, this plan is much less than the Measure E. So I understand that you want to see the math, but I think it goes back to, we need to see what's got to be put on the land use alternative first. And that helps us understand how many units we're taking from the residential. And then after that, we take it from the residential areas and ensure that we do not reach that capacity of 81,000. And other staff might need to chime in on that.
So Mark, I see you starting to talk too, but I'll say one thing and then let you take it. The subcategories that we've discussed and that are proposed, those will be their own general plan land use designations. So when we talk about the top of range, we will be using, for the purposes of calculating capacity, the top of range within those subcategories. It won't be 6, it'll be 4.5 or whatever those subcategories are. For the purposes, calling them subcategories is probably misleading because they don't have any less legal effect than the top of the category. They will all be land use designations, they will all have residential ranges, and the top of those ranges is what will be used to calculate that.
What
May
percentage?
I ask a question? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Sure.
Are you? And I want to try and understand where what your question is ultimately, so we can try and what the concern is ultimately. Is the concern that what we're doing is upzoning single-family residential areas to have higher density?
That's not a concern. I'm stating flat out, there's no way, given the math that you've shown, that you can avoid upzoning some percentage of neighborhoods that are currently low.
Yeah.
And further, you've done the math on the destination side of this equation. You've given the breakouts in the areas of change. My questions are in the area of the sources for those units that are moving over to those destination areas. What percentage of the acres designated in neighborhood low would be at 6 dwelling units per acre? And then the same question for neighborhood medium. But so all I'm asking is for you to show your work here.
Yeah, and let me see if I can help assuage some of the concern and the question that you have with this, which is with the looking at the land use designations in the residential areas, we went in and looked at what the actual densities are on the ground for what is built right now. So what we found is that there were areas that had a designation of 4.5, but that actually are more at 6 dwelling units per acre. And the reason that happened is because when these larger subdivisions were built, they were built with an average of 4.5 units an acre, with some higher and some lower. And so what we're essentially going in and doing is going up and down in some of these areas to identify what the current built density is and match it to that. That's what we're trying to do. And so what we actually found when we did this is that there were actually some areas that were overbuilt, that actually like parcels and neighborhoods that actually had a higher density than what the land use designation was, and some that were lower. So we're trying to go through, and it's a little bit of a cleanup to sort of right size some of this. The other point to make is, and I understand your point about, in order to figure out what we're saying yes to in the areas of change, we have to see what the map looks like for the neighborhoods. I understand what you're saying. The challenge that we have is
if I could just interject, if I lived in one of those neighborhoods and it was subject to change up or down, that's certainly something I would want to know about. And
Sure.
You've shown in great detail how the areas of change are broken out, but haven't done that on the source side. That's what I'm asking about.
And I'll just say what we've done is we've gone through and looked at it to try and right size for what the existing land use density is on the ground right now. It is actually a very difficult process. And it's a very time consuming process to go through and do that when we know that there are going to be changes to the areas of change, which could dramatically change the numbers. And so our process overall has always been to look at those areas of change and figure out the vision that this community wants for the Oaks Mall, for Jan's Marketplace, for Thousand Oaks Boulevard. And once we know that vision, that gives us the information that we need to go and modify the designations in the other areas. I hear your concern. I don't disagree with your concern, but it's actually a process and a time constraint that we have in doing the number of revisions for this.
Okay, it sounds as though at this point, though, that you do have some idea of where there are residential neighborhoods that are overbuilt, to use your term.
Yeah, and I think it's going to shift, and that's why we know that number is going to shift and it's going to move around, which is why we're concerned to just say this is what it is, because it might change in a little bit. So that's why we created the range of designations so that we could do that. And we're not trying to pull the wool over people's eyes. We're just trying to get it so that we know that they're going to be in that range. We know it's in the range now, but we just don't know the exact number because we don't know how much is moving over.
So the issue or the request here, and this is my final question, the ask here is that you show in exactly the same level of detail that you're showing right now for the areas of change. Do show your work in the same level of detail for the sources. You've broken out all these, you have many new designations, and that's good. And you've given numbers to them, and we understand the numbers are changeable, and that's what we're here to talk about. But show in the same level of detail where you propose to take those from. That's all I'm asking.
And if I could just chime in, and we will do that, Commissioner Newman, as we did in 2017 when we identified the source neighborhoods for that 5,400 dwelling unit figure that you mentioned, only 20% of which was ultimately chosen by council to actually reallocate. But we will do that as we did before and as is on our website. Right now, the focus is to figure out what is sort of the target capacity. And then once we know that, and I imagine, like I said earlier, it's going to be less than the 22,000. That's a starting point. Then we'll know exactly how many units we need from other areas to calibrate those densities in our general plan to match as built. But to do it now, as Matt said, it would take a lot of effort, and we don't know exactly what our target is until this land use map is refined. Based on your input tonight, council's input, we don't know exactly what that target number is right now.
Okay, I'm a little skeptical in that in general terms, that there are available units elsewhere. Mr. Ramey said something about there are neighborhoods that are overbuilt. So there is at least some general sense of how much could be pulled. And there's very detailed sense within the areas of change of how that would break out. So I think for the sake of the people who live in those potentially affected neighborhoods, it would be much better to have this discussion with a lot more color on the source side of the equation as well as the destination side.
I think we're pretty clear at this point that we don't want to have that discussion until we know how much we want to pull from the neighborhood, is what they're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Can I, may I jump in? I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude, but
I'll let you jump in one more time. Sure.
I just want to say that, we're really doing this push right now because we're trying to get to the point where we can do the housing element. And so that the designations in the neighborhoods actually have a little more flexibility about when that decision gets made. So it's possible that we can actually go through and identify the big moves that we have of what the areas which are going to be essentially the receiving areas. And then there's tweaking later on to the map to get it right once we know the vision for those areas.
Okay, so last question then on that word flexibility. I heard that requested quite a lot in Wednesday's meeting, which I watched. This is the community workshop / GPAC meeting. There were multiple people who asked for more flexibility. And my question to you is, what is your understanding of the definition of that term? Is it just more density or is it something beyond that?
You mean what I thought I heard from what people said? I mean,
When people are saying we want more flexibility, are they really saying we want more density, or is there something more to it than that?
No, I think it meant different things in different situations. I think that in some areas it wasn't necessarily just about more density. It was maybe where that density goes and flexibility in heights in certain areas. So, for example, the Oaks Mall could have a lower overall density, but there might be certain actual parcels on it that are higher density. So we might have a low, like a 20 units an acre average overall, but you might have some parcels that are 40 or 50 units an acre and taller buildings. And so the idea was that if you have that flexibility, whereas overall it's the same, but you have flexibility within a project, that actually gives the property owner more to work with in terms of coming up with a really good project. So that's what I understood that it meant in some places. In others, I understood that people wanted mixed use in certain areas because they wanted the flexibility to potentially add residential. And I think that came up with the changes that we made on Thousand Oaks Boulevard and the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan in the areas that were mixed use that we proposed putting to commercial. And so I think the request in that kind of flexibility was those parcels had flexibility to be commercial or residential or mixed use previously, and now they don't. And so people want that flexibility back. So I think it meant different things.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Newman. Did any of the other commissioners have questions at this point?
Chair Buss, I don't have any questions, but I have a lot of comments. So I would love to get to the public comments.
So no questions at this time, though. Okay,
No
gotcha.
questions at this time.
I believe Commissioner Lanson has another question.
Just a brief one, Chair Buss, if I can. In your materials and the staff report, and again, by the way, I know a lot of people on the line, a lot of comments I've seen are concerned about having our density obviously increase exponentially. Your staff report indicates that maximum residential capacity, reaching that number is unrealistic. Why is that? Why do you think we won't be reaching that anytime soon?
Maybe I'll lead off. I mean, historically, when there's a range, a density range, frequently it's not reached due to various factors. Even, if it's, again, it's within the general plan range, it has a maximum zoning density, but often due to other factors. It could be topography, slopes over 25%, oak trees, parking requirements, setbacks, height limits. The actual as-built density is not at the maximum. Sometimes it is, but many times it's not. And that's the situation that we found when we did the measuring analysis 4 years ago, and found that the majority of the city, in fact, was underbuilt, quote unquote. It was built at lower than maximum densities. I don't know if Michael or Matt want to augment that comment, but that's been my experience.
The only augmentation is that there are lots of parcels that are that may be mixed use. However, it has and a lot of these have an existing use on them, and the economics are just not there in order to redevelop that parcel. So if you have a single-story retail building that is currently vibrant, it's rented, it's been paid, the family's owned it for years, but it allows 30 units an acre on it, or even 45 units an acre, there's not an incentive to take that parcel and redevelop. And so that's why we have to, in order to meet that maximum.
Mr. Ramey, I believe you're breaking up on us.
Oh, really? Is this better?
Yeah, that's much better.
Okay, so in order to meet that in order to reach that build out, every single parcel in the city would need to redevelop to the maximum amount. And if you look around the city, that the likelihood of that happening is pretty much.
Well, and I would, again, just ask the question, kind of going back in terms of looking at the specific plan that took decades to put forward and has been in place 10 years. How many projects have been commenced under the specific plan in the last 10 years?
There have been, in terms of that have gone forward, we have the Lupe's project, 36 units, the 299 East Thousand Oaks Boulevard project, that's 142 units. We have 26 condominiums on Clay Court and a 4-unit apartment building across the street from the new Clay Court condominiums. And so that's it. That's about 200 units since over the last 10 years.
So you can, again, it sounds like we put plans down, but not as many projects were necessarily commenced as we probably anticipated.
Correct. And that ties into Matt's comment that often the economics just don't align. I mean, we can create these building envelopes and development policies, but the private sector has their own metrics that they need to meet. And often it's not worth the investment. In many cases it is, but often it's not. And so, this type of change is incremental, and the general plan is no different. It'll take quite some time, most likely, to, for it to come to fruition, because there's so many factors involved. But that's the short of it for the downtown plan.
Thank you, Chair Buss. I will stop now so everybody else has a chance to comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Latson. Commissioner McMahon, just want to double check. You're good? All right, then I'm going to move along to public comments. Now go to public comments. My understanding is at this moment I have 42 speakers wanting to speak. Because of the significant number of speakers we have, I'm going to limit comments to 2 minutes. And for each speaker, I would like you to go ahead and state your name and your city of residence for the records. So we will begin with Luke Solzarulo, sorry.
Chair Luke is not present.
Luke is not present. All right, then we will follow with Danielle Borgia.
Good evening, Chair Buss and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Danielle Borgia. I am President CEO of the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce, a resident of Thousand Oaks, and I'm speaking tonight in reference to the Chamber's letter submitted to the Planning Commission on behalf of our executive committee. There were 3 main themes in this letter. 1, allocate more mixed-use medium and add mixed-use high back to the map. The city's own survey results indicated that 70% of the respondents supported increasing density citywide to 45 units per acre, which would represent medium mixed-use density designation. They supported this increase in density specifically to allow for smaller and potentially more affordable units. The current amount of mixed-use density and removing the high density altogether will not meet the needs of our workforce housing, given our expanding biotech sector, and will make it much harder for the city to meet its affordable housing goals. Number 2, provide more flexibility to the opportunity sites previously identified by the City Council. We are requesting the entirety of these opportunity sites as either mixed use medium or mixed use high to provide this flexibility to these developers. Number 3, moving housing designations from established parcels to sites that have the most potential. It makes sense for the city to allocate housing units to places where projects have real potential to be built in the near or medium term future. Allocating housing to sites that have recently been developed are not actually going to produce housing over the next 25 years. The density on these sites are better utilized on parcels where the ownership has the interest or intention to build, including the properties on Thousand Oaks Boulevard in the specific plan area and the Baxter site that has already gone through a pre-screen for a mixed-use project. Our chamber urges the Planning Commission to give serious consideration to these suggestions when making your recommendations this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Borgia. I am remiss. I also want to inform my fellow commissioners, because this is department report and public comments are happening. You're actually allowed, if you would like, to ask any questions of any of the public commenters before they hang up. If you can just put your hand up on the Zoom so I can see you, and I'll be sure to make sure that you have the opportunity to ask a question at the end. Following Ms. Borgia is Stephanie Sullivan. Stephanie, are you there?
Yes, I am.
You have 2 minutes, please.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Sullivan, and I have been a resident of Thousand Oaks for over 10 years. I am calling on behalf of the grassroots organization 805 Resistance and have a letter that I would like to read for the Planning Commission. We are at a crossroads as a community. We can either choose purposeful, progressive growth or stay stagnant in classist and elitist values. There has been a growing fear heard during GPAC meetings and seen in the survey results regarding the land use map that we're turning into the valley. The only way that this will happen is if we do not purposely plan and create flexibility for growth, because growth will happen. The San Fernando Valley did not grow with purpose. It grew out of crisis and necessity without the forethought and planning needed to support it. Along with this unsubstantiated fear of urban sprawl, community members have been voicing not in my backyard sentiments about more flexible zoning. Some residents of Newbury Park are fervently against mixed-use zoning at the vacant lot in Rancho Conejo, which has the most potential to be built out with care and purpose by a lifetime resident who cares deeply about the vision of our city. We at 805 Resistance are asking that this lot at Rancho Conejo be given complete mixed use, low to medium density zoning, and that any issue with the community are discussed at the project planning level. Split zoning acts as an immediate barrier to the potential of this lot, which will prevent the ability for affordable housing due to cost and divisions of land. We also ask that focus be shifted from rezoning at the Oaks Mall and the Westlake Village Promenade and put towards the village centers and Kmart property. The village centers are an opportunity to create more housing for empty nesters, older citizens, and young professionals, which will create more inventory of single-family homes for families looking to grow. Increasing the density allowance at the Kmart property is also critical to create more affordable housing. Exclusionary zoning perpetuates segregation. If the City of Thousand Oaks is committed to equity and racial justice, it will create a new general plan that allows for purposeful growth, affordable housing, and supporting folks of all identities. This letter has been signed on by nearly 50 people and is continuing to gain support. So there's definitely a desire for this to be addressed. Matt Ramey gave a very helpful overview of equity and racial justice.
Thank you, Stephanie. I've got you your 2 minutes. All right, we're going to follow with Tim Joyce.
Chair Tim Joyce is no longer on the line.
Tim Joyce is out. Then we will follow with Crystal Evans.
Good evening, Chairman Buss and Planning Commissioners. Thank you for allowing the time for me to make some comments on this agenda item. I am here to respectfully request that you reconsider the removal of the mixed high use and the reduction of the mixed medium use from this project and consider reintroducing those items. I am a resident of Simi Valley. However, I am a local business owner here, and I'm very heavily involved with the Chamber's Young Professionals group, and as well as other young professional communities. I believe it's important for us to take into consideration more housing options for the young professionals and their families that could potentially move to the area based off the growing industries here. And also as a Cal Lutheran alumni, I think it's important that we consider housing options for the future graduates, as those are our future community leaders. And we would love to keep them here in the community so they can contribute to the future growth of our city. Thank you for your time and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. All right, now we'll be following up with Andrew Kuo. Andrew, are you with us?
I am now. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Andrew Kuo, and I represent Graystar, an owner-operator of residential housing locally and nationwide. Speaking to you guys tonight regarding a property located at the northeast corner of Lakeview Canyon and La Tienda, commonly referred to as the Anthem property. We at Graystar, we're partnering with Unin Company, the owner of that property, and several office buildings in Thousand Oaks. And we really want to transform what is now an unused parking lot into potential residential housing development that would serve the surrounding community. We've shared conceptual plans for the project with staff who are supportive of a residential use. We've gotten the direction that we need to seek the property's designation in the land use map alternative to allow for residential development. And in the current alternative, the property has been designated as industrial. However, we believe strongly that the property's designation for a residential use would be warranted for a couple main reasons. One, the location is ideal for residential, as it would be walkable to employers, services, retail options, providing much needed housing for businesses. Second, the property is currently underdeveloped, underutilized as overflow parking. Third, the property is vacant, and this would not displace any current businesses or residences. Fourth, design, engineering, and infrastructure studies have been conducted which support such development on site. It's feasible. Fifth, we would propose a percentage of inclusionary affordable housing alongside market rate units. And what that really means is that given the property that is available, it's suitable, it's feasible, and extremely likely to be developed with proper zoning, ultimately will assist the city in actually meeting its RHNA allocation for the 6th cycle. As you guys just pointed out, many of the sites earmarked for residential in the map in its current form will never be built given existing uses on site and other land topography and other constraints. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Andrew. All right, our next speaker is Rosanna Guerra. Rosanna, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Rosanna Guerra, and I'm a 28-year resident of the city of Thousand Oaks. My purpose this evening is to call attention to the survey results that are the basis of the draft preferred land use. Although the survey received over 2,000 responses, my question before the commission is how many of those 2,000 plus were from our marginalized population? The reason why I'm discussing this point is although an effort was made to reach a more inclusive portion of our population, the suspicion is that many did not respond, i.e. disabled, persons of color, homeless, and seniors. Which brings me to my second point. If our marginalized population is not sufficiently represented in the survey, how can these results be the basis of an inclusive plan going forward? I attended many office hours that were offered to get an idea of what local citizens were thinking and questioning. And I can only recall one participant who identified himself as disabled. And when asked what type of housing he would prefer, he said a type that would have walkability to my bank, pharmacy, groceries. In other words, a village center that has a residential component. Yet that particular designation did not get many responses and was left off of the update for residential. We are an aging population where our future will require easy, walkable access to banks, doctors, offices, restaurants, groceries, and pharmacies that could be answered by the village center's concept. If we are to be inclusive, as City Council has placed as a #1 goal, a revisit to village centers with a residential component is needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Guerra. Our next speaker is Ed Sahakian. Ed, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Hey, I wanted to thank all of you for your time and your commitment to our community, first of all. With the dedication you guys have put out is really great, and I really do appreciate that. Secondly, I'd like to thank Mr. Ramey and his associates for the presentations that they've done over the last 18 months. It really provided us unique opportunities to look at our community from a different set of eyes, and I think that was very, very beneficial. Tonight, I'd like to speak as a member of the community for the last 30 years. I live in Newbury Park, and I love our area. I love to be able to hike. I love to be able to use our park and recreations areas. What I'm speaking on behalf of, though, is the children of our community that want to remain in this community. And I think what we need to look at is how do we create communities where the kids want to stay? Affordability is really important to them, but not just that, lifestyle. My children moved to Anaheim because of the lifestyle there, the ability to walk to local businesses, the ability to enjoy a community center where they could actually participate with others in their community without driving a car. And I think it's really important for us to take that into consideration as we look into the next 25 years and say, how do we impact the children who want to remain in our communities? We can do that through affordable housing. We can do that through centers like we're talking about. One of the things I was very disappointed about was the fact that we removed so much of the higher density population areas, which are something that our younger generations are looking for. The medium and mixed use areas where there's businesses close by where people can walk to them. I think those are critically important to us as well. And again, as I said, and I have a limited amount of time here, I wanted to thank all of you for your commitment to our community and really give careful consideration as we move forward in terms of how we approach this and how we look at not just what we have today, but how do we build for the future for our children, for those who want to be in this community over the next 25 years. Thank you for your time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Sotkin. Our next speaker is Adam Haverstock. Adam, you have the floor.
Hello, Chairman Buss and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Adam Haverstock, and I'm the Director of Government Affairs and Tourism for the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce. Our Board of Directors sent in a comment letter about the preferred alternative map. In short, we believe that the current map is insufficient to provide the workforce housing required for the future of our city. Additional housing density and more mixed-use zoning will allow for the most flexibility to build workforce housing for the future of Thousand Oaks. But you don't need to take my word for it. The city's staff and consultants conducted a survey and extensive amounts of outreach to find out residents' opinions on the land use alternative maps. In fact, 2,127 people responded to the survey, as you know. Land use alternative map number 1, which had the largest amount of the mixed-use high designated parcels, was not only the chamber's preference, but it was also the top choice of survey takers by a huge margin. Additionally, an overwhelming 70% of survey takers said that they're supportive of additional density up to 45 units per acre, and 74% of survey takers agree or strongly agree with putting 45 units per acre in the Rancho Conejo area. These are overwhelmingly large numbers in support of workforce housing in Thousand Oaks. Despite these overwhelmingly supportive survey results, staff decided to take thousands of additional housing units off of the map. This is in direct opposition to the data of the survey that they themselves conducted, and the staff have produced a map that is the direct opposite of what residents of Thousand Oaks have said they want. Luckily, you're in a position to fix this issue. Please add mixed-use high designation back onto the map. Please put the thousands of units that were taken away back onto the map as well. Our recommendation would be to put additional density in the city's identified opportunity sites as approved by the City Council in the 2017 Economic Development Strategic Plan. They approved that plan on a 5-0 vote, so it stands to reason that they support economic development in these opportunity sites. Thank you very much for your service on the Planning Commission. We appreciate all your hard work on this project.
Thank you, Mr. Haverstock. Our next speaker will be Tom Cohen.
Can you hear me?
Mr. Cohen, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Buss and Commissioners. My name's Tom Cohen. I'm a 60-year resident of Thousand Oaks. Thousand Oaks was a small town at one time. I was born here. There were 10,000 residents. We walked, we rode our bikes all over this town. Our little town has evolved. It's grown. We have a regional mall, 3 high schools, parks everywhere. We have homegrown and now world-renowned Amgen and a fast-growing life sciences and biotech hub. We aren't that small town anymore, yet we've grown responsibly and well. Now, we've been through an economic crisis and a pandemic that has changed the way we live, shop, and work. Our businesses have suffered greatly. We now have the chance to address this through our general plan update. And what is proposed responsibly addresses it by limiting future housing opportunities outside of our residential neighborhoods. And based on review of the preferred land use map, I think we're missing some opportunities. First, we should be looking at properties where housing and mixed use makes sense. The survey concluded some mixed use in Westlake was a good idea. However, some of that will never be redeveloped, such as the North Gate and the Promenade shopping centers. They're already at max building coverage. But the Baxter property that you heard about earlier is underutilized, and housing makes sense with its location near shopping jobs, and services. Second is the Borchard property, identified by the City Council as an opportunity site. It's owned by a longtime Thousand Oaks family, represented well by Sean Maradian. We should be giving them maximum flexibility to come up with a plan that is fully vetted by the community, the Planning Commission, and the City Council. And I don't think we'll be disappointed by what we see. And third, there are others. The old Exxon headquarters.
Mr. Cohen, you've reached the end of your 2 minutes, sir. Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Karen Wilburn. Ms. Wilburn, you have the floor.
Can you folks hear me?
Yes.
Well, it's not Karen Wilburn, it's Scott Horn. Are you prepared to hear me?
You're labeled as Karen Wilburn. Yeah, where's Scott Horn?
I do have a speaker card in. She has one in also. You got your wires crossed.
Yeah, looks like it. I guess we'll go ahead and reset your time. You are going. Feel free to speak, Mr. Horn. I see you on here.
Can you put me on Zoom so I can see? You can see me.
I personally don't have that power.
Okay, can start then. Hello, neighbors. I'm Scott Horn. I live in Newbury Park. My family moved to the Conejo in '71. I am a Newbury Park High School alumni, class of '79. Go Panthers! I moved back to the Conejo Valley after college as soon as I could because I knew this was the best place to live. I am thankful to own a home in Newbury Park, and I'm here today to insist that you abandon all development plans for the wetlands. That's the Borchard Road project at Alice Road on your current draft. This property got its nickname back when I was in high school. And a bus ride back, you could see it on the side of the road, and it wasn't there the week before because the area is a floodplain. Hundreds of homeowners in the area must have flood insurance. It's not a good idea to build multi-story commercial residential properties in a flood zone. What are you thinking? Let alone at the preposterous densities you are being considered. You know Ventura County has easements on this property, and so does the city. In 2000, a federally funded study released the Cayugas Creek Watershed Wetlands Restoration Plan within it. It was a plan put forth by the Conceptual Restoration Design for the Arroyo Conejo at Borchard Road. That's right. Our own watershed district has a complete study done and has a plan in place to restore the wetlands and abandon development. Now, why do you think such a large undeveloped prime real estate piece of land in Thousand Oaks has stayed vacant for so long? Why has it taken so long to develop? It's zoned R1. The city have shown that even after extensive flood issue mitigation, the property couldn't handle nearly all of the homes it's zoned for. Those deals never got done. Now you think of allowing these mixed-use multi-story mashups with perhaps 5 times as many homes? Madness. Madness, as I say. We, the people of Newbury Park, insist you abandon development plans for the wetlands. I thank you for your time, and you guys have got a lot of storm coming.
Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Horn. Just want to check and see if we've got Karen Wilburn this time.
Yes, she's on the line as well. I think they shared a link.
Gotcha. Okay.
Does that work?
Yes, Ms. Wilburn.
Am I on now?
You are officially on.
Thank you. My name is Karen Wilburn. I live in Newbury Park. I'm also a member of Conejo Valley Advocates for Sensible Planning. I noticed that Mr. Ramey has been asked several times by myself and by Commissioner Newman for the actual number of additional units that are moving into the areas of change. We know now that it's 22,000 units total in the areas of change, but we still don't know how many of these are additional units. Based on the staff report that was just released, there are about 15,000 units in the areas of change that are mixed use. And since we don't have much mixed use, I think it's a pretty safe assumption that those are going to be additional units. So let me state that another way. The new map could potentially result in 15,000 additional housing units in an area of 484 acres or 3% of our city. This is not the vision of Thousand Oaks or Measure E was founded on. Now, at our group, we understand the need for more housing and affordable housing and the state requirements. We don't have a problem with that. What we don't understand is why are we taking such drastic measures that could move 15,000 unbuilt units into 4 small areas? Once we've made these changes, the state may pass more laws to prevent us from going back. It's like someone is asking us to lend. It's like someone is asking to borrow $10,000, and we're saying, "Hey, let me give you 50,000." The changes to the general plan should be done gradually over time, and the city must absolutely put the developers' feet to the fire regarding low-income units. If they don't provide them, projects should not be approved. Our group believes in sensible planning for all areas, but I do want to comment on Newbury Park in particular. I provided the commission with a Google Earth picture of Newbury Park demonstrating just how much development has taken place in this part of the city since 1994. We just simply can't take added density south of the freeway. We don't have the roads and the infrastructure that would be able to handle it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Wilburn. Our next speaker is Cindy Lou.
Hi.
You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Cindy, and I'm the founder and chief advocate of We Belong 805. We're a grassroots organization advocating for access and representation for people with disabilities in our community. I'm speaking tonight to ask you all to recommend that our council include higher density that will allow for housing that is actually affordable, as well as add back the village centers as part of their next draft for the alternative land use maps. Village centers are an exciting prospect for a number of reasons. It helps create more access to people with disabilities. And by the time 2045 rolls around, it's a very personal issue. My kids will be in their 30s. During our study session with Mr. Ramey and city staff, we had one of our members with a disability share that they would like to be able, their dream is to be able to take public transportation and get all their chores done in a reasonable amount of time and feel safe doing so. If all future development is planned only for Teal Boulevard, that would exclude a large number of our families, not only disabled, but also our aging population who would like to age in place. So the village centers that offer opportunity to live, work, and play within a few mile radius is very exciting. Naturally, we hope that universal design for architecture be a standard practice for all future developments, as allows for the most flexibility and access. As a final thought, it's understandable there are passionate voices in our community as we embark upon this process. Regardless of the final outcome, we must remain intact as a community. To do so, I encourage everyone to approach this process with a mindset of abundance. A community table is big enough for all of us. Equity and access for all should not be an existential threat. We must traffic in facts, not fear, engage respectfully with our neighbors, not with disdain, community, not othering. We are Conejo Strong. Let's let that guide our actions and approach as we continue the process. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for those closing words, Ms. Lou. Our next speaker will be Wendy Zimmerman. Wendy Zimmerman, you have the floor.
Thank you. I've lived in Newbury Park since 1993, and I'm involved in many different groups. I would like to remind Mr. Ramey, if he's still here, that he said that he could do a zip code for the responses by the survey so that we would have an opportunity to look more closely at what the people who live in the various areas of change and surrounding areas actually would like to see in those areas of change. So far, I don't believe that data has been produced. I would like to see that for both the survey that was completed and the one that is in progress. Would that the current survey had a space to put in any other comments, that would have been great, but we have multiple choice. I've been trying to figure out a way that we can get to win-win in this set of circumstances. I would like to suggest that in the industrial loop in the Rancho Conejo area of change, that you allow for some development or mixed use in the way of being able to put things like Tarantula Hill 2, or maybe a new borderline, those kinds of facilities to be incorporated in some of the large industrial zones that are being put up. Putting entertainment into industrial areas has become a popular concept. You can see it over in Villa Colinas to our east. It's happening in Camarillo and many other places. The square footage is inexpensive for them. the noise from those kinds of places and the late night life does not disrupt quiet residential neighborhoods. It's a great way to make better use of our industrial and flex areas that are happening, and buildings are going up, and those kinds of things could also be good tenants for the developers of those projects over on the north side of the freeway. It would satisfy a lot more of the needs for the people who want more commercial and entertainment venues, and it would not put so much of a burden on those of us who live in quiet residential neighborhoods. As to the Alice property, we have a very special opportunity with Alice because it has wildlife. It has.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zimmerman. All right, our next speaker is, I just have a first name, Clint. So Clint, if you can give us your name and your city of residence.
Good evening. My name is Clint, and I'm a renter here in Thousand Oaks. I'm also a founding member of the Conejo Climate Coalition. I'd like to frame my comments by starting with some relevant statistics. Ventura County's average temperature has increased 4.7 degrees since 1895, making ours the fastest warming county in the continental United States. The average is projected to climb 3 to 5 degrees more in inland areas, including Thousand Oaks, over the next 20 years. We must act now to mitigate the worst effects of increased temperatures and global warming. The Conejo Climate Coalition has a vision for a more people-centric, walkable, connected Thousand Oaks. The vision for neighborhood town squares will facilitate reductions in vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gas emissions while simultaneously increasing housing that is actually affordable. The neighborhood town squares concept could come to life at the Jan's Marketplace, Oaks Mall, and existing village centers. These areas could be zoned for mixed use, which would allow for increased housing opportunities. The benefits of more broadly distributed and diverse housing stock would be housing that is affordable by design. A reduced concentration of development along the main artery of Thousand Oaks Boulevard would result in less traffic congestion, less potential spillover of parking into adjacent neighborhoods, and faster, safer egress during disaster evacuation situations. The creation of walkable areas where more residents can accomplish their routine errands without driving would result in reduced vehicle miles traveled, fewer greenhouse gas emissions, less air pollution, and improved health outcomes. Using existing vacant commercial retail space just makes sense. For more information, it's available at conejoclimate.org. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Clint. Our next speaker will be Don Phillipson. Don, you
Good
have
evening, Chair Buss and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Don Phillipson, and I've lived in Newbury Park since 1979. And this issue is close to my heart because, subjectively speaking, I raised 3 kids here, my wife and I did. And we just loved the thought of them settling down here. And unfortunately, 2 of them cannot because of the affordable housing issue. My son did, and that just warms my heart with my grandson there. But from a more objective perspective, I see the issue as a business owner. Since 1989, I've owned or co-owned 3 businesses. And during that time, my partners and I have hired well over 40 employees. Although these were relatively high-paying jobs in advertising and marketing, fewer than half of our employees could afford to live in our community, so they commuted, burning their valuable personal time on the freeway and contributing to traffic congestion in our valley. From another perspective, I see the issue from the view of the Chamber of Commerce. I joined the Chamber in 2004, and I've served as an ambassador, and in 2019 as chairman of the board. In that time, I've become acquainted with literally hundreds of business owners who virtually all agree that a lack of affordable housing in our area makes finding and attracting employees at virtually any pay level more difficult. Finally, I see the issue from the perspective of someone involved at the grassroots level in the community. I'm a trustee with Community Conscience, which owns an office building on Hillcrest near Moore Park and offers office space rent-free to 13 nonprofits. Although I am not speaking on behalf of Community Conscience, I can tell you that being a trustee gives me an up-close look at how a lack of affordable housing negatively affects not only a broad swath of our residents, but also those who are employed by our nonprofits. Seeing the land use map from all these perspectives leads me to request that the Planning Commission reintroduce the mixed-use high designation and designate more parcels as either mixed-use medium or mixed-use high, which is what alternative map number 1 calls for. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Mark Sellers.
Done here.
Mr. Sellers, you have the floor.
Yeah, hi. I'm a 40-year resident of Thousand Oaks, and I'm also the secretary of the Thousand Oaks Boulevard Association, which is generally referred to as TOBA. About 20 years ago, TOBA was looking at the city's attitude surveys, which repeatedly every year seemed to say the number one goal in the community should be upgrading Thousand Oaks Boulevard. We got together, we tried to decide how best to do that. And we felt one of the best ways to do that is to create a motivation for the property owners to upgrade their properties. And we said one of the key tools is to create a specific plan. We wanted to create our own specific plan. We didn't want to have the city hire a consultant and tell us what's best for our properties. So we created what's called a business improvement district, where all the properties within the boulevard, commercial properties within the boulevard, pay an assessment every year. And the goal was to basically create this specific plan that would have mixed use in it. And why mixed use? Because mixed use will bring customers to all our members, tenants and businesses. So we created that specific plan. The city council approved that specific plan. And now for about 20 years, the commercial property owners have been paying thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars for the equal and the same right for every parcel along the boulevard to do a mixed-use project if they felt it was justified. I agree, some are very small, but one of the main concepts of redevelopment was to gather properties and make them larger. So I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know which properties are going to be mixed use, but I'm here to ask for fairness and an equal opportunity for all the property owners along the boulevard that have paid so much for that over the years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sellers. Next speaker is going to be Lisa Powell. Ms. Powell, you have the floor.
Hi there.
Hi.
I'm Lisa Powell, a 16-year resident of Thousand Oaks, and my comments tonight are geared for the community as well as our commissioners. Thank you for your service. We are not going to become the valley. The proposed changes in the map refer to 8% of the available land here in the city. There is no density for high-rise buildings. The open space and single-family housing stay. There's a lot of disinformation being shared in our community about the preferred land use map, including rhetoric about property values, crime, traffic, and aesthetics that's meant to put fear in people's hearts about growth and development. Luckily, there's a lot of research on these topics of growth and development and planning, on the truths of mixed-use development and affordable housing that can help you inform you as to why it's a really good thing for Thousand Oaks to build more housing, including mixed-use development and affordable housing. And I include the Village Center concept and Alice Parcel and Thousand Oaks and Jance Malls when thinking about mixed use. Please join me in supporting a map that ensures the potential for a diversity of housing available to all income levels, ensuring that our young adult children can live here, that our aging parents can downsize within their own neighborhoods, that we use mixed use to ensure vibrant neighborhoods, to attract young families and keep schools open, provide options so that our less mobile residents have accessibility to amenities, and make sure our local workforce can afford to live here rather than making long commutes or dissuading businesses from anchoring here or staying here. Let's ensure that Thousand Oaks is a welcoming and wonderful place to live for all backgrounds, ages, abilities, and income levels for the next 50 years by being forward-thinking in the final land use map decision. Given our demographics and a very different world than when Thousand Oaks was developed several decades ago, we must grow and develop to keep our city sustainable and healthy, as well as to make it more equitable. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Powell. Our next speaker will be Marianne Van Zyl. Marianne, you have the floor. Mrs. Van Zyl?
Yes, thank you. I thought the little box would appear before I started speaking. Chairman Buss, Planning Commissioner, staff, and fellow residents of Thousand Oaks. My name is Marianne Van Zyl, and I'm an 18-year resident of the Westlake Village portion of Thousand Oaks. I speak tonight in support of the reimagining of our older neighborhood shopping centers as village centers. Allowing mixed-use development in pockets throughout the city will be great for the livability of Thousand Oaks for many reasons. They will become gathering places where we can rebuild a sense of neighborhood community. I am a walker and a bicyclist, and I trained my kids to be bike riders in this city. But one of the drawbacks of the development style of the 1960s and 70s was its street layout. We have neighborhoods filled with cul-de-sacs surrounded by fast-moving arterials. Village centers can be anchor points for bike lanes, wider sidewalks, transit networks that allow us to get out of our cars, which are good for the bicyclists and the kids walking to school. I was just very disappointed when they came off of the plan, and I hope you will consider recommending to City Council that village centers be put back on the land use plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benzel. Our next speaker will be Kyle Rohrbach. Kyle, you have the floor.
Good evening, Chair Buss, Commissioners, City staff, and the Thousand Oaks community. My name is Kyle. I'm a longtime resident of Thousand Oaks, a volunteer, also a former Lancer, and someone who conducts business here. California's most significant issue is our increasing unhoused population, and it's running in parallel with the planet's most significant threat, which is climate change. And both matters live under an umbrella that disproportionately and systemically affects people of color, as well as those with disabilities, both visible and invisible. And tonight, we have an opportunity to address both of them in a manner that is consistent with the bright future that's already ahead for an already beautiful city, but one that doesn't fail to ignore the issues that are no longer debatable. The land use map as proposed removes one of the most unique elements that others have spoken on tonight that directly tackles both that need for additional affordable housing as well as climate change, and quite frankly, just general happiness when it comes to living in this city. And that is this concept we've heard a lot tonight about livable village centers. I live within walking distance of one of the proposed sites, particularly the one at Moore Park and Arbalest. So I do consider myself a stakeholder when it comes to what comes next for this neighborhood. And I was, like Ms. Van Zyl said, I was disappointed to see them come off the proposal that's before you tonight. It's a missed opportunity. It's a missed opportunity to create some mixed use density for housing in places where people already meet and gather. It's a missed opportunity to directly address the fact that as it stands, the land use map is going to require still the majority of our residents to drive to the city's civic centers. And when we desperately need to be cutting these greenhouse gases. Village centers provide that central hub where we can achieve the improvement in walkability, affordability, and livability. And so it is my request that you officially recommend that the livable village centers return to the map as it was. This isn't political, it's not debatable, it is simply logical. And we are beyond the point where the city's future will tolerate more missed opportunities. Thank you for your time, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Rohrbach. Our next speaker will be Jackson Piper. Jackson Piper, you have the floor.
Good evening, and thank you, planning commissioners and community members who are here at this meeting. I'd like to start off by saying that on Friday, I spoke with Sean Maradian to learn more about his plan for his property, his family's property, that's known as the wetlands or the Ellis property. And though I've had some reservations about the sorry, my dogs are commenting on things as well, but I've had some reservations about the survey results. I have to say, my sense is that Mr. Maradian is very concerned about his community's well-being and is trying to develop the property in a way that's sensitive to the neighbor's concerns. And I would urge any neighbor or anyone in the community that has concerns to talk with him and find out what he is actually planning to do there. Next, I would like to state that the Acorn article, which came out today, mentions that the units that are to be zoned for in this plan have been reduced from 32,000 units over a 25-year span to 22,000. I feel that this is an unacceptable reduction. I know people are concerned about overdevelopment, but the truth is we are all still in a housing and homelessness crisis that has lasted for years and will continue to last until we build enough housing, and Thousand Oaks is part of that. Village centers can provide for much of this housing capacity if neighborhood mixed use is allowed at commercial centers and if missing middle housing types are allowed within a half-mile walking distance of those mixed use centers. For those who are interested in learning more about the missing middle types, Daniel Perolek, who originated the idea, is speaking at the Santa Barbara Trust for Historic Preservation on Wednesday, May 5th at 6 p.m., and I encourage you to go. Finally, as to the 5,400 housing unit idea and the idea that the general plan has served our city well for the last 50 years, I have to say no, I don't think it has. And if you really think so, look at the problems our city and our community have, and please rethink that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Piper. I believe Commissioner Newman has a question for you.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Piper, for your comments. I just want to be sure I understand what you were advocating regarding reinstatement of mixed use designations and the village centers. Are you also in favor of reinstating the village center idea that was proposed?
Yes, absolutely, I am.
Very good. Thanks for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Our next public commenter is Jess Weehee. Mrs. Weehee, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Hi guys, I'm Jess Weehee. If you hear screaming, don't be alarmed. It is just my toddler. It is past her bedtime. I do really appreciate your time tonight. Thank you so much to the commissioners, to the city consultants in the city. Honestly, the TOX 2045 website has been really helpful. And I think this whole process has really given a lot of opportunities for input. And so I just want to thank you for your time on that. I know this is a very divisive topic. I am a Newbury Park resident. I was born and raised here, and I'm now raising my family here. I love the open space and the character of our community. And I'm really glad that after reviewing the land use map alternatives, that none of the proposed elements will jeopardize the character of our community. So I see that the agenda notes that the recommendation is for the commission to provide a recommendation to City Council about the latest preferred land use map. I want to keep it short, so I would just hope to request that the commission please ensure that any land use map respects the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan. I believe these businesses within the bid have been abiding by this council approved plan for more than a decade now. And I believe the process must be fair to these businesses and honor their investment in this process. And as a Newbury Park resident, I would also like to request that the property known as the Alice property portion of Rancho Conejo be zoned for medium mixed use. Our remaining undeveloped parcels of land are precious, and as a designated opportunity site, this last largest parcel of undeveloped land at 37 acres can really revitalize our community, generate tax revenue for our city, and meet diverse housing needs. Residential only zoning or split zoning will not help our city meet its needs and is really the least equitable use of this land. As others have stated, I also support bringing back the town center concept. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Weed. All right, our next speaker is Johanna Jones. Ms. Jones, you have the floor.
I have it. Thank you for listening. My name is Johanna Jones. I'm a mental health therapist. I've been practicing in Thousand Oaks for just over 10 years, and I've lived here since I was 2, but I'm not going to say how many years that was. I would like the planning committee to look at the general plan from the perspective of mental health. In the original finding from the Ramey Group, it was cited that the Conejo Valley had more depression and rates of self-harm than in other areas of the county. This may seem odd, but further research on this subject shows that suburban planning, gated communities, and neighborhoods that are divided by socioeconomics do lead to higher levels of isolation, which we know leads to depression. In our post-pandemic world, we crave community and connection. The retail world is failing and the world is changing. It's up to this commission and city council to make progressive decisions that allows flexibility, which Commissioner Newman is being defined as the ability to use multiple spaces, multiple ways over the course of time, for the growth that we want in the next 20 years in order to stay economically and mentally agile. It has been shown in research that mixed-use zoning increases mental health as there is more access and more beauty in the diversity of buildings. It increases productivity as one does not have to go so far to have needs met, and proves to be flexible with different types of housing at different stages of life and it eliminates an us-them culture. It also creates a feeling of community and values the interconnection of people. There are limited areas that we have as opportunities to plan purposefully for progressive growth. For this reason, I ask that you bring back village centers, the use of the Kmart property and Pumpkin Patch to medium mixed-use zoning, move the density away from Caruso. I ask that you put full mixed-use zoning at medium for the Rancho property for the wellness of the people. Concerns can be handled at project levels. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Roseanne Witt. Roseanne, you have the floor.
Good evening, Chair Buss and Commissioners. I'm Roseanne in Thousand Oaks, and I volunteer with the Conejo Climate Coalition, which has a vision for creating neighborhood town squares in village centers as described on the ConejoClimate.org website. Providing housing choices, creating a new vision for underperforming retail areas, reducing climate change impacts, and improving quality of life outcomes are 4 stated benefits of a general plan update. Our concept realizes all those benefits and more. It also fulfills several of the guiding principles developed through the consultant's community engagement process, including as the stated community values of a suburban community that's easy to get around, where it's easy to live, work, shop, and play, the ability to live here regardless of income or stage of life, a diversity of safe and convenient mobility options, a safe and healthy community, leadership in climate and environmental sustainability, and an active and involved community. We do this by implementing the stated strategies of creating a diversity of housing types and affordability levels, creating more meeting and gathering spaces to enhance community, revitalizing underutilized land, including the malls and older shopping centers, improving public transportation, including connections to neighboring cities, creating a complete and safe bicycle network, improving walkability, pursuing strategies to reduce the city's environmental impact, including GHG emissions, reduced water use, and reduced energy use, and protecting the city against future natural or human-caused disasters like wildfires and earthquakes. Thousand Oaks can check all those boxes by distributing neighborhood town squares citywide. To do so, you need to recommend village centers in the preferred alternative. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Witt. I'm going to break for a second here and ask my fellow commissioners. We're hitting about 8:30 now, and I've got roughly 17 speakers to go. Would you like to take a break now, or do you want to go through 17 more speakers and then take a break? If anybody has an opinion either way.
You gave us 2 options there, but I think a break now would be
okay in
our interest, and certainly in mine.
Let's take a 10-minute break. Is that good for everybody? Let's go 10 minutes and then we'll come back. So we'll meet back here at 8:40. Thank you. All right, we have all of our commissioners back, so we will continue with the public comments. Leading off will be Lisa Seifa and Nalidi. Sorry I butchered that, but please, you have the floor.
Hi, my name is Lisa Safanili. I lived in Thousand Oaks over 26 years, and I've worked most of that time serving the Latino community here in town and running a nonprofit for people who are making minimum wage. First, I'd like to thank all of you for the hard work that you're doing. I'm sure it's very challenging. I love living here and I love hiking. That's my favorite thing to do. And I really appreciate how you've protected the open space and kept this a really great community for all of us. In saying that, the community that I serve is essential to the healthy well-being of all of us in our community. They're the people who work at the assisted living centers, caring for our elders. The people that we serve work at the malls, the retail stores, and they work in the restaurants and the hotels, the grocery stores. They're the housekeepers, the nannies, and the in-home caregivers that we all need. And as the senior population grows, we're going to need even more of them. At the same time, making minimum wage is really tough. And I know a lot of the assisted living centers, I've heard them say they have really tough time filling the spots for the people that they need to care for the elders. And so we need to, in whatever housing that you plan, we need to have enough housing set aside that can control, that has rent that is affordable for minimum wage earners. So people who don't have cars, who work in our community, who can't afford to commute, we don't want the traffic anyway, have a way to live here and help our community grow in the future. So I'm hoping that there'll be a way that you guys, really like your plan. I really love the way you've made community centers, and I just hope that you'll make sure that there's housing strictly designated for minimum wage earners in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Diane McKay. Ms. McKay, you have the floor.
Hi, good evening, Chair Buss and commissioners. Thank you for having me. I love Thousand Oaks. I was raised here. I raised my 4 kids here. My business is here. I tend to do a little volunteer work here. I would like to, part of that volunteer work is with the chamber, and I want to fully support what they're asking for tonight. Please allocate and then approve medium high mixed use for the designated opportunity sites, including Borchard Road. These were approved in 2017 with the 5-0 vote. Then also look at the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan, which is more like a promise. It's a decade old. These folks and the small business owners by self-assessment have been paying in to be able to do mixed use on their properties. These are families and small business owners that made financial decisions based upon this specific plan. And it should not be changed. That just feels wrong. There are other opportunities that may come up. I agree with things people have said about the Baxter parcel and the villages. It's great. As I said, I raised 4 kids. They're adults, they have good jobs, and none of them have chosen to live here. Not everyone wants a red tile roof. They want walkability. They want some of the new things we have to offer. So let's try some new things, some mixed use, some walkability. I love Thousand Oaks. I look forward to the future vision where we have new parks for the new people. Our schools are revitalized, and the environmental ways that we build now keep us healthy and our community great. Thanks, you guys. You have a hard work ahead of you. Good luck with it.
Thank you, Ms. McKay. Our next speaker will be Betsy Connolly.
Hello, everyone. The general plan update and the housing elements specifically provide an opportunity to preserve what is best about our community: the open space, the recreational offerings, the great schools, libraries, and theaters, while also sustaining our economic and social vitality. I hope that this will not be treated as a state compliance exercise where we do as little as possible, but instead as an opportunity to take the lead in enhancing the livability of our city. Tonight, I am speaking to you from the perspective of a 12-year former school board member. I saw firsthand how the closure of elementary schools devastated neighborhoods. I'm worried about the aging neighborhoods with their old-fashioned shopping centers and their shrinking school-age populations. I think that the village centers could help to revitalize these neighborhoods in ways that would be attractive to younger people and to folks with school-age kids. Bringing that vitality into our aging neighborhoods rather than concentrating all of the growth along the 101 corridor will provide many benefits, including greater walkability, bikeability, and more opportunities to create public transportation hubs. I have read through every comment in the Village Center section, and I see real enthusiasm for the Village Center concept balanced against a repetition of the no change, no growth mantra. 58% is not an overwhelming rejection, especially when the placement of village centers in the survey and the soft sell it received in the briefing book are considered. I hope you will give village centers and their potential to revitalize aging neighborhoods a closer look. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Connolly. Our next speaker will be Dave Eady. I believe, Mr. Eady, you are on the phone and you have the floor. Or maybe they're still muted. You verify that?
He's listed twice. I've allowed him to talk on both lines. I'm not sure which one he's on.
Copy that. Mr. Eady, we don't hear you if you're on the other line, so try the other one. Shall we assume he's having technical difficulties at this point?
There's nothing further I can do on my end.
All right, then we're going to pass on Mr. Eady and move on to Andrew Pletcher. Mr. Eady, if you figure out your issues and are able to get back in, we will be happy to let you speak later. Andrew Pletcher, you have the floor.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to speak. Andrew Pletcher, I'm a resident of Newbury Park. Planning Commission, tonight your decision should not be politicized, and unfortunately for many, that is what this process has unfortunately become. Instead, your focus should be on planning for the future, which should be about smart growth and creating the highest and best use of parcels throughout our city. What's clear is that we need a map that creates jobs, encourages workforce and affordable housing, and jumpstarts our local economy, which, it should be noted, has shrank $8.6 billion from 2007 to 2018. What's clear tonight is that the status quo no longer works. As a former planning commissioner, a resident, a small business owner, and a volunteer throughout the community, the map before you tonight is a great start. However, like so many here tonight, there are additional opportunities for change that would provide the necessary housing units and changes we need to make as we look towards the future. Flexibility and reasonability should be your guide. The Rancho Conejo property south of the 101 should lose its split zoning and be allowed maximum flexibility through its current mixed use low. That flexibility should continue throughout additional parcels, including our Thousand Oaks Mall and our Jan's Marketplace. Those parcels should actually be zoned to create maximum usage because of their setbacks, their traffic, tree coverage, parking, and a lot of other things that on a different meeting normally are very pro, things that we do encourage when we look at a particular application. Additionally, we should move units on, for instance, at the Westlake Promenade and throughout Thousand Oaks that do not have the opportunity to create that housing. And we need to make sure that we follow the Boulevard specific plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pletcher. We will move on to Tim McDougall. Mr. McDougall, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your quality time. Wow, such a difficult decision, so many opinions, but you know, there's a couple of things that just ring throughout everyone's comments tonight. Everyone wants to have affordability. They want to have a place where we can live, work, and play. We live in a great city. It looks like about 74% really want a mixed use in that Borchard area. And that's where I'm speaking to you. A lot of people have talked about the other side of Alice and how that affects folks, but think of the folks on the other side of the freeway or on the other side of Borchard that could have access to a great area that has just basically been dirt. For the 20 years that I've lived here, and for a long time, I used to drive past a sign that would say, slow down, welcome home, Thousand Oaks. That sign's not there right now. But if that area was developed into something that was a signature piece where people could really have a place to live, work, and play, talk about their great city, slow down, and welcome home, that would be a real positive thing for our community. Let's make that all mixed use. And thank you again for your quality time. I'm going to give my time to someone else.
All right. Thank you, Mr. McDougall. Next speaker is Nat Farah. Nat Farah, you have the floor.
Hi, I'm here. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Nat Farah. I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks. Be afraid, very, very afraid. Be afraid that if the Borchard site is rezoned, your property values will drop. Be afraid that if the Borchard site is rezoned, there will be an increase in crime and homeless people in your neighborhood. Be afraid if the Borchard site is rezoned, there will be gridlock on your streets and there will be high rises built against your homes. Be afraid if the Borchard site is rezoned, the character of our entire city will no longer exist. Be very, very afraid. Be afraid that if the Borchard site gets rezoned, your homes will flood. Be afraid if you support rezoning of the Borchard site, you'll be accused of being paid off by developers. Be afraid if you live in Newbury Park or adjacent to the Borchard site and support its rezoning, you are not one of our neighbors. Be afraid if you support rezoning of the Borchard site, you'll destroy the wetlands. I support and accept residential development on the Borchard site, but be afraid if it gets rezoned, it could actually get built. Be afraid that the survey results have been rigged. Be afraid we don't want lower income people in our community. Be afraid. Take the survey and tell the city that you are afraid. Be afraid. I accuse the property owner of rigging the survey without disclosing the fact that for months I spread misleading information on every social media platform with flyers to my neighbors, door knocking, letters to the editor, public comments during city events, and by creating a website to spread defamatory statements. Be afraid if you speak up in support of rezoning the Borchard site, you'll be targeted and harassed. In Thousand Oaks, we don't believe in private property rights. These are just a few of the lies and propaganda statements made by Karen Wilburn of Newbury Park.
Thank you, Nat Farah. Our next speaker is John Friedman. Mr. Friedman, you have the floor. Mr. Friedman, you're still muted. There you go.
Hello.
Yes, we hear you.
Yes, my name is John Friedman with Gem Street Properties. I was calling in today to discuss the parcel at 53 Caneo School Road. It's the old trailer park that is pretty much a vacant parcel. And in the three alternatives, that parcel was shown as mixed use. And I had written into staff to support that proposed use. But I now see that it has been reverted back to the existing mobile home exclusive. And I'm curious as to maybe what the thinking is behind there, as I don't believe that's necessarily the best use for the long term. Other than that, I would defer my time to someone else as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. All right, next speaker is our old friend, Kevin Cohan. Mr. Cohan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Buss and former colleagues of the Planning Commission. I want to thank you, city staff, Ramey Associates, on their extensive level effort on the general plan process. As a former Planning Commissioner, certified urban planner, and resident of Thousand Oaks, I largely support the preferred land use alternative map. I do have some recommendations for modifications to the map. Number one, implementation of mixed-use village centers to encourage walkability, connectivity, and new housing types throughout the city. Number two, all areas in the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan should remain mixed use, and all commercial areas designated in the preferred land use alternatives map should revert to mixed use medium. Number three, the Borchard Alice property should be designated entirely as mixed use medium to support the Rancho Conejo Business District and to provide a town center destination for residents of Newbury Park. Split zoning of the property does limit the opportunity of good planning practices. The property's adjacency to sensitive residential uses should come through the design review process rather than through the division of land use designations. Number four, the Oaks and Jance Mall should allow for greater flexibility in uses and have a special land use policies on height limits and a cap in total units. And finally, number five, the Westlake Boulevard, Thousand Oaks Boulevard Commercial Center should expand its mixed use designation further into the Baxter property to provide for opportunities of workforce housing and pedestrian walkability. Overall, I echo Mark Town's comments that we must think big and be visionary, making Thousand Oaks a beautiful place to live, work, and play. I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Good to hear your voice. Our next speaker will be Kinsey Flame.
It looks like Kinsey is using an old version of Zoom. I may need to move her into this room to speak. Please stand by.
You got it.
Okay, I believe she's able to speak now.
Welcome, Kinsey. You have the floor.
Hello, Planning Commission and community friends. My name is Kinsey Flame. I'm a local business owner as well as I own a home on Michael Drive. My home's lot directly backs up to the Borchard project, all the way across the creek. I'm one of the 3 homes in this neighborhood. As a homeowner in this area, the last thing I would like to see is a track of homes behind us. I don't feel another set of single-family homes is what our community needs. I would like the Planning Commission to take into consideration rezoning this area for mixed use. This would revitalize our community, generate tax dollars, and provide diverse housing our community so desperately needs. We need housing for our teachers, the Los Robles Hospital students, biotech companies who are hiring new staff, and everyone in between. Many people like myself have to move out of the Conejo Valley to rent and save before we're able to move back to buy here. I would much rather have put the money back into our community that I planned on settling down in. I own one of the largest social media groups in our area with 23,000 members. We get dozens of posts per day asking for rentals in our area. We need starter houses for new families so that the community can grow and thrive. Allowing the Borchard area to build mixed use would allow the Newbury Park side of town a downtown area, a place where we can enjoy our outdoor spaces while visiting our local businesses. Those in our community who have not met Mr. Meridian, I highly recommend you reach out to him to discuss the project. His plans have your homes in mind. And those of you that have had people visit your home with incorrect information, please do your own research. Reach out to Mr. Meridian. Visit the city website. Do something other than believe the incorrect information community members are posting on social media and dropping off at your home. Also, I haven't even heard of any 7-story buildings being built, so we can just stop talking about that. One last thing, the Borchard property is not a wetlands anymore. Can we just understand that that's a fact? Thank you for your time and have a great day.
Thank you, Mrs. Flame. Our next speaker will be Steve Schiedermeyer.
Steve is no longer present, and neither is Lily, who's next on the list.
You got it. Then our next speaker will be the man of the hour, Sean Meridian.
Good evening, Commissioner Buss, fellow planning commissioners. My name is Sean Meridian, Thousand Oaks native and lifelong resident. Of the countless errors before you this evening for your consideration, I specifically ask for your flexibility and support for what you've heard tonight as the Borchard Opportunity Site. It's a 37-acre vacant parcel located at the southwest corner of Borchard Road and Highway 101. My family has been rooted in Thousand Oaks since the 1960s. My father bought this opportunity site in 1978, over 43 years ago. My family and I have always worked with the city to meet its goals and priorities as good neighbors, Prior to any discussion of this general plan, the city endeavored to identify any and all remaining undeveloped parcels in the entire city, which resulted in what's known as the opportunity sites. They consist of 6 parcels totaling 80 acres. In 2017, the city council adopted 5 the opportunity sites because of their size, location, and proximity to large employment base and transportation corridors. At 37 acres, the Borchard Opportunity Site represents nearly 50% of the site's entire opportunity site area. This is an important consideration. During the entire general plan process, it was repeatedly identified as a site that could address countless community needs. As you heard this evening, the Borchard site received over 80% support for mixed-use zoning over the entire parcel. This was more than any other area and or specific site citywide. Of the 1,300 survey comments, over 1,100 supported mixed-use zoning. After the current proposed land use map was released, I expressed concerns to city staff for suggesting the split zoning. The arbitrary split zoning limits flexibility over the entire parcel and prevents us from designing a project that would actually provide a healthy buffer from our existing neighbors, allow us to direct traffic away from their neighborhoods, and provide community benefits and amenities which the Newbury Park community deserves. All in all, opportunity sites are just that, opportunistic, to allow for a variety of dynamic and flexible uses to satisfy a wide range of city needs. A single mixed-use zoning designation does not achieve any of that. Our request, which was echoed by the GPAC, is to please consider a single mixed-use zoning over the entire Borchard Opportunity Site. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Moretti. Our next speaker will be Greg Regier. You have the floor, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Greg Regier, 20-year resident of Newbury Park. I'm speaking to you tonight on behalf of the Southern California Conference of Seventh-day Adventists. Several members of the Seventh-day Adventists are on the line, including Mr. Salazar, who is the president of the Southern California Conference. We submitted a letter to you earlier and encourage you to review that as you come to a decision on the preferred alternative. Specifically, though, I'd like to direct your attention to a piece of property that I don't think has been mentioned tonight, where we believe there is some great opportunity for residential use, and that is the Southern California Conference's piece of property off of Academy Drive on the north side of the freeway in Newbury Park, in the Rancho Conejo portion of the preferred alternatives. For those of you who don't know, Southern California Conference has been a property owner in the community for over 50 years. They've educated thousands of children. They have a church in Thousand Oaks, a church in Newbury Park. They run senior programs, health and nutrition programs, and property that was once owned by the Southern California Conference is now Target, Lowe's, Home Depot, some of those other commercial uses. The property that is located there off of Academy is part of a specific plan, and there was always the intent that some amount of it would be residential. In 2019, a map was recorded with some idea of some residential uses, and in fact, not only has there been commercial use in the area, but the Southern California Conference also agreed to dedicate 240 acres of open space to the city. The industrial use that's on the current preferred map just doesn't make any sense and raises a number of concerns for the Southern California Conference and the school. So we would ask that the Planning Commission reject the industrial designation and designate the property for neighborhood medium or neighborhood medium high. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker will be John Stokely.
Good evening, Chair Buss and fellow commissioners. My name is John Steckley. I'm a resident of Los Angeles, and I am the development lead for Macerich, the majority owner and operator of the approximately 80-acre Oaks Mall. I want to thank the Planning Commission, city staff, and consultants for their forward thinking and inclusiveness throughout this general plan and land use element update process. This general plan update is long overdue, and if done correctly, will have a lasting positive impact on the land use and sustainable growth in Thousand Oaks for decades to come. Unfortunately, the preferred land use designation for the Oaks, mixed use low, misses the mark and does not give the Oaks the flexibility to transform into a live, work, and play destination that will guarantee its survival in today's rapidly shifting retail environment. The mixed use low designation also does not factor in the uniqueness of the 80-acre site and unnecessarily limits allowed uses to commercial and multifamily residential while allowing while lowering the allowable height at the Oaks from 75 feet to 50 feet. If approved, this mixed-use low designation directly contradicts the true mixed-use version for the Oaks that we believe is shared by Macerich, city staff, and the broader community. Consequently, we ask that the commission take no action tonight until full consideration is given to the individually and specifically planning the Oak site with the full input of all stakeholders, including Macerich. We believe this thoughtful and deliberate approach will produce a land use designation that will allow for a visionary transformation of the Oaks that all community stakeholders will be satisfied with and proud of. Thank you all for your time tonight.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jackson Pipe. Jackson Piper.
I think I already spoke. I might have registered twice, so please go ahead.
Oh, I apologize. Thank you. All right, then our next speaker is Christy Jones.
I believe maybe we lost. Is it James Christie or Christy?
James Christie, okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
I don't see that person in the room anymore.
All right, then Stephen Caston.
Okay, here we go.
I don't see Mr. Caston. Do you? Oh, there we are.
Hearing me okay?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay. Okay, we have met as a board for many years and have opened up our board meetings to anyone that wished to attend our meetings. We have consistently discussed and have approved the city's specific plan for Thousand Oaks Boulevard. Our approvals and opinions have consistently been as follows. We want good projects to be approved by the city along Thousand Oaks Boulevard. We want to give our board's input on the right developments. We want better signage on Thousand Oaks Boulevard that identifies our business corridor. We want to see pedestrian traffic encouraged along Thousand Oaks Boulevard. At least one parking structure should be built in the business corridor. More safe crosswalks should be constructed to encourage pedestrian traffic. We also endorse mixed-use developments in other areas of Thousand Oaks. Mixed-use developments will encourage people that work in the community to also live in the community. This will cut down on traffic from people traveling from other areas, such as Oxnard, Simi Valley, Los Angeles, etc. We also want to improve signages for our businesses. We advocate for a sign advisory committee to be established that would serve as an appeals board for signage that might be rejected by the city. In summary, our commercial corridor needs to be updated with new businesses and new housing sharing space on the boulevard. We want to keep Thousand Oaks as the wonderful community that it is. Our TOBA board will continue to work with the city for the benefit of all stakeholders of Thousand Oaks.
Thank you, Mr. Caston.
Have one more minute?
No, sir. You're out of time. Thank you.
Out of time? Okay.
All right, and our last speaker is
Chair Buss, I apologize. I assume that was the Thousand Oaks Boulevard Association.
Yes, Mr. Caston mentioned that at the very end, so I believe he is part of the Thousand Oaks Boulevard Association. I was going to ask him as well, and then it was clarified for me at the end. All right, we're going to go with our final speaker, last but not least, Stephanie Murillo.
Hello.
Yes, you have the floor, Ms. Murillo.
Thank you. My name is Stephanie Murillo, and I am a young Hispanic, recently married woman who one day would love to purchase a home in Thousand Oaks. I currently work in Thousand Oaks and serve as the Executive Secretary for the Thousand Oaks Boulevard Association. And today I have a letter that I would like to read on their behalf. Based on the city and its consultants' presentation of the initial survey results, the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan area received the highest amount of community support for mixed-use general plan designations, followed by the Rancho Conejo area. There was overwhelming support for the medium density mixed use anywhere on the Thousand Oaks Boulevard. On the other hand, the presentation reflected little to no support for mixed use at the Oaks Mall, Jan's Mall, Village Center, or on the east side of the city near Westlake Boulevard and Thousand Oaks Boulevard. The initial survey separated the properties west of Moore Park Road from the ones to the east, where the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan starts. We have serious concerns that, as part of the final preferred land use map survey process, nearly the entire west side of the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan area, with its unique boulevard-oriented smaller properties, is now, with no justification, lumped together with the large mega properties of the Oaks and Jan's malls, which makes it impossible for our association and our members to effectively express their opinions on what is best for the boulevard in that survey. Since all comment boxes have also been removed, the survey taker is forced to take an all or nothing approach without being able to measure the true and accurate support for mixed use in each unique area. The entire two large malls are being recommended for 100% mixed use designation, possibly resulting in thousands of new units in areas that have no survey or community support. In contrast, Thousand Oaks Boulevard, which had the survey's participant support for mixed-use development, is only receiving limited and partial mixed-use consideration on any arbitrary, unfair, parcel-by-parcel redesignation. In closing, TOBA is supportive of the city's effort to update the general plan. However, at this point, we are unable to support your approval of the current preferred general plan update land use map. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Murillo. And like any good rock band, we're going to have an encore here for public comments. So I've got three more. We will begin with Gregory Leon.
Gregory is no longer in the room.
Gregory is no longer in the room. How about Rebecca Alberon? Rebecca, you have the floor.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. Good evening, Thousand Oaks Planning Commission. My name is Rebecca Alberon, and I'm a current lead with Ventura County YIMBY, which stands for Yes in My Backyard. We are a grassroots organization advocating for affordable housing throughout Ventura County, and I am here tonight to express my support of mixed-use zoning at the sites such as the vacant lot in Rancho Conejo. I am here to support focusing care and equitable development on the village centers and the Kmart property, while keeping in mind that it's important to increase density. There was a report card published on the Mercury newspaper in February of this year based on the RENA numbers, and Thousand Oaks has areas that definitely need improvement for the very low income housing and the low income housing categories. People who need affordable housing already live and work in this community. I want to echo the need to build affordable housing and add back the higher density levels that were left out, especially to house, the population, the workforce population that is already currently in Thousand Oaks, as well as the millennial population that is currently there. And just as a reminder, in regards to density and mixed use zoning, especially given COVID, it's really important to reimagine what the future is going to look like for the city. That includes walkability and a people-centered community is really important to this generation. And what I've heard tonight from many people in the business community is supporting workforce housing. And I think that's really important to acknowledge that you have the business community supporting, affordable workforce housing. And I really do hope that you take a look at the map and, add back some of the higher density zoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alberon. Our next speaker is Karen Martin.
Karen is not in the room. However, we can retry Dave Eady if you would like.
Dave Eady, so good to have you back. You have the floor, sir.
I guess I'm unmuted now.
There you go. Oh, you have 2 minutes, sir.
Better last. Anyway, good evening, Chair Buss, and thanks for getting me on finally here. I'm a resident of Newport Beach, but I work for Kennedy Wilson, the owners of the Baxter Way property at the east end of Thousand Oaks Boulevard. I sent you a letter in your supplemental packet, and it has more detail than I'll go into here. This is just hitting a couple of highlights, but notably our property has been designated on the preferred land use map as industrial flex. And we think that there should be a residential designation on at least a portion of the property. And we would ask for your favorable consideration on that, principally because the initial concept we had for adding a multifamily component to the Oaks has already been vetted at the city council level. And the proposal is proceeding in a manner consistent with that vetting through the whole entitlement process. So to not include the property would be inconsistent with the council's prior action. I would add that our residential plan that we're working on here has a number of affordable dwelling units, which I've heard over and over tonight, people asking for that. And it's virtually non-existent in this area of Thousand Oaks on the east end of town. I'd also say that the corridor along Thousand Oaks Boulevard, as you get toward the east of town, has no viable sites for housing other than the Baxter property. As someone noted earlier, the Promenade property and other properties like that are built out, and it's not realistic to think that you're going to be able to add housing there because you're talking about having to demolish structures to accommodate houses, and those are all viable entities underway. So these reasons and others that I put in the letter are the basis for the request we have of you to seriously consider multifamily designation or its equivalent of some sort to at least a portion of our property. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Eady. All right, and with that, I believe we are going to close public's comments. And I'd like to go back to staff now and see if you have any comments to follow up. If Mr. Towns around, or who we got?
There's a couple of things I wanted to clarify, and then I'll turn it over to Mark if he has some additional items. Just a couple of things really quick. A few of the speakers talked about the survey results and looking at what zip codes responded or different aspects of who responded to the survey. One of the speakers also mentioned wanting to see the actual data from the survey. So I just wanted to clarify all of that information is available on our website. We have, depending on how deep of a dive you want to take, we have a summary of the survey results. We have a very detailed, many dozens of pages report of analyzing the survey results. And then for those who want to climb into the data, we actually have an Excel file on our website that has all of the raw survey data available. So if people want to filter it or slice it or dice it, however they would like to see it, the data is available there to do that on the toaks2045.org website. The only other thing I wanted to mention was Mr. Friedman spoke about the mobile home park on Conejo School Road and why it had been designated mixed use in the alternatives, and then we changed it back to trailer park. It was actually our error changing it to mixed use in the alternatives. We got carried away and continued the mixed use from the boulevard to there, but there is actually an ordinance that was passed in about 12 years ago, I think around 2008 or so, that actually says that you cannot approve a general plan amendment to remove a mobile home park designation unless and until all of the relocation fees are paid to all of the tenants and the owner goes through that relocation program required by the state, and or there is a vote of the people to approve that change. So because of that ordinance and its requirements, we didn't feel it was appropriate to recommend that change through this process. But at such time in the future, if and when they want to close that park and go through that process, they could apply for a general plan amendment at that time. Those are the only items that I had. I'll turn it over to Mark, and I don't know if Matt had any additional items also.
Great, thanks. Michael. I just had a few quick responses. One, Ms. Zimmerman recommended that there be sort of additional activity in the industrial areas, and for both industrial low and industrial flex, the anticipated land uses include supportive retail, breweries, and distilleries, which we have heard over the years as a desired component of that area, so that there's not such separation of land uses. Second point, Mr. Regier from Seventh-day Adventist mentioned that the church would prefer residential in what we call the northern portion of their property. That is institutional today. Industrial is proposed in the preferred land use map in large part because of the high level of activity and interest that we're seeing in that area. But I just wanted to sort of lay the landscape for the commission that there are 3 different land uses: institutional today, proposed industrial in the preferred land use map, and residential requested. And then finally, Mr. Stokely from Macerich, speaking on behalf of the Oaks Mall, mentioned that there would be a reduction in height under the current proposal. That's accurate. The current zoning for the Oaks Mall, and actually same height for the Jan's Marketplace, but the zoning for the Oaks Mall is regional shopping center. It's very limited in Thousand Oaks, and it does allow 75-foot high buildings, and mixed use low is proposed for the Oaks Mall and for the Jan's Marketplace, which has a maximum height of 50 feet. And the Jan's Marketplace has a different zoning, but it also allows up to 75-foot high buildings. So those are my comments. And if Matt wanted to add anything?
Matt's shaking his head no, so I think we're good there.
I think we're good to go.
All right.
One thing real quick, I'm sorry, Chair, if I could just add on to Mark's comment. It is before the commission this evening that the height limits and the FARs that are attached to those mixed use designations are not set in stone, and those 2 could be subject to deliberation by the commission. So if you thought that the density was appropriate, but the height or the FAR needed to be increased, either at certain locations or citywide, that would be within your purview to have that discussion tonight.
Before Commissioner Newman asked the question, I'm going to ask you the question: would those be enforceable if state law supersedes and allows people at the maximum? Because I know that's going to be the immediate question. If we try to set them at the city level, would they be enforceable if anybody presents something that's greater?
The state still has the ability through its police power to regulate buildings through zoning. So height, setbacks, all of those things can still be regulated. Where you run into problems with the state is if you say, I'm going to allow you to build 100 units an acre, but it can only be a 2-story building because it's impossible to build that density in that height. So as long as it's practical and feasible to match the density to the building height, then we still absolutely have the ability to control development and control the character of the buildings.
Okay, so I'm just going to repeat this question. I apologize for butting the line here, but so if we said hypothetically on lot Z, we'll do mixed use medium, but we want to cap it at 50 feet, that would be a rule?
I would say it would be our rule, Chair Buss. Again, as Mr. Forbes mentioned, the state has the ability, whether it's a density bonus law or some other way, to modify that through their own power. And so that would be the concern. But certainly we have our limits that we can put on to our general plan and ultimately our zoning.
But then, Mr. Ayer, so you're saying the state could supersede us, but if we just zone it lower, then the way that an applicant could supersede that is by coming in front of a body like the Planning Commission or the City Council and getting it through.
I think what Mr. Forbes is saying, and that's my point, is just to agree with his comments, is that there are options that a developer could do that might have an opportunity to exceed some of our requirements or our conditions based upon, for example, doing a density bonus with affordable, or doing a complete all affordable or something of that nature, where they get these bonuses, where they get these additional entitlements because of a state's position on we need more affordable housing, therefore we're going to reward or offer as an incentive to developers to develop something beyond a current requirement that we
And
would
that
have.
could happen through future legislation over the next 25 years, correct?
Sure.
Okay. All right. That satisfies that question for me. I'm going to go ahead and open it up to my fellow commissioners. And I see Commissioner Newman is chomping at the bit. So I will allow you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. I just had a follow-up question about the building heights as a level set. If we're talking about mixed use and or apartment units, how many stories does 50 feet represent? How many stories for 75 feet?
I am going to defer to Mr. Ramey on that one because he has a much better grasp on that.
50 feet is about you can get about 4 stories in 50 feet. And in 75 feet, you can do about 6 stories. The way to think about it is that ground floor with retail is about 15 feet, and then each residential floor is about 10 feet. Ideally, you want some allowance for variation in height so you don't end up with boxes everywhere. And you can do that by height averaging and other methods.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Chair, I have some other comments and questions, but I'll reserve them for now. Thank you.
You got it. All right. Any of my other fellow commissioners have questions for Commissioner McMahon? You have the floor.
Yes, hello. I had a question about the Baxter property. It seems that the city council has somewhat green-lighted their ability to move forward with a proposal. And nobody's guaranteeing that it's going to go through, but it just seems disingenuous to me to not give them that opportunity and not have that designated as a residential of some sort. And I'd like to hear the city comment on that.
So if I may, Commissioner McMahon, we certainly understand your question. The fact is that they have been given a pre-app approval to go forward with the allocation at this time on this property. So with that, they have an opportunity to present their project and move it along, and that is currently in the process to do so. We would expect a final determination on that property with their project to be done before a final determination for a final map is completed through this process that we're doing now. And therefore, if that happened and they were approved for that, again, that it's a general plan amendment that they have to do, and then also the project itself, whatever that turns out to become, if that is approved by City Council, then we would obviously have to change the map to reflect that approval before it's final.
Okay, thank you. That's all for right now.
Copy that. Any of my other planning commissioners have questions of staff? I see Commissioner Lanson.
Thank you, Chair Buss. Just a quick question. This designation that we're going through as this map does not prevent an applicant in the future, I'm assuming, from submitting a specific application for a zone change or some other thing to the extent they don't get or are not happy with the designation they get as part of this process. Is that correct?
That's correct. Any applicant can proceed with an application for a general plan amendment in the future. If they change their mind, some different use comes up, that's still on the table.
Okay, so that doesn't prevent them from doing it at that point. We're just trying to deal with a lot of other things at the same time. One thing I'd like just real quick, there was a number of comments as to members of the specific plan, I guess TOBA, concerned about somehow the changes that are happening as part of that process. What is the nature of that concern?
I think the basic nature of the concern is that when the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan was crafted, and it has been about 10 years now, it was crafted with a uniform mixed use designation over the entire specific plan area. And that speaks to the equity issue that you've heard about tonight. This preferred land use map, this draft map, takes a more fine-grained approach, actually adding some density in certain areas, like on the west end, sort of in the vicinity of Boardwalk and Thousand Oaks Boulevard, and also in the downtown core itself, roughly between Urbs and Conejo School Road. But it also pulls the mixed use back in other areas where it didn't seem as likely that those properties would redevelop going forward. And so those are shown as commercial in the plan. So what we've heard tonight is, if it's fair to paraphrase, is a request for equity among all the property owners, sort of to revert it or keep it the way it is today. And then there's also been a request for higher density. And so that is a change, and it's a fair policy question in front of you this evening.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Commissioner McMahon's got a follow-up question.
Well, it's a different question. We're talking about housing. It's been a topic for quite some time, and especially tonight, affordable housing. And I know we can designate areas for affordable housing, but we can't make the developers actually build it. We can just make it an opportunity. Is the city discussing any kind of options to require a certain amount of affordable housing across the board with any development, or anything that will put a little bit more incentive into actually using these areas that we're hoping to have some affordable housing in?
There are really three ways that sort of true affordable housing could be created. One is through an inclusionary ordinance, which I mentioned earlier, and that is that for a particular project of a minimum size, an ordinance that requires that a certain percentage of the units be set aside for lower income residents. That is an option that, as I mentioned before, will certainly be part of the discussion going forward. That is not in place right now as a requirement, but it could be reinstated in the future. The second is the state's density bonus law, which basically says that if a developer provides a certain number of units in a certain income category, that they can receive additional units on top of the maximum that a city would otherwise allow. And then the third is sort of 100% affordable projects, like Hillcrest Villas comes to mind, a beautiful project on Hillcrest Drive, where the city partnered with many mansions and brought that to fruition. And the city council just approved the CIP budget, and that included funds for affordable housing and related needs. And so that, for instance, is a way to possibly partner again with affordable housing builders to actually create those 100% affordable projects, which have been very successful. So those are the three basic ways to truly make affordable housing that we know is going to be of a rent that is affordable to lower income residents. And that's 80% of the area median, so, or lower.
That's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Newman, you have the floor.
Thanks. Two questions. Just to follow up to Mr. Town on the affordability options, would the reinstatement of rent control, which Thousand Oaks did have in the 1980s, be a fourth viable option toward getting toward more affordable housing? And then the larger question, just in general, is a process question of how are we to proceed tonight? And I'm sure all of us want to tweak the proposal before us in one way or another, possibly in several ways. What's the game plan going forward for how we proceed here?
Mr. Town, I'll let you answer the first part, and then I have a proposal for the second part.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would agree with Mr. Newman that rent control is a fourth option. Hasn't been used in some time, but I think that is a fair statement as well.
All right, and Commissioner Newman, based upon kind of how the map has been divided up and discussed multiple times now publicly, what I'd like to propose is once we cease questioning staff and we enter our own discussion, we pull up the map section by section, moving from east to west, and then discuss the village centers and discuss our concerns about any particular elements of each of those areas. If that's acceptable.
Mr. Chair, I think that's a very pragmatic and useful approach. I hope you'll allocate some time either at the front end of the process or back end to look at the proposal as a whole as well.
I think that we could probably start with our general comments about it and then go into that, if that makes sense to you.
It does. Thank you.
And I see other people nodding their heads. Before we do finish up questions with staff, though, I wanted to check with Commissioner Link, just make sure I have not neglected you.
No, I don't have any questions, just general comments. I would more than likely have to reorganize my thoughts to deal with everything geographically, and certainly I could attempt to do that, but for the most part, it's as the plan as a whole.
Okay, then yeah, we'll kind of open with that, with our general thoughts about it, and then move forward, I guess. Would probably be the best way to go. But I did have one last question for the consultant, Mr. Ramey. And I'm going to go back to the survey because what the heck, that's fun, right? My question is you said that I believe it's generally 15% or less was none of the above selections on the questions that were multiple choice. But then you mentioned that on the open-ended questions that you received roughly 50% positive and 50% negative comments. Was that correct, or did I mishear that?
Generally, that is correct. So on the open-ended comments, and it's open-ended where anyone could provide a comment. And so that was at the end of each geographic section, we asked if people had any other thoughts. And some people gave positive, some gave negative.
My question is what would you categorize as positive and what would you categorize as negative, just so I can define that in my own head?
Sure. Negative. Well, you could probably read some of the comments. Some of them were not polite. So those go without saying for what the negative is. And it's essentially don't change a thing. So negative referring to the land use map and the alternatives. Not that they're negative comments, but it's negative as in the alternatives are not good, or gotcha. They don't like it or make a change.
You got it. And the reason I'm asking is because it's publicly available. We as lay people are able to read these comments, but I was wondering what somebody who has experience seeing this in multiple surveys across multiple areas interpreted that as. So, okay. I appreciate your time. At this point, I say we are done. So I would like to open it up to my fellow commissioners for your comments. Of course, we are open for a motion at any time here, but I think that all of us have a lot to say before we get that far. So I welcome any of you to open the bidding here. I will start with Commissioner McMahon.
Now, I understand that you wanted to start from east to west, but I wanted to bring up something, if you don't mind, that kind of encompasses the whole plan, and that's the village centers. We had, I thought that they were a great idea, and I was, as many of the speakers were disappointed that it got removed. But one speaker that spoke to us, what was it, a month ago, made a really good point, and she said that these village centers could be like little mini transportation hubs. And I think many of you know that I was on the Transportation Commission for 20 years. And we are connected with the TO bus system, which is very inefficient. It's not inefficient because of anything the city does or doesn't do. It's because we live in a city that isn't on a grid. We don't have a lot of through streets. And it occurs to me that this is an amazingly good opportunity to get some better transportation. And I can see that it would be very useful for people to be able to walk to a village center near them and grab a bus. So what I've done, and this is why I'm presenting this now, is because it's throughout the city. I went through the alternative and I looked at the proposed village centers, and I looked at them as far as where they are on a.
Commissioner McMahon, I just want to stop you a second.
Yeah.
I am also a fan of them, and I definitely want to address them. I was going to address them last, but if you want to do it first, I'm cool with that too. But I did want to get kind of everybody's overarching viewpoint before we delve into them. But no, I believe that village centers is a very specific topic we need to discuss.
Okay.
I concur with you. So.
You want me to hold back on what I was going to say and wait?
Yeah, I was going to say, unless everybody's ready to just delve into them individually, in which case we can do village centers first and then go east to west. I'm cool with that. But does anybody have any overarching comments before we delve into the zones? Which is what I believe is. I believe I'm getting a lot of nods. Yes. So, Commissioner McMahon, if you've got stuff kind of about the general scope of it, I prefer to stick to that, and then we'll go into the village.
That's fine.
Okay, but we'll do it first instead of going from east to west. We'll do villages first, and then we'll go east to west.
All right. So I'm.
The floor is yours, and yeah, just general comments.
Okay. Generally, the same with the my concern for the academy property and it being industrial as far as not residential, which is what they were planning, and the Baxter property, it just that was a little bit concerning to me. I also am concerned about the specific plan and perhaps making it more uniform, because as each individual parcel comes before the Planning Commission or the city staff, perhaps that's when the differential would be utilized. So I think that perhaps we might want to revert that part of the boulevard back to the specific plan. And for right now, I guess that's all my comments.
Okay. Commissioner Lanson.
Thank you, Chair Buss. I want to initially kind of just say how unique this is. Normally, when I look at these things, and commissioners will know, I always say I'm applying the rules and the codes. I'm not applying my personal opinion. So this is a unique opportunity I think we have as commissioners to kind of get beyond what normally would be the codes and provide our opinion as to a lot of the issues going forward and provide our recommendations to the City Council. So it's a unique opportunity. I wanted to mention the survey. And again, I know there were a lot of issues with it. I would say, for me personally, I reviewed probably more of the briefing book comments, the letters to the editor in local papers, Twitter comments, and all of those things more than I did the results. I was looking for, I'm the kind of person when I go on a vacation, I look at the Yelp reviews or the reviews of a place and find the negatives. I can find lots of positive things, but I want to know the negatives. I want to know what the concerns are. So I looked at those comments from the survey as really more valuable to me than the results of the survey necessarily, because it gave me the information I needed to kind of delve into as much as I possibly could. And I heard a lot of concern. Believe me, I want to make sure everybody out there knows that I and all the commissioners I know read your comments. We know your frustration. We know your desire for one way or the other in terms of the process. We've heard and listened and we've read. Believe me, we've read. I think there were thousands of comments at the end of the day I probably read in terms of what we're going for and what we're looking at. And again, I want every voice to count. So in looking at this process, I really made sure to listen to all those voices. But again, the understanding and the task given to us is to lay down possibly a framework for the next 25 to 50 years. So to me, when I'm looking at the survey results, that may be 2,100 people or whatever happens to be, that's great. I feel we represent 128,000 people, which at the end of the day, I'm here to hopefully provide my common opinion and assistance for every single resident, not just those that responded, not those that didn't. And that's kind of tough. So again, I took the survey results as a piece of information, but it was not definitive in anything that I was looking at. It was just one piece of information that I used as part of my overall evaluation. My first thing I did in looking at this process to say is, do we have to do this at all? And that was a lot of the comments that people said is, can we just forget this, designate 2,500 units and then move on? And I don't think we can. I don't think we can identify properties correctly. I don't think that we satisfy SB 330. I don't think we satisfy a lot of the arena issues, all those things. But more importantly, I think this is an opportunity. I think that our economy has changed. It was funny, I didn't think of that going back and looking at the initial goals of our city until Marktown pointed out a diverse and resilient economy. Our economy has changed. 1970, I think we were probably still in a goods economy, an economy based upon going and getting product and getting goods at stores. And to that extent, if you look at the way our city is laid out, it's built for cars. We have a very wide Thousand Oaks Boulevard. It's not a narrow street like State Street in Santa Barbara or other streets. It's a very wide street built for cars. In fact, our city is built for cars. It's made for you to travel to places to go get your things. There's not things that were necessarily close. So we had a goods economy when our whole initial system was set up. Over time, we turned into a service economy in the 80s and 90s with huge mega malls and stuff like that. Now we're at what we call an experience-based economy. That's what the Jans Mall is trying to do, is change the environment to more of an experience-based process where you keep people shopping, you keep them involved and keep them engaged. And to me, that is what we have to look at planning for the next 25 to 50 years, is not maintaining a goods economy, but trying to figure out what economy we're in and what economy is going to exist 25 to 50 years from this point forward. And what I looked at that at the end of the day, as I realized the key is, and again, I think Mr. Sahakian mentioned it, lifestyle. This is a dispute about lifestyle. So many people that don't want anything to be built are trying to preserve that way of life, that lifestyle. And I understand it. Believe me, I love open space. I love having quiet. Others want to create a lifestyle that provides options, multi-generational options to have kids, parents, and grandkids all living in the same community. So it's a question of finding a way to balance that lifestyle concept where we can maintain what we have in terms of the single family home environment, but again, allow some options, some lifestyle options to create that flexibility for workforce, millennial, entry level, whatever you want to end up calling it. But I call it, at the end of the day, that's part of our community. We're never going to house everybody. That's not possible that wants to live here. And that's awesome because we have an amazing city. What we can do is find hopefully some more options that will, again, allow the city to evolve over time and grow. Right now, we have an average age of 44 years old in terms of our city. We have to find ways to create that opportunity so that young kids, I have a 28 and 26-year-old professionals that want to come back and live here. And right now, the average price of a house is $850,000. So we have to find ways to create those optional, those different lifestyle housing. So I'm in favor of doing this plan map. There are some tweaks that we'll get to, but I think it's imperative that we try to find a way to evolve the city in a way that creates those lifestyle options.
Thank you, Commissioner Lanson. Commissioner Newman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Lanson, Commissioner Lanson, for, I'm always impressed how eloquent and conscientious you are as a public servant. So I appreciate your comments very much. I have a different view, but I want you to know how much I respect and agree with much of what you just said. I have 5 concerns with this whole process as a whole. The first one has to do with the scope of this. This is really unprecedented in scope. I mean, I know we looked at reallocating a little bit more than 1,000 units in 2018, and that was unprecedented. And tonight we're talking about 22,000, nearly 22,500 units, potentially up to 33,000 units. This is far more allocation or reallocation, redesignation rather, of units than has been done in Thousand Oaks' entire history since the first general plan went into effect in 1970. And all the discussion really has been about where we're going to put things. To understand my concern about that, a quick allegory. This is something I actually heard from someone in town. Imagine a lady goes into a car dealer. She says, I'm here to buy a new car. And the salesman goes, well, you're in the right place. We have 3 sizes of pickup trucks. We have very large, we have extra large, and we have our newest model, the Humagatron 9000. The lady looks at the salesman for a minute and says, but I'm here to buy a Prius. And it seems to me that's kind of the discussion that we've had this whole time is we're talking so much about where to put pickup trucks and not so much as to whether we need to buy a pickup truck at this time. And I'm all for addressing our housing crisis. I definitely think we need to do more to produce better and more affordable housing. We had that GP update a couple of meetings ago where there were columns and the medium and above medium columns were like 600, 7%, 100% full. And then the below columns were like 30% full, if that. And there were a lot of years where we didn't produce any. So we're not really talking about how we're addressing the units so much as we are about the scope or the size of the units only. And that's a concern for me. And I don't think we're having the entire discussion we should be having on that. The second concern I have is about the laws. There's this narrative that we kind of have to do this now because we're boxed in by the law. And I think the study guide for the GP update said this, that Measure E won't let us go any higher and SB 330 won't let us go any lower. And in fact, neither of those is quite right. As staff testified tonight, Measure E does allow increases in general plan capacity with the consent of the voters. That's the important part we need to include in that phrase. We could do this entire exercise. We could add 22,000 units. We could add 33,000 units without moving units around town, without reallocating anything else, as long as the voters were okay with it. SB 330 would be fine by that. That's about zoning. This is about, Measure E is about general plan designations. So it is possible to raise the ceiling with Measure E. It's just, we need to have, as a policy matter, the will to take this to the voters. And when we're making a decision this big, that is something I think we should be talking about. And then looking at SB 330, it is true that we're not allowed to do any net reduction in density, in zoning density. That's what SB 330 requires. That law is in effect for the next 4 years. So for us to make this massive wholesale change, to commit to this really radical departure from 50 years of slow growth and do this massive growth thing just at the moment when we're most constrained, doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. You know, I know people complain, and sometimes I do, that Sacramento is putting their foot on our neck, and we're constrained this way and that way by outside forces, but this is an own goal. I mean, this is something we'd be doing to ourselves at a time when we have the most constraints upon us. And I think if we devoted as much energy to defeating the SB 8, which is this proposal to extend SB 330, and instead, if we're going to look at big changes, let's try a pilot program now and make our bigger changes after SB 330 sunsets. And I think that legally, we have a lot more flexibility, which is a word we've heard a lot tonight, in terms of which ways we could go. And we wouldn't need to complain about outside forces. The third concern I have is with infrastructure. And the story here has been that we really can't even talk about that because we don't know yet what housing, what density, what allocations we're going to do on housing. So let's lock that down and then do an EIR, and then and only then can we talk about infrastructure. And I don't think that logic follows. The notion that because we have to wait for an EIR, we can't even talk about what kinds of changes, and we're going to get into this in each area. You know, if we're going to put higher density in an area and not talk about what kind of schools or water or sewer, I'm not saying we're going to have to attach budget line items to it, but the notion that we can't talk about it at all seems very misguided to me and very short-sighted. The fourth thing I want to bring up, and I'll do this as gingerly as I can, is the survey. I agree with Commissioner Lanson, who said, I'm quoting now, there were a lot of issues with it. I read city's memo about the survey, and I had 4 takeaways from that memo. It said, number one, this survey is not statistically valid. It said, number 2, we knew that some of the responses would be cooked. Number 3, we're not going to do anything about it. And number 4, these critiques of it are really disrespectful. And that's a terrible response. I mean, staff's responsibility here, if you get a survey that's problematic, is to fix the survey. It's not to be defensive about it. And I'm with Commissioner Lansing on that. I don't think we should put as much weight as we are on the statistical parts of the survey when even the creators of the survey themselves are saying it's not statistically valid. I do appreciate the input of everyone, both who took the multiple choice parts and the much larger number who wrote in responses. And like Commissioner Lansing, I did try to read as many of those as I could. I think that is an issue, though, that we're not really representing. You know, at most we had 2,000 something, 2,100 responses and 6,000 written responses in a city where of nearly 128,000. That is not a terribly representative process. So I hope we can come up with more valid ways. We certainly can do better in terms of authentication and in terms of getting more widespread input before we commit to these really radical changes away from our 50-year history of slow growth. The final concern I have, and I'd like to ask all the commissioners to consider this as we go through each neighborhood, is who benefits? This is a question I ask with every application, but I think we should especially ask it now because this is such a big picture thing. And I'm going to subdivide that into 3 areas of who benefits. And the 3 areas would be people in need of affordable housing, the general public, and developers and land speculators. So let's start with the affordable housing people. And again, I'm for more affordable housing. I'd like to see, before any of this moves on, the addition of inclusionary housing, at least one of the 4 measures Mr. Town mentioned. Inclusionary housing, rent ordinances, rent control ordinances. I'm not a big fan of density bonuses, but I understand they are state law. And 100% affordable projects. I'm also less of a fan of those because I would prefer, per the inclusionary part, we know from a long history of urban planning that cities succeed best when they include people at all income levels within the neighborhoods where they work and live. And to the extent that we can do that successfully, I think we have the greatest chance for long-term success. So more affordable housing, yes, absolutely. For the general,
if I can interrupt for a second, we're closing in on 10 o'clock, and I believe we need a motion to continue past 10. I propose we go to, let's do a vote to see if we want to go past 10 and say what, 11:30? 11:30 will work for me. And then we can take a 10-minute break and then I'll let you continue, or I'll let you finish, then we'll take a 10-minute break. How's that sound?
I'm about 1 to 2 minutes from finishing.
Okay, if you want to finish, then we'll do a vote and then we'll take a 10-minute break.
Thanks, I appreciate that. And I think 11:30 is a sensible stop point. So anyway, I was talking about the general public. If you're concerned about property rights, it's something we heard about tonight. What's being proposed here is essentially moving on a massive scale, unprecedented scale, units around town. For example, if you bought a piece of property that was zoned for 4 units and you put up a single family house and the city says, you know, you've only got the 1 house there, so we're going to take 2 of those units away. Is it legal? Yes. Cities are allowed to rezone. It's not a taking legally, but you do have less property rights at the end of that. And that's something I think we need to be mindful of. even Mr. Forbes on a call this week said SB 330 is basically a shell game, and I agree with that. So that's something that property owners all over town need to be mindful of, because that is going to be done to residential neighborhoods. And then finally, developers certainly would benefit from this, especially if there's massive additions of apartment units. I mean, someone sarcastically described this to me as the Developer Enrichment Act of 2021. I wouldn't go quite that far, but this is if we move to a model that is not mainly, but many more apartments, we're moving to a model that is an annuity business for a relatively small number of apartment owners. And that, again, is a radical break from our 50-year history where most people have some equity, maybe in a small home, maybe in a condo, but most people own a small piece of something. And we're proposing a big change away from that. I'm not putting a value judgment on that, but I am saying it is a big change. And those are my 5 concerns. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Secretary, if you'll prepare us for a vote on extending to 11:30.
Commissioner Lanson,
Aye.
Commissioner McMahon,
Aye.
Commissioner Link,
Aye.
Commissioner Newman,
Aye.
Chair Buss.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Looks like we're good. Is everybody comfortable coming back in 10 minutes? All right, 10-minute break. Thank you. I'll just assume we're going live as soon as TOTV puts me on. We're back live. All right, we've kind of begun the commissioners' comments. We've heard from Commissioner McMahon, Commissioner Lanson, and Commissioner Newman about their initial thoughts. I wanted to throw it to Commissioner Link if you wanted to kind of open the with your thoughts.
Sure, and I apologize in advance. I have 11 or 12 general overarching comments, which I will try to speed through as quickly as I can while maintaining a certain amount of clarity and coherence. As far as staff is concerned, I'm more than happy to email these to you, so you don't have to be jotting down notes or watching this back later. As far as housing is concerned, I would certainly echo the comments of my fellow commissioners. Would love to see housing be placed near neighborhood, commercial, and regional and village centers, and we'll get to village centers a lot later. But if the intent is to reduce vehicle trips, VMT, ownership, greenhouse gases, certainly adding housing back where we have our employment centers and shopping centers is going to go a long way towards that. This is a paradigm shift, and believe me, if 18 years in working in traffic and transportation, I can tell you this is not a shift that's going to occur overnight, and certainly suffered a setback as a result of COVID. So we hope to see that paradigm shift occur in the future, especially as we process more development applications, and it may come with the millennial generation and subsequent generations, but certainly this is going to take a lot of time. Let's see, as far as mixed use concerns, I've always had a lot of concerns about mixed use. If the goal is able to get people out of their cars, these developments need to be near shopping centers, regional areas. The general development or commercial that comes along with these kinds of projects has generally been smaller or live work. I have yet to see a lot of live work or even the smaller commercial components actually work. And this is, again, pre-COVID. I used to, and then not tooting my horn here, but I used to live in Santa Barbara. I spent 9 years of my life there, and actually my grandparents lived there for 40 plus years. There's all kinds of vacancies up and down Chapala and in various areas where they have encouraged this. So certainly a concern of mine, which is why I want to have these things closer to regional areas, or at least support that development. Another thing with any kind of commercial is that you need to have a lot of connectivity. As the crow flies about 1.3, 1.5 miles on the boulevard between Erbs and Duesenberg, you have two connections between Hillcrest and Thousand Oaks Boulevard. So if we're trying to get more people to do this, and again, echoing Commissioner McMahon, it's more conducive when you have blocks and 1/10 of a mile blocks, quarter mile blocks, any of those kinds of things. So we do not have the walkability in this community because it was very vehicle driven as was designed. Let's see, I am concerned, and I was actually pleased to see that mixed use high was removed from the projects, again, stemming from Santa Barbara, and even seeing in certain areas, again, not LA in general, but certainly a lot of areas in our communities, canyonization. And that was a extreme concern in Santa Barbara. Is when you get above certain heights, then you start affecting the view shed, you start affecting, creating shading in certain areas. And that is not conducive to the kind of walkability or community that we look forward to, even if you have any kind of articulation setbacks in the building heights, as we do at the Thousand Oaks Civic Arts Plaza. You still have that shading, especially when Thousand Oaks Boulevard's east-west. You're gonna get all that sun taking those buildings, or the shading is going to come from all those buildings on the south side of the roadway. Context sensitivity is certainly big for me. And again, I try to balance property rights and development with those that come along with those rights with neighborhood uses. I don't like to tell people what to do with their properties. And certainly I've always been a fan of saying that if you buy a house next to a railroad track or an airport, you shouldn't complain about the noise. And certainly when you buy a house adjacent to a vacant piece of property, you should probably assume that it's going to be developed at a certain period of time. So on that end, I can see supporting that kind of development in vacant properties, but at the same time, I still think that we have to be sensitive to the adjacent uses. We'll talk about that as we get further down the road as well. Again, supporting building heights as they are currently established. We should endeavor to put new residential in areas where there isn't currently, and certainly consider the kind of the funk zone sort of thing where you're not going to have that kind of noise issue in industrial areas, and not the other way around. I would hate to see that kind of development occur in a residential area. Let's see, a couple more comments, I apologize. So the likelihood of development comments, I was confused by those because this is a guideline. So whether a zone or that these land uses are likely to be developed really doesn't have any bearing on this plan. So pushing that off for 20, 30 years is not, in my opinion, necessary. Let's see, I think we should be cautious when we talk about affordable housing. And again, I'm echoing my fellow commissioners when we talk about this. Without restrictions, and I don't mean restricting the number of units when I say we have covenants that are asked of developers, that it's really up to the developers to decide what number of units they construct, and they will be market driven. So unless every developer possible descends upon Thousand Oaks upon the passage of this general plan, supply is going to be outstripped by demand, and the market is going to dictate what those rents are going to be. Currently, and I don't want to pick on them, they have 2 units available right now, both 2 bedrooms. 1710 on the Boulevard, the old Lupes property, is asking $3,300 for a 2-bedroom apartment. That's more than a lot of people's mortgages, and I'm not talking about people who've lived here for 30 years. I'm talking about people who have moved in here within the last 5 years. So certainly something to be considered. I actually do support the many mansions, Cabrillo Economic Development Corporation, certainly on those projects. They put forward great projects. I've seen it any number of times, workforce housing. And with the help of cities that are able to provide some financing or at least some concessions in regard to those kinds of things, taxes even, they have developed excellent projects. And I already mentioned the balance of property with sentiment, but infrastructure, I know that came up a little bit earlier. Having seen a lot of development projects and certainly putting forward development projects as a consultant for many years and now reviewing development projects, a lot of that is going to be incumbent on the developer. And if the infrastructure doesn't support the project, then the project doesn't go forward. So we will have a sewer, model, I'm sure. We have a water model. We are going to be able to model what those impacts are to our infrastructure. And again, that will dictate the number of units that occur. I mean, there are going to be a number of fixtures that are limited to a project if the infrastructure doesn't support it. Otherwise, the developer is going to get stuck with tearing up the street and installing a new main or a new trunk line. So those are my general overarching comments. Hopefully that wasn't excessive.
No, thank you very much, Commissioner Link. Very insightful. I just want to add my 2 cents as well, just for a lot of the, if anybody's left watching at this point after 10 o'clock, but just so everybody knows, I have over the last several months talked to past city council members, past commissioners, staff can testify to the fact that I have belabored numerous points with them to the point of nausea. I have talked to Conejo Park and Rec. I have talked to CVUSD. I have talked to business owners on the Boulevard and beyond. I have talked with reps from a number of advocacy groups. I have spent an incredible amount of time on social media, stalking people on everything from their Facebook to their Instagram to Nextdoor, and seen all of the comments. I have read all of it. And at this point, I have talked to all of my friends to the point where none of them will answer my calls anymore. Many of them are longtime residents. I think I've told everybody here ad nauseum that I am a Thousand Oaks Lancer and a CLU alum. And I feel like I've been here for a long time and I've seen a lot of the changes. And so just so you know, and all of my commissioners have done this, we live here, we work here, we're invested in this, and we're invested in this because this is where we raised our children or are raising our children. This is where we're going to raise our children. This is where we hope to see our families live for a long time. So we are as invested as anybody in the community as far as all of this goes. Moving on to my actual concerns about the plan. One of the biggest things that I've been kind of belaboring with everybody is the city has a certain amount of kind of built-in inherence in how it looks. Where our schools are, where our parks are, what is considered accessible open space. And those are elements that have always made Thousand Oaks very attractive to its residents, to the point where you've seen city council meetings where people fight over parking relative to access to regional parks. People talk about what schools are important to them. We've had schools close in this city, and people have reopened them as magnet schools and charter schools. The way our infrastructure is set up is very important to us, and it's very important to me in thinking about where potentially anywhere from 2,681 over the next 8 years to potentially 33,000 units end up. Because as we're saying, we're not talking about building into open space here. We're talking building into an existing city that's already there. Two of the biggest elements for me are potential for upward mobility, because I have children and I expect them to be able to live in this community and have hopes for them for that. And also for our aging population. I'd like them to be able to remain here and stay in place so they can enjoy their children and grandchildren. So those two groups are very important to me, and I think need special focus. The other thing, as a number of commissioners have pointed out, is that accessibility, mobility, and thinking beyond where the car culture takes us is something that we really have to factor into this land use alternative, because cars are a pollutant at this point and are contributing to a number of environmental issues. And so how we think about housing in the future over the next 2 to 3 to, as Commissioner Lance said, possibly 5 decades, because the last general plan lasted 50 years, is important. So with those things in my mind, I'd like to go into the individual items or individual sections, if everybody's comfortable with that. So I promised Commissioner McMahon that we would start with the village centers. So we will, and I will let you pick up that conversation, Commissioner McMahon, and talk about your advocacy thereof.
All right, well, thank you very much. And I guess I jumped the gun a little bit, and I apologize for that. What I did was I looked at all the village centers that were on the first alternatives, and I looked at them with regard to where they were in the city and how close they were to an easy bus route. And there are 3 of them that are at the extreme edges, or they're in areas where the buses just, it's not easy for them to come. The first was Las Brisas and Villa Rio, Arbalest and Herbs, and Canaan and Lindero. And then Reno and Kimber is possible. I know the one on Borchard and Reno, there's a bus that goes to Newbury Park High, so that's maybe not necessary. And then the 2 that were on Moore Park, sending a bus up and down Moore Park Road doesn't seem to be difficult to do. So I would like to talk about adding back in at least Las Brisas and Villa Rio, Arbalest and Herbs, Canaan and Lindero, and I'd like comments on Reno and Kimber, and just see what the other commissioners think about that. I think those areas, that gives us the walkability, that gives us a place to send a bus, bring people to and from there, and the areas there are I think conducive to village centers. So I'd like to hear what everybody else says about those.
Commissioner Link, I saw you raise your hand.
I absolutely support the concept, and in my conversations with staff last week, I was surprised to see them fall out. We have a lot of commercial centers that are overparked, which means that we have way too many parking spaces for what the uses are. And certainly Herbs and Arbalest, which I actually live within spitting distance of, is extremely overparked and certainly would be conducive to that kind of, and an even bus isn't necessarily a factor for me. What it does is it allows people to not use their cars. You can go to CVS, you can go to Vons, you can go to Cisco's, you can go to any number of these places that are, would prevent you from using a car. I think there are some shopping centers on Moore Park certainly that are overparked as well. And we could, if they decide that they want to come in with a development application, we can always condition, if staff doesn't, of installing bus pullouts. So there's ways of improving this infrastructure in order to create that kind of connectivity and putting people where they shop, where they work.
Thank you. Commissioner Lanson.
I too am in favor of the concept. I think it creates, again, lifestyle options of having grandparents near grandkids a lot easier. It creates a lot more opportunity. What I would ask, though, is it possible that, again, the staff is not probably listening to us, but if somebody could put up and share their screen of the village centers, and then maybe Commissioner McMahon can identify by the number so that everybody watching can know exactly which ones we're referencing, is that she wants to add back in.
I can put them up. Give me 1 second.
Sorry to wake everybody up there.
We were just discussing the exact same.
We were just texting whether you guys would want it up or not.
Yeah, I was thinking that, but I didn't see anybody up, so I was going to ask you guys. I'm like, I'm just playing it by ear.
We're here.
You're stalking us silently. I see.
And I would say, Commissioner McMahon, was there two you didn't want to include?
Well, when I first heard that they were taken off, I assumed they were taken off for a reason. So I went for being practical and not putting all of them back in. So I was looking at bus routes. And if you look on this map, number 1 is Las Brisas and Villa Rio. How the heck are you going to get a bus all the way out there efficiently? I mean, you've got that beautiful little shopping center with the restaurants and the cute little market, and there's some townhomes there. So if the people who want to get there or get away from there and go somewhere else in the city, they're not anywhere near a bus route right now. But if we could put one there, I think that would be very useful. And then if you go down to number 3, that's Reno and Kimber. I think that that is also a conducive area because there's a lot of homes there that might work. And then Arbolos and Herbs was number 5. Wait a minute. Excuse me, number 6. It was number 6 because that's another area of our city that is kind of out of the way for a bus to go. And as our commissioner also said, it's real conducive because of the overparking and because of the way the shopping center is with all the different things it has to offer. I think that's a good place. And then, and as much as Las Brisas and Villa Rio is on one side of the city away from everything else, then you've got number 7, Canaan and Lindero. That really could use some connectivity. And if the commissioners want to put them all back, the ones up, the 2 left were the ones on Moore Park Road. I just was trying to be, I don't know, more, doing a compromise because some people didn't want them. And I thought, well, putting a bus up and down Moore Park Road can hit those areas. But I'm not opposed to adding those back in also.
Chair Bus, Commissioner McMahon, I might actually weigh in on here. Arbolos does actually have a bus route on it.
Does it really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's awesome. Okay.
All right. You know what? With the screen sharing, I can't quite see you guys. So Commissioner Newman, did you have any additional comments on that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm supportive of the concept in general of adding village centers back in. And I want to note too that I counted 39 speakers tonight and 14 of them explicitly said they wanted to see reinstatement of village centers. I could use some clarity from fellow commissioners about their ideas about how the mixed use would work here. I think I heard Commissioner Link say he's talking about working close to where you live. And is this, I guess it's a question, are you targeting people who would work from home and there would be this convenient, there'd either be residential at the center or they'd live nearby, or they would work at home nearby and do their shopping there? Or how do you envision the work versus live component of the village centers?
Certainly, there are certain areas of the city that would not be as conducive if they were talking about population centers. Not necessarily. Well, when you start getting into educational type. You've got, especially for arbolists and herbs, you have Los Cerritos, you have Lang Ranch, you have a few that are actually fairly close by that could certainly support that level of professionals that work in and around. The other thought that I had in regard to those, which I just completely lost, maybe come back to me, but yeah, I had another thought along those lines, and it just escaped me.
Okay, but you're envisioning this being a commercial support center for people who work from home in the area, not just at the village center.
Well, and that was, you just reminded me of my thought. We've recently processed in Simi Valley 2 developments that are geared towards millennials. And what they do is they provide parking spaces for Uber and Lyft. They provide parking spaces for Grubhub or whatever else. And it's not to say that every millennial gets all their food delivered, but they actually have communal space in the apartment complex that they can use, whether it's a conference room or gym or what have you, and they don't have to go anywhere. They can actually conduct business using a conference room from their apartment building. So certainly that can be incorporated.
And a big question here, and I defer to your expertise on this, but what percentage of folks who've been working from home during the pandemic will remain at home afterward? Because if we take something like on the other side of town, the Reno and Kimber zone, I think the arbolists and herbs is a little denser.
Commissioner Newman, do keep in mind, we're not just talking about next year. We're talking about decades in the future at this point.
Right, but this is my question: is do we envision a future if we're talking about Reno and Kimber, which today is, up until the pandemic, was really a bedroom community 100%. I mean, there's a shopping center there, but everyone who lived around there drove to work somewhere else. And are we envisioning a long-term change of that pattern? The answer to that would help me answer the question of how much I want to support this village center concept.
Okay, Commissioner Newman, I've got thoughts on this that may be a little bit different than Commissioner Links and Commissioner McMahon.
Please.
Mine is that the village centers happen to be in areas where we already have residential. And that also translates to they tend to be near existing schools. And so for me, I live directly across the street from number 4, essentially. And my neighborhood school is on my street, less than 300 yards from my house. And the shopping center is less than a half-mile walk for me around my neighborhood to get out, but I can out my back fence and be there in 30, 40 seconds. So when I look at these village areas, that's what I think of, is that the accessibility to my shopping center, to my child's school, to things I need, the drugstore, my dry cleaner, all of those things are very, very close proximity to me, and it makes my life very easy, and it makes it easy for me to go without a car. And that's what I think of when I think of these village centers, is that a lot of the things that exist in them already will continue to exist there, but we'll be allowed to even put housing on top of it or create housing next to it that those people could enjoy. Because I think a lot about the ABCD, and what's lacking there is a lot of that infrastructure that already exists in other parts of the city. And I think it would be remiss of us to miss out on the opportunity to put housing in places where the infrastructure could actually support it and where those things already exist.
So if I understand correctly, you're saying this is a benefit for people who might work somewhere else, but there's still all kinds of reduction in car trips and convenience from having a commercial center with some mixed use nearby.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks.
Commissioner McMahon, I see your hand up.
Just a real quick comment on that. Until the future, when people are maybe where it's built out and people are working from there, think about a weekend. You get home from your long commute, and you don't want to get back in the car, and you can walk to the grocery store, you can walk to the coffee shop. You park your car in the garage, and all weekend it stays there. And that's less cars on our street.
Thank you. Commissioner Lanson.
I also think in looking at these village centers, there's a better chance of that kind of development happening at these centers, sometimes better than some of the other areas we're going to talk about. Some of these areas and these centers are in need of this type of involvement to create that kind of different type of housing that they're missing right now. I think that will be a nice synergy between all of this as we're talking about, and again, create those neighborhood centers, which will then alleviate traffic for them having to go to other places. So I think this is a good solution in terms of incorporating these kind of areas in terms of that kind of concept. The question being, by the way, is do we want all of them, or are the ones we're going to say we should include?
I was going to say, I need to defer to staff for a second here. Can we line item make changes here? Or like, can we say, hey, we want low zoning, low mixed at 4, 5, and 6 and leave 1 and 2 alone? And can you guys make these changes on the fly for us?
Well, maybe I can jump in here. You can handle it either way. In other words, you could, as shown on this slide, you could express support for the idea of village centers, the idea of adding mixed use to these locations, and we've included some policies in the general plan that are supportive of that. But you could either just take a more broad brush approach and say we support the idea of mixed use in these locations, and the details will be essentially worked out at a later time. Or if you feel strongly that certain sites are really inappropriate for a village center concept, but others are, you could go down that path. I think professionally, each of these centers is unique. They all have special attributes. Unless there's something that's really of concern to the commission, I would lean toward a more general expression of support, which is still very significant for City Council. And if you want to qualify that in some way, that's of course fine. And leave sort of the topic somewhat open so that the various sites can be analyzed more in greater detail going forward.
You got it. I'm going to defer to my fellow commissioners here. Is that a satisfactory answer to all of you?
Chair Buss, I would prefer to use the broad brush sort of approach. I mean, there's probably a few of these that Commissioner McMahon had mentioned that would probably not be necessarily conducive, but I also know that number one, the Las Brisas and Villa Rio has been a fairly depressed shopping center for a long time, and maybe that kind of revitalization could bring some vitality back to that area. And again, it is adjacent to high density or multifamily.
Agreed. And I've lived along Moore Park Road for all of my adult life. So I lived very close to number 5 up until about 2 years ago. And now I live next to number 4. And I would agree that number 5 has not changed significantly in my lifetime. But number 4, I remember going to the New Art Theater once upon a time, which a few of you might remember.
So do we vote on this, or do we just collectively say this is something we all agree with and move on?
Yeah, so I believe that Marktown's advocating.
I would recommend that someone make a motion and then you take a vote on it.
Okay.
Okay, I'll make the motion if that's okay.
You got it.
I move that we recommend to the City Council the reinstatement of village centers as an area of change.
All right, Secretary, please prepare us for a vote on that.
Commissioner Lanson?
Aye.
Commissioner Link?
Aye.
Commissioner McMahon?
Aye.
Commissioner Newman?
Aye.
Chair Buss?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, we got the village centers down. Now, if staff would be so kind as to put up a map of the Westlake area for us. All right, who would like to kick off the bidding on this one? I do not see any commissioners expressing themselves. Commissioner Newman.
Just a question on this is the Baxter property part of this?
Yes, Baxter property is, and I prefer to call it the GTE property. But,
yeah, seriously, GTE, Verizon, Prudential, right?
I was going to say, my brother, when he worked for Verizon, actually came out to this building, and it was a fun field trip. But yeah, that's right. Actually, they marked it for us. Thank you very much. So actually, I'll throw my suggestion in first. I think that we should have that property already kind of match what City Council has guided the property owner as acceptable to them. And I would say that the mixed use low next door in the promenade and across the street makes less sense if we need to account for units and leave those as commercial as they are, because those are relatively new developments. And I don't know that even if we designate it, that it would be of any interest whatsoever to the developer to change those up at this point, unless staff knows something I don't.
Chair Buss, I'd be happy to weigh in unless staff is.
Yeah, I think they're just nodding. So Commissioner Link.
Okay. I would be supportive of that. I think that the GTE, and incidentally, my wife's mother used to work there and my brother-in-law used to work there. So I think everybody's had a hand in that, that building. So I would be supportive of that change. I hesitate to add any kind of intensification at the T.O. Boulevard Westlake intersection. To my knowledge, this is the only intersection in the county of Ventura that actually has triple left turn lanes. So certainly very peaky intersection, very high demand. So I think, yeah, moving that intensification away from that intersection in particular would be beneficial.
Commissioner Lanson.
I agree with Commissioner Link. I think the feasibility and the actual prospect of it happening here is tough. And by the way, if at some point in the future the property owners here want to submit something, they obviously can at that point for whatever zone change or whatever issue they may look at that point. But I think conceptually speaking, that's probably not going to be an area that housing is going to look to go anytime soon. So I would agree.
Commissioner McMahon?
I agree with everything that's been said here. I think it's out of fairness, we need to have it as a residential area because the city council has given them that kind of a green light to go forward. And I also agree that it's unlikely that that new shopping center, newer-ish shopping center will get.
Okay, we can call it that.
We'll get housing soon. So I agree completely.
Then I think we can go through this. Oh, Commissioner Newman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I partially agree, but only partially. I'm fine with putting GTE, Prudential, GTE, Baxter.
Prudential, yes.
It's go all the way back to the origins, right? I'm fine with reinstating the previous designation for that, particularly given the city council's previous action. I think I'm going to be a no vote on the rest of these, in part because of the general comments I had and the issue I raised in questioning staff. We don't really know for anything that we do going forward. We don't know where we're pulling units from. So all the yellow or light yellow or darker yellow around there might actually end up, even though it's supposedly protected, it might actually end up with increased density. And we don't know that yet. And I think we should have that be part of the discussion before making any further changes. Plus, we also heard from a number of TOBA people tonight saying, respect our specific plan, don't change it.
Yeah,
I'm not necessarily endorsing that view. I'm saying we don't have enough information to make designation changes. So I'm okay with the Baxter change. Would like to break that out if I could, because I endorse that. I don't endorse the rest of what's proposed here.
Well, I would say this, Commissioner Newman. Let's be in agreement on the stuff we're in agreement on, and then when we get to the final overarching plan, we can kind of hash out whether or not the whole thing makes sense. But at least this way we've given our specific input to what the city council will see on these individual things, because it's going to go.
This is an input-output problem for me, Mr. Chair. I mean, I'm going to have this issue with all of the areas of change where
Exactly.
there's very granular information about what's being done on the output side without the concomitant information on the input side.
Yeah.
And so
this is-
without having that, without having the source side of the equation, I'm not really prepared to vote for any of these.
I
But
got you.
again, just on the Baxter part, I am okay with that change.
Okay. Commissioner Link.
Just to weigh in before I forget, the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan actually ends at Duesenberg.
Agreed. I was going to say that as well. That we're still in a zone that's not covered by TOBA, just so we're all clear. That's the auto mall and all that. Does anyone want to make a motion regarding the GTE building and the neighboring property?
Yes, I would move to, in essence, swap the mixed use, assuming mixed use low from the promenade to the GTE Baxter Verizon property.
You got it. Secretary, please prepare us for a vote.
Commissioner Lanson,
Aye.
Commissioner Link,
Yes.
Commissioner Newman,
Aye.
Commissioner McMahon,
Yes.
Chair Buss.
Aye.
Motion
Then-
carries 5-0.
Then beyond that, any other concerns anybody has on this beyond the one that Commissioner Newman expressed that he is just not supportive of any of the rest of it in general? All right, then we can move.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
could I just ask for a clarification on the mixed use at the southwest corner of Westlake and Thousand Oaks Boulevard? Is that something that we want to discuss now, or will that be part of the broader discussion of this sub area?
Mixed use in the southwest corner.
The Northgate Plaza, opposite the promenade. I thought that I heard the motion was just to take capacity from the promenade and move it to the Baxter site.
That was the motion.
That was the motion.
So we still have the mixed use proposed, that lavender on the west side of Westlake, south of TOB.
Oh, I see.
I just want to be sure that we know what the commission's desire is.
Okay, I'm going to revert this back to my commissioners. I was under the impression that was also a piece we were voting on. I had them lumped together in my head, but that's because Bed Bath and Beyond and the Habit are over there, so
right.
It just all feels like the same shopping center to me. Did anybody feel like that was a separate piece when they were voting? Commissioner Lake.
Yeah, I hadn't included it. I wasn't intending to do that. That's another shopping center that I think would actually be ripe for redevelopment, given the vacancy. Cost Plus moved out. They could never rent out that restaurant on the corner. So certainly there's opportunities at this site.
But it's next. My concern would be it's next to an auto mall, and they tend to be open late on weekends. There's a lot of parking issues, all that fun stuff. So it would be there would be a number of concerns, I think, for any housing developer there. But I'm willing to run with it. Commissioner McMahon.
It appears that you guys are talking about two different places, because Commissioner Link was talking about the Cost Plus, which is on the east side of Westlake Boulevard, and you're talking about the Bed Bath & Beyond, which is on the west side. So did we vote on everything on the east side being just commercial, or did we just do the
Yeah. Commissioner McMahon, I mixed that up. It's not Cost Plus, it was Pier 1.
Pier 1? Okay. Okay.
Oh, so you're talking about
Yes. So talking about the western. So when you would refer to the auto mall, that's correct. That was the parcel we're referring to, not Cost Plus. We already swapped the promenade, which is where Cost Plus actually is. I had made my mistake there.
Yeah, I was gonna say that wasn't a Pier 1 either. That was a
World Market.
No, no, no.
World Market's on the other side.
It was Urban
Furniture.
Home.
Urban Home.
Urban Home. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, so Urban Home is over there.
Yes.
So are we going to end up taking the designation away from the west part?
Yeah, the question is, does anybody in favor of taking away the mixed use designation from the west part? Commissioner Link is in favor of keeping it.
No, I would be in favor of removing it as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree that your assessment of the adjacent use, and especially when we're talking about noise and any of the subsequent elements that would come along with this land use alternative, that it would certainly be a consideration.
Yeah, because there's a service entrance on that back side of that property right there, actually in both directions. So that's kind of a throughway for people using that work as employees there.
So is it too late to make a friendly amendment to my prior motion?
Yeah, can we do a revote real quick?
Or I would just if I make chair, I would just do another vote for that specific parcel, just because.
Yeah, let's do a
either
vote
way,
for
you
that
got to do a
specific
motion.
parcel.
Yeah.
So who wants to move on the western side of Westlake Boulevard, south of Thousand Oaks Boulevard?
I'll do it. I move that we keep that area west of Westlake Boulevard, south of Thousand Oaks Boulevard, as a commercial area only, and remove it from this mixed use. Did I do
All
that
right.
right?
Yes, Secretary, please prepare us for a vote.
Commissioner Lanson,
Aye.
Commissioner Link,
Yes.
Commissioner McMahon,
Yes.
Commissioner Newman,
Aye.
Chair Buss.
Aye. All right.
Motion
carries.
carries 5-0.
Westlake handled. Now we're moving on to East Thousand Oaks Boulevard.
Chair?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but as we remove the capacity and remove the mixed use from those two sides of Westlake Boulevard, what is the commission's pleasure in terms of its recommended land use for those sites?
They retain their current designation as commercial. That's what we said.
Correct, but which type of commercial? It's commercial town across the street on the north side. That would be, I think, the most logical approach. The alternative is commercial neighborhood, which is more appropriate for the village centers we were talking about before, or commercial.
What are they currently?
That is, Promenade is C3, which is our community shopping center, 35-foot max, but with the potential for a 75-foot overlay. And on the west side, it's actually highway and arterial commercial, but that has the same height limits as well, 35-foot normal up to 75-foot with an overlay.
I got you. And if we change it to the same designation on the north side, what's the max?
That's commercial town 1.0 FAR and 50-foot average, 50-foot height limit.
So let's have a quick conversation with my fellow commissioners. Are we comfortable leaving them as is, or do we want to have them match their northern neighbors?
Have those existing designations or zones been removed?
No, the existing general plan is commercial. Zoning is still in place, but we need to make a decision as to what type of proposed commercial. In other words, there's three types of commercial in the proposed land use system: neighborhood, a town, and regional. So there are three options. It's basically the pink you can see here, the salmon to the north, and then the bright red down there is the Hyatt Hotel, just south of the freeway.
So in reference to the freeway commercial, that designation has been removed or will not carry forward. I think that's what I heard you say.
Well, again, the current zoning is highway arterial on the west side of Westlake Boulevard and neighborhood community shopping center on the east side. So that's the current zoning. General plan is currently commercial for all four corners, just commercial. There's no intensity in our current general plan for commercial.
Mr. Town, if I may.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is there any change in height under consideration here in building height?
So the salmon color, the commercial town, is a 50-foot height limit, 1.0 Florida area ratio. The current zoning for those two areas would allow 35-foot height buildings normally and up to 75-foot with a height overlay. They do not have a height overlay yet, but that is allowed under our code.
So
Take a zone change to add that.
if we were to vote them commercial town, it would be a 50-foot limit.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You guys heard it.
And
All right,
that is, if it helps the commission at all, that's what it was proposed in alternative 2, which was one of the alternative that left it as commercial. It was commercial town to match the north side of that intersection.
I'd be in favor of having a commercial town.
Yeah, I believe that makes the most sense in my head. Marktown, do you have your hand up or?
No, I don't.
Okay.
His virtual hand.
All right. So did you want to make Commissioner McMahon?
I will make a motion that we put it at commercial town to match the, across the street.
Yeah, let's take that to a vote. Secretary, please reports.
Commissioner Lanson,
Aye.
Commissioner Link,
Yes.
Commissioner McMahon,
Yes.
Commissioner Newman,
Aye.
Chair Buss.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. 2 down, 4 sections to go, and then the big fish. All right. Can we get East Teal Boulevard? Easy for you guys to do. Where are we? That was Oaks Boulevard. All right, here we go. So this is Toba's territory, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Does anybody have any
Mostly,
comment?
it does include some other areas outside of the specific.
Yeah, we're a little bit beyond it going that way. But does anybody have any comments on this one?
I'll jump in if you don't mind. Seeing as how the specific plan is what they've all worked towards, and individual parcels can have individual, I don't know how to say this. I just feel that it isn't fair to take that away from them when they've worked towards that. And we still have the ability to work on the type of property or the type of buildings that they will build as they individually come to the city. So I would like to see it as mixed use medium.
Throughout. Okay. Commissioner Lake.
Question for staff. What is the current designation for Toba? Is it mixed use low? Is it mixed use in general?
It's the equivalent of mixed use low. It's 50-foot average building height. Typically 3 stories, but you can fit 4 stories into a 50-foot building envelope. So that's the current, and that's comparable to mixed use low, which is the lavender color.
Well, then I want to change that. I was under the impression that they were currently at mixed use medium. So I would like to keep it at mixed use low. And
if I may, Chair Buss, I think this is important for Commissioner McMahon and all of you, frankly. You also have to remember that with a specific plan 20, it is imperative that you understand that there was a cap placed on the specific plan as far as how many units can go in there. So if you notice now that when we have the Measure E allocation, whether it's sometimes it is on the boulevard and sometimes it's, let's say, for example, Kmart or Baxter, where it's not on the boulevard, that requires city council action to add a unit to that beyond what was initially given, and then they did an amendment. So when we talk about they all had this concept that they could all do mixed use to the extent that they wanted to, they actually, after they hit that first limit of units that was allocated to the boulevard, and then again they had an amendment where they added, say, approximately another 200 units. After that, that's why we do the Measure E pre-screening, the allocation, because it's city council action that adds more units to that. So it's not just a straightforward, hey, everything is commercial mixed for housing too. if I hope that brings clarity to that, just because I think it is important that you understand it wasn't like they can just go and build homes or residential units on the boulevard without, unless they had allocation from before.
Are they aware of that?
Absolutely, yeah. There's many of them that actually asked for allocations that they initially got them and then they didn't build anything, and after 1 year they had to return them. I'm sure you all heard about the Nazar Beacon property that recently was allocated some. There was one before the Principe project that was just west of City Hall. They were not allocated units, so they did not change that to add housing to that location. The one across the street from the lakes that's in the boulevard, it's in the specific plan, excuse me. They initially were allocated, but then after a period of time, they realized they were not going to, I apologize for that. They were not going to make it happen. So they returned the units back to the capacity, the bank, if you will.
Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Link, I see your hand up.
I would be supportive of that, moving towards the mixed use low, which would return it to the previous designation that they had sought. The one thing I guess would be the two, or maybe two caveats would be that the lakes is its own specific plan. So we might behoove us to treat that separately from the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan. And then I would assume that, and for the life of me, I can't remember the name of the project. The high density project that's going in towards the west as you get closer to Rancho. No, is it Rancho or Moore Park? But I think that's.
299? Are you talking about 300 or the Nazarian?
Possibly either, but I think that's where Tarantula Hill is, where you have the kind of U-shaped area, which is mixed use medium. That I would imagine we would want to keep that.
So if I may, this is an important point because the downtown corridor along Thousand Oaks Boulevard does have two specific plans. One is the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan. The other is the Civic Arts Plaza specific plan. And the CAP specific plan is basically, you can see it on the west side of Conejo School Road here, on the north side of the freeway, City Hall and the theaters, etc. So I would suggest, it sounds like the commission would like to first discuss or take action on the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan, which is much of the remaining corridor, and then I would suggest that you be explicit about that, about the CAP specific plan as well, so there's clarity. So I think right now the intent is the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan. And I thought I heard a motion or a support for mixed use low, but that's up to you. That's up to the commission.
Yeah, just so everybody knows my concerns in this area. We've got one elementary school and very limited park space. There's the park behind Mouthful Eatery. I don't know if you guys are familiar. And that's pretty much I know over there. So I before we start opening it up, because obviously the number of units was capped previously. If we zone the whole thing mixed use to any degree, will probably far exceed that cap, unless I'm incorrect, Mr. Towns.
I believe it would increase the capacity. We'd have to run the numbers. Right now you have a mix, right? You have some areas that are medium, some areas in magenta that are high, and you have some areas that are commercial that don't have mixed use. So we'd have to run the numbers after tonight and see where we end up. But that's your choice.
Commissioner Lanson.
Can I clarify this? I just want to make sure with the numbers, since we ran the numbers, that there's clarity on this. And sorry, I apologize for jumping in.
No, please.
So when the number that we discussed with the 22,000 includes all of the areas that you see in purple on this map. So all of the mixed use low and mixed use medium. So it all includes, it already includes that. And so if what I'm hearing you all say is that what you want to do is add back in these areas which are on the map here, which are circled, those were the areas that were that were generally were mixed use or are mixed use in the specific plan, but we were proposing putting it back to commercial. And what I'm hearing you say is those should go back to mixed use in order to match the specific plan. It also actually includes another small area, but that wouldn't be, you know, we'd have to run the numbers, but we've already included everything in purple, and the allocation would go away with the allocation method would go away with the new general plan, and they would just be allowed.
Correct. I think that's important to note, Chair Bus, is that the allocation aspect would go away.
Exactly,
So
and that's
if you make this all mixed use back to where it was, the allocation product specific plan 20 is no longer going to be there, because you're going to allow all of these to have that mixed use density to, let's say, a minimum of 30 units or maximum 30 units even. But now you get to go through the whole boulevard with that number. And that's obviously.
Mr. A here, if will the general plan, if we leave it as is recommended right now, still leave the specific plan in place?
It will leave the specific plan in place, but that again, it goes back to the process that we've talked about from the beginning, where we do this vision, and then after we do this visionary process, then we start going back and making sure everything else is going to be consistent with the general plan once it gets adopted. So we look at the zoning, we look at all the specific plans, because ultimately those all have to be consistent with the general plan as you go from top to bottom. So you need to do that vertically, you need to do that analysis, and that will be done with all of these things, including as well as with the EIR as well.
Gotcha.
If you're asking specifically about the way that the units are allocated now, whether you leave it as it is on this map or take it all back to 30 units an acre, that allocation process will go away. So whatever is reflected on the map, those units will be there for property owners to use. There won't be allocation either way.
So that's going away no matter what we do.
Correct.
Thank you. That is the clarification I was looking for. All right, Commissioner Lanson.
Yeah, and looking at this, one thing that kind of strikes me is that this is the one area where the City Council has already made an order and made a ruling with regard to this issue. And I'm not as comfortable kind of contradicting that as part of a recommendation. If the City Council at the end of the day wants to go back and change it and leave it this way, they obviously can. But I kind of want to honor what the specific plan ruling was at that point and then leave it that way, with the understanding that it's up to the City Council then if they want to then incorporate this revised concept. That would be my 2 cents.
Commissioner Lanson, I've got a question for you on that. But if the City Council passed that knowing that they had a cap on the number of units, but they were just kind of opening the door for all of the landowners there, but knew it was just going to be a specific number of units that were going to be constructed. It was going to be kind of first come, first serve. Are we really negating their intent by now picking and choosing winners, knowing that no longer will there be a cap and we could create a free-for-all?
Yeah, I mean, yes, at the same point, I look and realize, again, we go back to how many projects were actually started.
And there is the potential for that, I guess, is that even if we open up the floodgates, no rain could come.
That's the whole thing, is that yes, it opens it up conceptually, but I think the practical reality is I don't think we're going to see as much, and then we haven't seen as much in the last 10, 15 years. So it's one of those things where I would defer to the City Council at that point in terms of what they previously ordered.
All right. My fellow commissioners, just so you know, I cannot see all of you on the screen when we're screen sharing. So do use that hand thing if you want to talk, because I swear I'm not ignoring you. I just can't see you. There, Commissioner McMahon.
Yes, I just wanted to ask Mr. Town if we could suggest to, or would we want to suggest to the City Council to consider putting the cap on if we make that change? Is that something that we could do or we would want to do, or the City Council would appreciate us doing?
I would say under recent state law, I mean, the idea of caps and pools and so forth that we've used in the past is really no longer sustainable. So it's not feasible. So I think the commission has a decision as to whether it wants to, again, go with this vision or revert it back to all, low, which is consistent with the current specific plan, or could also recommend increasing density, but the big difference that was just discussed is that your recommendations in the final map for this general plan is going to put units on the ground. So that's what the state wants. They want cities to be specific about where growth will and will not occur. So should you go with this option or another, it will put capacity on the ground, as Matt mentioned, and we will no longer have these, citywide pools, Teal Boulevard pools as we've had in the past. So I think that's an important point to keep in mind as you make a recommendation here. But it's unavoidable.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to vote against changes here because of the concerns I've already raised. But as an informational point, I think all of us should bear in mind here is something Mr. Town just said about caps and pools going away. However, as staff discussed earlier tonight, developers will be able to build to the maximum level, not the range of a density in a given designation, but to its maximum. And I think any decision about changing designations here should be made with that in mind, that we're not really looking at a range, we're looking at and only at the top of the range.
Agree, Commissioner Newman. And with density bonuses, I feel that some of these could be potentially 50% higher than what we designate them as, is my understanding from reading the law.
That's my reading as well. I mean, I object for other reasons as well, but that's how I read, and I think how we should be looking.
And I would anticipate
all of these designations.
And I personally would anticipate that any developer, because we've seen such a reluctance to develop, that it's probably due to lack of cost effectiveness. So I think it is a fair assumption to make that they will build to as many units as they can on a unit or on a piece of property as we will allow, and the law will allow. Commissioner Lake.
I think another consideration here is that whatever designation that we give, even if it's just commercial, it doesn't preclude them from going and getting a general plan amendment zone change. So there is that potential. So even if we put it at commercial, it shouldn't make a difference. The other issue that I just looked at is at Rancho, which incidentally will actually have quite a bit more bicycle connectivity because there's a project that takes bike lanes from Rancho up to the transit center. Which will certainly help. But the other consideration I would have is that that ramp, the freeway ramp from 101 to 23 may not be conducive as far as a noise and even a pollution sort of a situation for mixed use. So I would be hesitant to put any kind of residential immediately adjacent to that.
And shout out to the Arby's that's over there. Do any of my commissioners want to make a motion to change any of this, or are we in agreement that we can just leave it as is stated at the moment? I'm seeing a lot of nodding of heads.
What if I don't, I mean, I'm
if you don't agree with it
or the change.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you don't agree with it at all, at the end, we're going to vote on this whole thing. And I think that's probably the best time to just say no.
Okay, I'll abstain then from this current.
Because I don't know another way to kind of deal with that end of it in this piecemeal portion.
I'll go along with that concept if there's just something that they can put in the report saying that we recognize the city council obviously has the ability to go back and deal with this. But I'll support that then. Yeah,
because I think we're all in agreement that city council came up with a plan. Actually, we're talking about a couple of different plans as far as the specific one for Civic Arts Plaza and the TO Boulevard, and it's kind of up to them how they want to untie that and still keep their original intent. And I think all of us have looked at it and gone, well, we don't know. Commissioner McMahon?
I think you've all made some good points, and I no longer want to make that change. So there you go.
Mr. Town.
So just to be clear, is the commission's preference then to leave these land use designations as proposed, or?
Yes, the commission's intent is to go
Okay.
ahead and leave this big. We're not
in the
gonna.
preferred land use map for both specific plans?
Yeah, we would prefer to punt and let somebody else untangle this knot.
Okay, that's fine.
That would be my vote as well.
All right.
I abstain.
And yes, and Commissioner Newman has made it very clear. He's not a fan. Let's go to downtown Teal Boulevard. Oh, no, is that where we are? I'm sorry. I've lost my mind. Let's go to, it's very late. We're going.
I'm sorry, Chair. Did we take a vote to support this land use map then, as shown?
No, we didn't.
Okay.
We are literally punting on it because we have to take a vote on the entirety of it.
Yeah.
At the end, which I would assume is an endorsement or a negation of it.
Well,
based upon
I think they're
what
going to
our
say
opinions
that
are.
Commissioner Newman doesn't want to go along with that, so they want to make sure.
Oh, okay. Then let's take a vote.
I'm actually okay either way. I mean, I'm okay with voting. Well, I have voted for a few little pieces, so.
Yeah,
maybe
let's
it
take a
would
vote
be-
then.
Okay.
Secretary, prepare us for a vote to keep this as presented.
Commissioner Lanson,
Aye.
Commissioner Ling,
Yes.
Commissioner McMahon,
Yes.
Commissioner Newman,
Abstain.
and Chair Buss.
I abstain as well.
Motion carries 3-0, Commissioner Newman and Chair Buss abstaining.
All right, now we're moving on to Moore Park Road and the malls. Right?
Yes.
I hope so. All right. Does anybody have any opening comments for this one? Raise your hand because I can't see all of you. Commissioner Ling.
Sorry, I'm just jumping in on this. I would actually support an increase in density for the Oaks and Jans. Again, echoing some of my comments about centers that are underutilized, maybe depressed, especially Jans. I know that with the vacation of Sears and other uses, that is an extremely overparked shopping center. So certainly they could use the existing capacity they already have to increase density. I mean, the Oaks Mall is probably up in the air for me, but I would definitely support mixed use medium for the Jans Marketplace.
All right. Commissioner Newman. Commissioner Newman, you're muted, sir.
Pardon me. If we're going to have a pilot project here, this is where I'd like to see it, with some sort of introduction of mixed use at Oaks Mall and Jans Marketplace. I do have a question for staff, though, about how we proceed here. As currently proposed, is are the 5,400 units that were identified as being able to be redesignated back in 2018, would that be sufficient to cover this specific part of the plan? I think it would be by far, but I'm just checking.
As currently on the map,
Yes.
possibly if you went to mixed and medium for the two big sites, then probably not.
So there would be
we
more
would have
than
to do the math to be sure.
The 5,400 units do not exist. 20% of those were taken away by the city council.
Oh, that's true. There's only
They
4,000
allocated
left now.
1,080 units. So it is the remainder of those tracks that can be used for capacity allocation.
So that number then, and thank you for that. That's right. So that number, the 3,000 whatever, is that sufficient to cover this, or would additional units be needed?
I think additional units.
Yeah, I don't think it would be enough to cover this amount.
Okay. So
You're including all of Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan there, yeah.
yeah, okay. I'm torn on this because I do support smaller pilot projects at the two current shopping centers. But again, without information about where those additional units are coming from, I don't think I can support this.
Gotcha.
But let's hear from some more folks.
Commissioner Lanson.
Yeah, I think this is, again, as we keep saying, this is kind of, if you're going to put it anywhere, the synergy between the mall and housing here in this situation, especially given it's near the freeway, it's secluded from other housing. I mean, it seems to make the most sense if we're going to try to do something, this area would make sense. Now, by the way, on top of that, I don't know if any of you have walked through the Oaks Mall anytime recently. They need some different idea, and I don't know if mixed use low is enough, to be honest with you, in terms of trying to find the flexibility of an option that's going to end up working. Jan's is trying very hard to figure out various different ways. They've come before us with a new business of axe throwing, which we all can't wait to do. So I'd be in favor of giving mixed use medium a try in these two spots.
I'm going to throw in my 2 cents now while I have a moment. The eastern side of Moore Park Road above Hillcrest, where the Best Buy is and everything there up to Wilbur and where the Whole Foods Shopping Center is. I think that all of this should have the potential to be mixed use low. And the reason I say that is because directly north of there is Glenwood Elementary School, Acacia Elementary School. There's a large park next to, well, there's a smaller park next to Glenwood. There's a larger park in the Shadow Oaks neighborhood. I feel like there's a lot of accessibility. Plus, if you go south on Moore Park Road, just south of the freeway there's trail access. So I am in great agreement that this is one of the locations I feel could support a large amount of population growth without a significant amount of infrastructure change as far as that goes. I think that we could handle a lot of people here. And so, and at the same time, I am not sure how much longer box stores like Best Buy are going to exist. I know that Fry's fell off the face of the earth last year. And I wish Best Buy all the best. I don't want to jinx them by saying that in the meeting, but I do think that the landowner there could potentially need flexibility over the next decade or two. And I think we would be remiss in not giving them that opportunity now and waiting for that place to end up in the straits that we do see the Oaks and Jan's Mall in now. So I would throw that out to my fellow commissioners. If you guys are interested, I would actually like to expand the area of mixed use here.
What would you do with the Oaks and the Jan's Mall?
The Oaks and the Jan's Mall, I think that I think they need to be mixed use medium. I believe both of them in the letters I read are suggesting that they see themselves as trying to build hotels, stuff like that. And I went to high school here. We had our prom at the Marriott in Woodland Hills because there wasn't a hotel big enough for us. You know, I mean, there would be advantages to having stuff like that in those centers. I'm not sure how much actual housing they're going to build. I know neither one of those corporations is specifically a housing company, but I think that if we do open it up to them, I am confident they're going to come up with projects that are going to make them money if they're going to, and will create benefit to the city. Commissioner Newman.
Yeah, I just wanted to note that one of the letters in the supplemental packet we received this afternoon is from 6 former planning commissioners, and they are endorsing the idea of limited development in 2 areas. One of them is the Oaks Mall and Jan's Marketplace area. I don't know if they're endorsing the entire outline of the map in the proposal here, which is significantly denser than just those two malls. But the former commissioners did endorse some development in this area, and also, we'll get to this later, Rancho Caneo north of the 101.
Commissioner McMahon.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, you are suggesting that the Oaks, the Jans, and the Best Buy area all be changed to mixed-use medium. Is that correct?
That's what I would throw out there, because I see it all on Thousand Oaks Boulevard, and I feel like there's a greater opportunity up at the top here. I'm actually less enthusiastic about mixed-use medium in the lower part along Thousand Oaks Boulevard than I would be in those areas, because they're such large parcels, and I feel like there's a lot more room to play with there.
I think I tend to agree with you.
Commissioner Link, sorry.
Speaking from personal experience, I know that the Best Buy, especially the Total Wine, seems to get quite a bit of traffic. So, I mean, I could certainly see, certainly see, you know, some. I mean, it does seem like a fairly utilized center. I mean, again, the big box stores notwithstanding. I think the bigger concern for me would be the regional malls and where they're going. I know, I mean, I think it's called the Promenade, but in Woodland Hills is certainly, I mean, it's basically empty. It's that new kind of paradigm with, what's it called? The Village, which has seen a huge amount of success. So encouraging something like that for these regional malls that are kind of going out the door would be my preference. I don't have any opposition to making those mixed use, but I don't know that I would necessarily push for it.
All right. If I think everybody's had their say. If any commissioner wants to throw out a motion, I'm more than happy to entertain it.
Chair Buss, why don't you tell us specifically on the east side of Moore Park, what areas? Are you looking from Wilbur down to TO?
I would be looking at, yeah, basically Wilbur to Hillcrest. So, yeah, that region right there, those three pink lots. And the reason is
you would designate those as mixed use low.
I'd go mixed use low there, and I'd go mixed use medium at Jansen and the Oaks.
I'd just say, is there anything the staff would have to say about that as a concept?
Mr. Town.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Only a point of clarification. The area on the north side of the Jans marketplace that is currently shown in pink there as commercial neighborhood, correct? That's where Bandits is and Pollo Loco and so forth. It is the intent to retain that area, leave that area as commercial neighborhood, or is the intent to include that as mixed use as well?
My personal feeling would be I would prefer that be mixed use as well. I know that the Bandits obviously is highly successful. I'm sure the car wash is doing fine, but that mall where there's been a number. There was a pizza place there. There's been a couple of Mexican restaurants. They've had some issues keeping that open, as well as the candy store. So I know that there may be a potential interest by that landowner, and it would be fun to give them the ability to at least pencil it out.
And so, if I can also ask one other question that I got a quick inspiration looking at the list here. Number 3, create a new land designation or special land use for, I'm assuming, the mall area. What would that entail?
Shrinking the map. Just narrow. I actually would be supportive of that. Just to have a smaller area for the boundaries here. Basically what Nelson described.
I think our intent when we said create a new land use designation was going back to what I mentioned earlier about revisiting the height and the FAR in relation to the density and whether it made sense to mix and match those numbers on these sites given how large they are. And that kind of ties in with the next bullet to increase height limits in some areas.
Is there a potential for an overlay?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, overlays aren't often used in general plans, but there may be other ways that we could go about doing it. I think if you can tell us, what you would prefer as far as height and density, and then we can, as staff, kind of talk about it and figure out the best way to implement it. If you give us the direction on what you're looking for.
Yeah, my personal feeling is that we should give this area as much flexibility as possible. I've seen this area change significantly in the time that I've lived here since '88, and I feel like it. One of my first jobs was at the Jantz Mall. Shout out to Larry Singer, the big and tall store that is very long gone at this point. But yeah, I think that these potentially could evolve again in my lifetime over the next 20, 25 years. And I think that we should give them the ability to do so. So I'll let my fellow commissioners, if they want to throw out a motion on any of that, though.
So it sounds like, again, I'll try to do the motion here to change the Oaks and the Jans to mixed use medium, and then the area on the east side of Moore Park from Wilbur to Hillcrest to mixed use low, right?
As well as the peninsula above, up to Wilbur Road, above the
peninsula up to Wilbur Road.
And you're referring only to the commercial neighborhood areas east of Moore Park between Wilbur and Hillcrest?
Correct.
And one more point of clarification too on the Oaks. They're on the southeast end there. There's a commercial piece. Are you suggesting change that to mixed use medium also to match that just make that whole thing the same?
I think so.
Yeah, absolutely. That's where the old bowling alley is and that other shopping center, correct?
Big Five.
Yes.
Yeah, Big Five. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. They should be able to, if they could come up with a grand unified plan for all that, that would be amazing.
I'm sorry, but just a quick point of clarification. Are we talking about the area shown in red underneath?
Correct.
Okay, right. Okay, so the proposal is mixed use medium for that area as well?
Correct.
Okay, and for the peninsula, peninsula is mixed use low, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
So when we're referring, Big Five. Okay, so we're not talking about Starbucks, Men's Warehouse.
No, Starbucks, Men's Warehouse stays as is. Commercial town.
What about the Ventura County office there?
I think that needs to stay commercial town too. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to change.
Again, they can always change it later.
Yeah, they can always say they don't want to be a bank anymore. So do we have that motion? Then Secretary, please prepare us for a vote.
Commissioner Lanson?
Aye.
Commissioner Link?
Yes.
Commissioner McMahon?
Yes.
Commissioner Newman?
Aye.
Chair Buss?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, let's go to the last little zone here. That's what
Chair Buss.
Yes.
I know we said that we were going to go to 11:30. Do we need another motion?
Oh shoot! I apologize. Yes, let's have another motion to go till midnight. Will that work for everybody? Secretary prepares for a vote.
Commissioner Lanson?
Aye.
Commissioner Link?
Yes.
Commissioner McMahon?
Yes.
Commissioner Newman?
Yes.
Chair Buss?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Moving on to Rancho Conejo. This one should be quick and easy, right? Who would like to open the commentary? Commissioner McMahon.
Okay, this one is tough because I am in Newbury Park and I travel these streets a lot. We've got 37 acres in one spot. We've got the old drive-in theater in another spot. We've got the old school area. So we've got 37 acres and then 9.6 acres and then another 7.23 acres that are basically being proposed for a lot of residential units. And I think it's just so much to put in Newbury Park. The first thing I would probably do is the old drive-in. I would probably reduce that to something lower. I don't know, like a neighborhood low or neighborhood low medium. Probably neighborhood low medium. I just think there's so much acreage, and there was one speaker who was talking about, you know, ghettos and redlining and all this stuff about concentrating so much. And I know that it's not feasible or profitable for somebody to put in a lot of affordable housing. It's just not going to make sense. That's not going to happen. But with so many acres, there's still going to be more, I think, maybe in this one small area of the city than anywhere else. And I think having the village centers spreads it around and offsets it a little bit. But I don't know what to do. I don't know how to do it, but I just think there's so much there that I would ask for some suggestions. Let's put it that way.
Commissioner McMahon, if I could ask a question.
Yes.
Are you looking to reduce density to have development here, but with lower density? Is that it?
Yes. For example, Kelly Road that goes down, and you drive down there, and first you have the drive-in theater, old drive-in theater property, and then you have Kohl's, and on your right you have the school area. Now, that's a very narrow road, and there's properties on the one side. So how are you gonna accommodate all that housing? I don't know how that's possible. And because of the freeway, Newbury Road I don't know if it can be widened. So I do think we need housing there. I just don't know how dense we can make it.
Just so I'm clear, is the old drive-in now on this map designated commercial regional? Or is it designated, or am I looking at the wrong spot?
I think it's neighborhood medium. Am I correct, Mr. Town?
You're correct, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's okay, that one. All right. Commissioner Ling.
Yeah, I would agree that we are certainly packing in quite a bit of residential, especially on the south side of Newbury Road. I don't think I would support mixed use low at the library site. I think we're kind of putting a lot of stress on that intersection. I would certainly support I guess it's the Amgen Visitor Center, which I think for the most part is fairly empty. And the proximity to Amgen and the industrial flex would be conducive to that. I would add additional either restaurants or other opportunities for people who work for Amgen to actually walk to places. Same thing with you can call it workforce housing. I know that's generally reserved for not to sound facetious or anything else like that, but lower income type brackets. But certainly it could go a long way to reducing trips and keeping people close to where they work, especially an employer as large as Amgen.
Copy that. Commissioner Newman.
Yeah, what's the scope of what we're discussing here? The slide says north of 101, but the boundaries are both sides, and we've been talking about Coles and the old schoolhouse and all. So are we talking about north and south or just north?
I believe we're talking about both north and south at this point.
All right.
Commissioner Lancet.
Are you sure? Is there that this is the last slide?
Yeah, I believe so.
I think it is. Maybe Mr. Ramey can confirm.
Yeah, Mr. Ramey.
Sorry to jump in. I put this slide up just because it covers the whole area. There is a separate slide that had the Orchard Alice property, but I figured that just one image so you could look at it. And I think you should just direct us with this slide, which area, and I can figure out how you want to go through and give us and make a recommendation for all of this area.
Great, and I can do that, so I'll look at both. For me personally, I don't mind the 1, 2, and 3 above the 101, given I guess it's underused now, and I think this kind of use could be productive, especially given the businesses that are in the area. So I don't have a problem with those. Below 101, I don't think the split zoning is an effective concept. I think it essentially renders the property unusable. And by the way, I'm putting aside the issue as to whether it's a protected issue or not. I'm assuming that would come out as part of the discussion as to whether it was a wetland or not. But I think a split zoning just creates an untenable situation in that nothing would end up happening, which is, and I understand the residents, believe me, I understand the residents' frustration and desire not to have a bunch of stuff happening here. But I think given the size of the lot, and again, I think Commissioner Lincoln made a good comment. It was empty land. Something was going to be put there. I think mixed use makes sense for that entirety of that strip. I agree about the area lower on Orchard, maybe not necessarily being mixed use and staying commercial, if that's what it was previously designated. But again, I think the split zoning of that property is I know an accommodation that was trying to be made, but I think that ultimately is not going to make anybody happy, because even if homes are built there, it's not going to make them happy. The mixed use that's going to be abutting and is going to be difficult to do. Again, I just think it's a creative idea, and I appreciate the concept, but I think we have to kind of be more realistic and again appreciate what that property can be. Again, taking out the protective issue from it. But I would make that all mixed use.
Would you make it mixed use low or medium?
I think if we take away the mixed use below it, and then I would make it mixed use medium, because the one below it at the end of the day then can say the commercial. And then you have the mixed use medium on that segment that would then be accessible from the freeway. So there's ways to kind of have that buffered and go right into the freeway and right into other transportation issues without necessarily affecting the residents.
On the other side. Commissioner Link.
I still hesitate with that. I mean, certainly that there should be some expectation that a vacant lot would be developed at some juncture. I still kind of harken back to the context sensitive type of approach. And I don't know if Sean Maradian has the ability to make a predominantly single family home or even some greater intensity to that neighborhood medium high pencil out. It's just the other thing that I also see is access, and again, the primary access points for this is going to be the adjacent neighborhood, or if they are able to actually get access over the easement with that channel there, it would be immediately adjacent to a single family home, and not only would it be on top of his residence essentially, but it would border his entire side yard. So. And I hate to single out that one person and sort of make that the crux of the issue, but it certainly should be an issue that comes up. And access, I think, is just going to be a difficult part, because if they can't get that easement with the county, well, then all of their access is going to be taken from the adjacent neighborhood. And even then, with the two roads that split out, it's when we go back to this lack of a grid system, and predominantly you're going to have one access point, or you're going to have a very circuitous access point that all leads back over to Wendy. So if it were me, I would more than likely, well, I would support neighborhood low medium or even neighborhood medium. Maybe neighborhood medium high. I mean, would try to, create or sort of make that just residential predominantly.
Gotcha. Mark, do you have your hand up?
I do. And it was simply to say that once the commission is sort of done with this particular area, we will put up another image that shows the entire Rancho Conejo area. This is a zoom in on this interchange of the freeway and Rancho Conejo. So just so you know, we have that graphic ready.
Can you go ahead and move to that one? My brain cannot wrap my head around this zoomed in area. It's just hard for me.
There it is.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Commissioner Newman.
Well, this change of slides raises the question of what's under consideration here. I agree with Commissioner Lanson about his comments about the parcels north of the 101. And if we were voting on just that, I would probably vote yes. But if we're looking at this entire area, I think I would probably abstain again.
Okay. Are there particular parcels that are you're not comfortable with that you'd like to address, or no?
Well, I mean, two things. One is on general principles. I'm not comfortable with the exercise of saying we're going to allocate outside of Jantz Mall, which we've already done,
okay,
and Oaks Mall.
Just on general principle. Okay.
Right. There's that, and then really the only designations I'm comfortable with here are the ones north of 101.
All right. Commissioner McMahon.
I'm sensing that we are all comfortable with the ones north of the 101. So maybe we just vote on that and get that out of the way and then discuss the others.
All right, let's do that. Go ahead and.
All right, I move that we keep the proposed use designations for the areas north of the 101.
Chair Buss, I had a quick comment. It will
yes.
affect my vote.
Yes,
I think there was a comment and more than likely should be addressed about the Adventist property. I am particularly uncomfortable with putting single-family housing adjacent to a high disaster area or disaster-prone area. So I think it should remain as zoned, because certainly there's less risk, I would say, associated with that. But if we've learned anything from the Hill Fire, that is a particular area of concern.
I appreciate that. And since we already have the proposal to leave it as is, everything north, Secretary, please prepare us for a vote for that portion of Rancho Conejo.
Commissioner Lanson?
Aye.
Commissioner Link?
Yes.
Commissioner Newman?
Aye.
Commissioner McMahon?
Aye.
Chair Buss?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
I've got a question for Mr. Town. Perhaps you can help me on this. The drainage channel that runs along the Borchard Opportunity Zone, that is an easement owned to the county, correct?
I believe so. I don't know if another staff person not available would have more definitive answer, but I think that it is. Yes. It was redone. Ian, you know that? Okay.
That drainage channel there is owned by the Ventura County Watershed Protection District. So it is, part of the drainage facilities coming from up above, and then they also have that blanket easement over the property, the Borchard property, as well.
Okay. So, all right, and I'm just trying to wrap my head around this piece of land. Because yes, I've heard numerous people being very enthusiastic about something that's going to happen there, and I've had a number of people. It's almost like an elephant's been described to me in the dark by a number of different people in phone conversations, and so I am not sure what it looks like. Commissioner Lance, you can help me out here.
Again, you've driven by it, what, 10,000 times. But it's a very large piece of property. And I think it's, again, one of the areas that the city council are previously identified as an opportunity zone where there was going to be development there at some point. That was one of the 6 areas that they had identified, and they were looking forward to having that occur. That's kind of what I was looking at kind of furthering that concept in terms of what they already had laid out as an area that they wanted to see development happen. It is a very large piece of land. It's right next to the freeway. It's got a lot of problems in terms of single family homes because of the noise and because of those kinds of things. That's why I think mixed use does work at that spot. Better probably than single family homes. I think it would be very difficult to even build those, especially given our market. It's not going to be for low income or even medium income people in terms of what the ultimate cost would be for those kinds of homes. So again, I still think mixed use is probably the best use of that lot in its entirety. Again, in furtherance of what the city council previously indicated.
You got it. And you said mixed use medium, which would give him up to what, 50 feet or 75?
50. Oh, no, she's 58, it looks like.
58.
58, yeah.
Nearly 60 feet. That's my only reservation, is how high it potentially could be built relative to all of the homes around it on that side. And then correct me if I'm wrong, if there's a density bonus applied hypothetically, would that allow them to build higher in the air, or would it literally be capped at 58 feet? Anybody?
With a density bonus, they could potentially request to go higher.
You got it. Okay, that's what I imagined. Commissioner McMahon.
I think that I am more comfortable at mixed use low because it's such a huge parcel.
With what Mr. Forbes said, I am as well.
Yeah, I think that mixed use low makes the most sense. If there is a proposal, like we said, any landowner can come in front of city council and the planning commission and get it adjusted. I do want to see something come forward from this property, but I'm not comfortable allowing mixed use medium, knowing that the potential for that for 37 acres with a 50% density bonus could translate into an amazing log jam of people trying to get on the freeway of Orchard Road every morning and people trying to get off, trying to get to Amgen at the same time. That would be terrifying to me.
I agree.
I think my main concern with this property is the look and feel of a wagon wheel development, and that's pretty much where we're headed, especially with mixed use medium. And obviously there's a dearth of housing in Oxnard. There's certainly quite a bit of people over there, but that's just because it's the freeway doesn't mean that you can't develop single family homes, and it's been done immediately adjacent. So I would still advocate for something that is predominantly residential, or at least keeping the split zoning as there is, because again, it's still a more context sensitive type of solution. And going back to the comments, and certainly the briefing book, and I read quite a few of those, and not a lot of them, well, I would say the ones that I read were not at all supportive. We heard from what I recall, one homeowner adjacent and 57 we didn't hear from. Excuse me, there's 57 houses adjacent to the south and to the west and north of bits and pieces of the property. And we heard from one of them. So we have 56 people we haven't heard from whose properties would immediately back to this. So, I mean, I understand the need to have the development pencil out, and they need to make money, but there's certainly money to be made with single family dwellings.
You got it. So what would be the designation you'd be comfortable with?
I would be comfortable with neighborhood low medium, neighborhood medium.
Okay. Neighborhood medium, because they've got a neighborhood low, medium, and mixed use low right now. And you'd be comfortable with neighborhood medium?
That's correct.
Okay. Does any other commissioners have any comments on that? I am getting silence, so I am going to assume that Commissioner McMahon would prefer, and Commissioner Lanson, Commissioner McMahon?
I think that I would prefer neighborhood low medium, actually.
Okay, so neighborhood low, medium. All right, we are angling down. Commissioner Lanson, do you have input on this at this point?
Would that be for the entire property?
Yeah, I think we're talking about the entire property.
I don't see single family homes being a productive concept there in light of where it's located and everything else going on.
I would agree with you based upon the fact that for 40 years it's been that and it hasn't happened. Commissioner McMahon?
Okay, so neighborhood medium would be townhomes, duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes. And it just seems that I'm trying to wrap my head around all these slightly bigger residences. I guess we can't do anything about a buffer zone at this point or open space or anything. We just give him the neighborhood medium and then hope that he presents us with a plan that is not too dense. That's my only concern.
Okay. Mr. Ramey, you've got your hand up, sir. Please join in.
Yeah, it's always possible to put a designation and then identify an area and write specific policies in the general plan about what you want to see. So for example, you could keep a designation at, I'm just going to say, just because it came up previously, you could put it at mixed use low and then say that you want a tapering of density with an open space buffer and put the density over to the east side. You could say you want a split designation and still have a buffer, an open space buffer adjacent to the residence. You can give a designation and then we can identify policy to go along with it that needs to be followed about how it gets developed.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. At this point, if I remember correctly, Mr. Wrighting called in and he said he would be happy with mixed use medium. Is that correct? Does anybody remember that? I believe that was his statement. And so I suspect that anything we do will be something that he'll want to pursue further. So I am comfortable with anybody going ahead and making a motion on this property if they'd like to, or we can just leave it as is and punt.
I would say leave it as is then.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Lanson?
I would say leave it as is then and let that issue at least be something that can be further discussed as part of the city council meeting.
Yeah, I think I would concur at this point. I think that the larger conversation still needs to be had. There's a survey still outstanding. I think that anything that we do at this point to change what it is at this point doesn't sound like it'll be anything that will please the applicant. So I think that we should just vote that to leave it as is. Mr. Town?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we hear a motion for this area, I just wanted to ensure that the commission was aware of they were switching gears, but the red areas in this Rancho Cano area, the bright red areas are commercial regional, and that would allow heights up to 75 feet. We included that land use designation because that is a reflection of community input, and these are freeway close locations. But I just wanted the commission to be aware of that and before we finalize this vote. And then I had one other clarification on the property north of the freeway when we're done with this particular area. I apologize, but I need to go back and revisit one particular area, one parcel. So those are my two comments. This is all the red, the bright red here is commercial regional up to 75 feet in height. It would allow hotels, which is a positive. And then when you're done with the vote on the southern area, I'd like to go back and revisit one parcel on the north side.
Got it. So everybody aware of that? That all of these zones are going to be potential hotel sites, et cetera. Commissioner McMahon?
Okay, when we're looking at where I was talking about originally, the Coles and the old school property, I don't feel comfortable with the two red areas right adjacent as being commercial regional. I would prefer to see them as maybe commercial town. They're too close to the houses. And yeah, there's a freeway there, but I think they're too close to the houses. So I'd like to change that to commercial town. And then the old drive-in place, I think I'd like to change it to either neighborhood low, medium, or yeah, probably neighborhood low, medium, or mixed use low, one of the lower areas. And I'll leave that to what you guys think.
Okay. Commissioner Newman?
Just a timekeeping note, it's 12 o'clock. Do we need to make another continuance?
Yes.
If I may suggest, Chair Buss, could you maybe suggest a motion that you just continue on?
All right, I make a motion that we continue until we're finished here. Secretary.
No American leave rules here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Commissioner Lanson?
Aye.
Commissioner Link?
Yes.
Commissioner McMahon?
Yes.
Commissioner Newman?
Aye.
Chair Buss?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. Commissioner Link?
I would actually be supportive of the commercial regional. There is a topographical difference between those two parcels in the adjacent single-family homes. So the heights may not have as much of an effect as you would normally expect if they were at grade or at least shared the same elevation. I would be supportive, and I do support Commissioner McMahon on removing the mixed use. I think that was what you were referring to, is removing the mixed use from the Conejo School, because that is actually at the same elevation, and then from the library parcel and the parcel across the street.
Parcel across the street. Got it. Okay, I'm following. Does everybody follow that?
If I may, Chair Buss, and I apologize for interrupting, but
yes.
As far as the Timber School property, that is already a project. Just so.
It's already been approved, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's still in the development stage, and we don't have a final development agreement on that because of the changes. But that was recently, in the last 2 years, it was approved for residential and a mixed use type of aspect to it. So.
Right, that's the Daylight property.
Correct.
Which was approved for horizontal mixed use with a hotel.
Okay, and it's already happening, so we can't change any of that. Okay. So that is what it is at this point.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
if I may, Chair, but to Ms. McMahon's comments about the property to the west and then just south of that, those have not been, and those are listed as they are, and you can certainly modify those if you wish.
Oh, okay, so the one just south of it. So Commissioner McMahon, I defer to you. What do you want these properties to be?
All right, so I would suggest the one that is currently neighborhood medium to go to neighborhood low medium.
Okay.
And then we're talking about the one that's right next to the commercial property, which is mixed use low. Is that the other one we're talking about?
Yeah.
I think I'm okay with that mixed use low. Is everybody else? I don't know.
And then Commissioner Link said that he supports commercial regional immediately to the east of that. Are you comfortable with that, or would you prefer it be lower?
I would prefer it to be lower, but I thought we can't change that.
You can change that.
We can change that. We can't change the mixed use in front of it or to the north, because that's already in development.
Okay.
So commercial town. Does anybody else have any input on the two commercial properties?
I would prefer commercial town. I don't know about anybody else.
Commissioner Lanson?
Yeah, I think I would as well. I think 75 feet is a bit tall for that area, so I would agree.
Good. I think I would concur as well. And I'm fine with neighborhood low medium below that, below the what do we call it, timber school property.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we'd like to propose that, I'm okay with that vote. The other thing is that mixed use portion over on the far side. Are we going to address that, or will we consider that part of the issue that Meridian will have to deal with, even though it's a totally separate property?
I don't have any strong feelings about that.
All right, we'll just let all of that lie then. So we'll just address this portion over here.
Okay.
Will we consider that a motion from Commissioner McMahon? Can we prefer a vote?
Just if I may, Chair Buss, I just want to make sure staff is clear about what the motion's about. Make sure we can repeat it maybe before.
No, I wanted to, can we clarify on the commercial regional, the dark red, the on the north side, not Best Buy, excuse me, Home Depot, Target, Lowe's, those are going down to commercial town. Was that part of that motion?
No, just south of the freeway.
Only south of the freeway right now.
Correct. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And you're including in that motion to leave the Orchard property and the library site as shown on this map?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. So everything is as shown on the map except the residential site and the two commercial sites.
Correct.
Right. So
Got it. Okay.
residential site is going down to neighborhood low medium.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everybody's got their notes. Secretary prepares for a vote.
Commissioner Lanson,
Aye.
Commissioner Link,
Yes.
Commissioner McMahon,
Yes.
Commissioner Newman,
Abstain.
Chair Buss.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0, Commissioner Newman abstaining.
Okay, I think, and at this point, we're going to go for the overarching plan as presented to it. Oh, Mr. Tanner.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I apologize. I should have brought this up earlier, but could we please just quickly revisit, and it would require a separate vote, but you see where the Home Depot is, the red area?
Yes.
And then above that, you see the SDA institutional, the blue.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you look closely above that, you'll see a little green, darker green part, exactly right there. That's a vacant, well, it has an old water tank on it today, but basically it's vacant. It's general planned commercial today. In this map, it showed up as utilities, but the intent was that it be industrial, like the west side of Academy Road there, and like the north side, exactly. So I would like clarity, please, from the commission as to whether they would want where the marker is right now, where the cursor is, for that to be industrial. That was the intent, because although it is a utility site today, it's commercial in the current general plan. So the intention and in the specific plan for SDA was always to develop that site. So I think we need to have a land use designation other than utilities and flood control. And the intent was industrial to match the west side of Academy Road in this particular scenario.
Commissioner McMahon.
Who owns the property at this time?
A Seventh-day Adventist.
All right, Commissioner Newman.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Town, is there, you said utility and flood control. Is there any flood control issue?
No, that's just, no, there's no, I'm looking at it in the aerial, there's a small water tank and some related probably pump station equipment, but there's no flood control issue. It's on the slope of the hill as you're looking toward sort of SDA, it's that natural appearing hillside.
So if this was redesignated industrial, would there still be utility use with an easement, or it could be?
That would have to be replaced. That would go away.
Okay, it would be all industrial.
Yeah, again, it's commercial today in our general plan. The intention was always for it to be redeveloped in the future.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Link.
I would support going to industrial for the things that I mentioned earlier about being disaster-prone areas, and certainly industrial would be more conducive as far as evacuations are concerned than single-family residential. I will say, just taking a look at an aerial, it's the site is encumbered with electrical distribution lines, which would certainly make some development untenable, but I would imagine that there's probably a sizable easement on the property.
Copy that. I will consider that a motion. Secretary, please prepare us for a vote.
Commissioner Lanson?
Aye.
Commissioner Link?
Yes.
Commissioner McMahon?
Yes.
Commissioner Newman?
Aye.
Chair Buss?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. I guess we can now zoom back out to the entire plan as presented to us. Does anybody have any final comments before we, or a motion for the final overarching plan that we have belabored for the last 5 minutes?
I would move that we approve the land map, use map, as we've talked about and discussed and based on the various votes that we've made.
Anybody else have any comments before we vote? Secretary, please prepare us for a vote.
Commissioner Lanson?
Aye.
Commissioner Newman?
No.
Commissioner Link?
Very much yes.
Commissioner McMahon?
Yes.
Chair Buss?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1. Commissioner Newman voting no.
Thank you, everyone, for everybody who called in to express their opinions, everybody that's filled out the survey. Thank you to staff for the countless hours, including the hours today, that you've spent on this. We truly do appreciate the effort, as speaking for the 128,000 residents. Your efforts will not go unrecognized, and we're going to be grateful for you for the years to come. And I look forward to seeing this general plan ultimately completed someday. All right, let's move on. Now's the time for commission comments and or any AB 1234 reports. Are there any comments from my fellow commissioners? Commissioner McMahon.
I just wanted to also say a quick thank you, because I know the staff has worked really hard and now you're up really late. And it's been a big project, and I also want to express my appreciation.
Commissioner Newman.
I'll endorse Commissioner McMahon's comments. We may not agree, but I appreciate the competence and the professionalism that staff has shown. And I very much appreciate the many people who showed up to write, to speak, to provide input into this process. This isn't over, and I hope people will continue to give their valuable input. Thank you.
I see none of my other commissioners moving to speak. So, Ms. Finley, are there any follow-up items, announcements, or upcoming issues?
Hi, yes. As you're probably aware, the next general plan related meetings will be in front of the City Council on May 18th and May 25th with your recommendations. And then the current general plan draft land use map survey is still open for comments until May 12th. And the results will be forwarded to the City Council. And then also again, a reminder that the general plan update schedule is on the project website, which is toaks2045.org. Then on another note, I just wanted to let everyone know that the public information counters for planning, building, and public works opened today for the first time for in-person visits between 9 and 11 in the morning. So they'll be open Monday through Thursday, and then every other Friday when City Hall's open from 9 to 11 in the morning. And I heard that this morning, before it even opened, there was a line of 30 some people waiting to come and talk to people at the county. So that's kind of exciting. I think we're turning a corner, right? Then also tomorrow evening, the City Council will be considering 2 pre-screen projects. So that might be interesting to watch the, if you can stay up that late. Anyway, one is at 86 Long Court, and it's a 55 unit proposal. And the second one is for a property at 2150 Hillcrest, which is an Amgen property for 246 units. So those are the announcements I have for today or tomorrow.
Nice. And Ms. Finley, can you report on any upcoming Planning Commission meetings?
So the next meeting is tentatively scheduled for May 10th. However, there are currently no items on the agenda. I was told that we haven't yet received the plans for the future elite, but we're anticipating that they should be submitted later this week, and then they'll be processed accordingly and returned to you. And that's all I got for you today.
All right, and with that, thank all of you for hanging with us this long. I'm very impressed. This meeting is now adjourned to the next meeting on May 10th, 2021 at 6 p.m. Good night, everyone, or good morning.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.